But we did have that other tornado warning for Henry County. That storm has now moved out of Henry County as well. So tornado warning still remains in effect for that little cell north of Brewston. Hopefully we'll get some radar updates as soon as possible on that before the storm line, though, does come on into Jackson. So here's, again, the big picture. We've got an intense line of storms extending just west of Jackson down through Bolivar. I think this is the end of probably the severe weather threat for the current next couple of hours. It's going to be along this front as it moves through. So we've probably got another hour or two of this. I think everything behind that main line, including you folks in Dyer County as well as most of Gibson County, I think you're done except for southeastern Gibson County. So probably areas northwest of Humboldt. I think you've seen the end of the potential severe storms tonight. A little bit of an inflow notch showing up here. So that's where the rotation is north of Brewston. Looks like it could be coming into the Bain area. Again, not a confirmed tornado at the moment, but definitely some rotation, enough of a concern right there. So you need to be in your safe spot. I'll go ahead and put a tracker on this, kind of get inside where I think that we'll go back a couple of scans here on the rotation so we can get so it went from Long Rock to there. All right, so here's I know it's not showing up on this radar for rotation, but this is the general direction that it's going to go. So we'll see a couple of communities that have pulled up in here. That includes Bain, Vale, New Hope Church, Pentecostal Church. So kind of get inside there and where the potential rotation could be going right into this area. So Bain, definitely need to be in your safe spot. Probably Manlyville as well, Big Sandy, and then Benton Cut, Faxton, Bass Bay as it approaches and goes over the Tennessee River. So again, it looks like it will impact extreme northeast Carroll County and then moving over into Benton County and maybe sections of southern Henry County as well. So that tornado warning is out until 11:30. So for Benton, Carroll, and Henry County. So again, we were watching that during the 10 o'clock news. It was definitely concerning. It was pretty good rotation. So right now it is right there again, heading into Vale and Ephetheus, I think that is, and south of Mixie, north of Hollow Rock. So that's where the rotation is currently with this storm. We will continue to watch it. We do want to take one more peek now at the radar situation. We got a couple different velocity products. Maybe I can get a different view of this. So it looks pretty good on but not on the storm relative velocity. It's showing up as well. So definitely going to keep watching that. Now, if you're watching us here east of Medina, there is a little bit of an inflow notch there. But when we turn around and look at the velocity on that, it's just looking like straight line winds. So, but we've got the thunderstorm approaching Jackson right now, coming on in from the west, and we've got one heck of a light show, and the rain is pouring on down, and the winds have really kicked up. This is what it looks like in downtown Jackson, just nonstop lightning coming on in. We're probably going to get some 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Can't rule out a couple of 60 mile an hour gusts. So that's going to be impacting Jackson from now until probably 11:15. So we've probably got about 20 minutes of dealing with these conditions as it comes on in. So cameras shaking around. This is a pretty intense storm, probably the strongest storm we've had so far of the day. I know we were even under a couple of tornado warnings here in Jackson, but this looks like the strongest winds that we've seen so far that's coming on through. Again, we've got our two tornado warnings. The one, I'm not sure why it hasn't been canceled yet. That storm's moved on out. And we got our tornado warning here north of Brewston, right there, south of Springville. Definitely some rotation there. Potential tornado sitting just northeast of Bain. The radar looks, okay, we finally got a new scan there. That's good. That is showing you still some rotation south of Springvale. So that's where the rotation is there on that one. So tracking up to the northeast. Again, we're trying to get a few different radars to take a look at it. Looks like this one's kind of struggling to give us a good look. So, Jordan, is the Camden radar giving us any sort of look at that one that maybe some of the other radars that are longer away can't see it?
The velocity product doesn't look too convincing on Camden, but I tell you, it does have a pretty good look at the actual structure of the storm. It does have the hook echo on pretty full display. This is about as good of a shot as you're going to get with our Camden radar. It's a very, very nice place to have a radar, given that neither Fort Campbell nor Paducah nor Memphis really reach that area. So to have this little nifty radar out near Camden is pretty great, folks. You may start to hear some winds pick up here in our studio. That's because that severe thunderstorm warning for Madison County is tagged for up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that's why your phones went off. The emergency alerts go off for severe thunderstorm warnings if they're tagged for 80 miles per hour winds or higher.
Okay, so really strong winds. You can see it on the velocity product here. These winds are whipping right now from Jackson up through Medina. You can see this line coming right through. We can hear the winds just pounding here at WBBJ as that strong wind line is coming by now. Not really seeing much for any kinks along this line as far as tornadoes, which is good. That doesn't mean one won't try to pop on up. So we're watching anything that shows up like this. Okay, you see a little green. We're going to watch that for the next scan that does come on in to make sure that that goes away. A lot of lightning, a lot of winds coming through into Jackson right now. The good news about that tornado warning that Jordan was just talking about, the reason our Camden radar is good, because if there was a tornado there, it would definitely be picking it up. But what those radars are, that why we need the one in Camden, they shoot so far up into the sky that by the storms get into that area, the radars can't view the lower sections of the storm. So they see rotation, it's way up north. They have no idea if that rotation is reaching the surface, and that's why our Camden radar is a valuable tool for keeping you folks in the Huntington area as well as Carroll County safe. All right, so new radar scan. Looks like it was trying to come on in. It may have froze a little bit. So I'm going to see what happened with that. Very strong winds coming on in with this line right through Jackson right now. So again, you probably want to stay away from windows. This is the type of wind that could take down trees and maybe break some branches down. Again, the inflow notch is up here near Lavinia. But when we go over and look at it on the radars, it just looks like we're seeing a lot of straight line winds here. That's what I'm picking up. Jordan, you seen anything but straight line winds?
In Jackson, or
yeah,
I mean, it's straight line winds, and it's now that it's starting to pass Jackson, it looks like it's starting to bow out, which means those winds are going to get even stronger. So downwind, Lexington, Henderson, Scotts Hill, Sardis, Saltillo, Parsons. Be prepared for some very strong winds here within the next hour or so.
All right, these strong winds whipping through here. Not seeing rotation up at that inflow notch near Lavinia, but definitely some strong winds. Again, we're getting some range folding. We're right in between radars there as well. But looks like just some really strong winds passing through Jackson. These winds could be even higher down near Meaden and Tune. You see where these real bright colors are down here. This could be some very strong winds that are coming on by. All right, heading over into the Meaden area. So we'll see if our camera is just getting absolutely pounded right now in Jackson. So probably get a view of the ground here and see just how hard that rain is coming down. It doesn't look like we're getting any hail yet here in Jackson, so it looks like it's just extremely torrential rainfall and winds that are coming on down on our trees. I was trying to take a look at the camera in Huntington earlier, but as that storm was coming by, but look at the ground. You can see that the rain is being blown along the roadway here with those 60-mile-an-hour winds that are coming up out of the west. So really strong winds coming on down. See the trees blowing back and forth with these really intense winds that are currently impacting downtown Jackson. Definitely hear it coming on down here at WBBJ. Looks like power is still out, or still good for downtown, but I'm expecting some power outages from this line as it comes on through. That's definitely pretty intense in downtown Jackson. We do also have our camera that is in Carroll County. I'll see if that one is still populating at all after that storm was coming on through there. So we'll catch a quick look at that and see if that one pops up. Give me a second here and we'll see if it there. So there's a look at our Carroll County cam, also showing some thunderstorms off in the distance, but it looks like the worst of it now is not in Huntington. It's just to the northeast. So go back to the radar again. Again, got that inflow notch near Springville we're watching, and we've got just 2,100 lightning strikes with this line that's coming on through. So I still don't know what's going on with that northern tornado warning. We're going to ignore that. That storm's well out of the area, but we still do have some rotation in the southern section, south of Springvale. Looks like that now is over, it's beginning to lose a lot of its rotation, which is good as it moves over into the Big Sandy area. Wicked winds coming through here in Jackson, moving through right now. That wind line is on its way to Henderson, Lexington. You've got some winds about 15 minutes out coming into your area. Looks like south of Bolivar. Meaden, it's about to get real rough for you if it's not already in the Meaden area from that line coming through. There's a little bit of an inflow notch there we're watching near Meaden. Another one north of Bolivar. But again, it's probably going to be mostly straight line winds with anything we see along this line, but they could be as high as hurricane force winds, gusting up to around 80 miles an hour. So the two little notches, again, the one north of Bolivar you see along the line, we need to watch that notch, and then this one here southeast of Milan for any potential spin-ups. But very heavy rain coming down and very strong winds as the line passes on by. Camden, you're going to be all right. That rotating storm looks like it's going to stay north of you guys, and it's out of Carroll County right now. So it looks like it's moving over into sections of Benton County. So we've got tornado warnings though all along this line, extending all the way up into the Kentucky River tonight. So Jordan, anything that along those little notches trying to spin up or show any rotation that you can see?
I'm not convinced with what I've seen. I will say this, we do have an official reading from the airport here in Jackson of a 51 mile per hour wind gust, which is the highest we've seen so far. They're also being sustained around 30 miles per hour under this bow.
All right, so getting ground truth of 51 mile an hour winds at least. Still got that rotation in and around Springville. That is about to cross the river here shortly. It's still into southeastern Henry County for the tornado warning. All right, they finally dropped the northern one. And if it continues in its same direction, it's going to be very close to Big Sandy, Benton Cut, Bass Bay. If you're in those communities, you may want to take shelter. That's definitely a spinning storm that we saw in the last radar image in Springville. So if you're in Benton County, northern Benton County, as well as southeastern Henry County, please head to your safe spot. It's north of Camden, it's east of Paris, and northeast of Huntington. But Springville, hopefully you're in your safe spot in Springville right now, Manleyville, Hagler Ridge, as this storm will track off to the east through Big Sandy, Benton Cut, and Bass Bay. So, and before it crosses the Tennessee River. So that's it out of the storm in Benton County. We'll go back to our little notch that we're watching near Cedar Grove. Depends on what radar we're looking at. One showing a notch, one showing all straight line winds on that. And then down into Jackson, these some real rough winds I think that just came through that are probably on the way to, looks like they shrunk the radar image down to get a better view, or on the distance on the radar, probably to get a better view of that area near Bolivar or even into Jackson with these winds that are coming on through. So there's a look at the line. We'll kind of give you a time on it. These are kind of bowing out here up at Cedar Grove. So these are going to be strong winds as they come through in Lexington, Scottsdale, Parsons. There's a look at the timing when these storms are going to come through for you folks. So we're looking at Beacon around 11:31. We've got Parsons around 11:34, Decaturville a little bit later than that. Meaden coming up here right now. Luray, you're about 5 minutes out. Lexington, you're about 15 minutes out till this wind line comes through. So very strong bowing structure, 60 mile an hour wind gust, probably maybe even higher, could be associated with that line as it has now. At least I think the worst of the winds are now through Jackson, but it's still going to be pretty gusty here for the next 30 minutes or so, although the worst of it's right along this line. And didn't get any hail with it as it came by, but still some very strong winds, although here's that main wind gust front approaching Luray, and it'll be moving into Lexington here soon. I don't know why it keeps jumping back up to Martin. I'm sorry, Martin, you guys are pretty clear right now. Jordan's got another look at something on Max 2. Jordan?
Looks like we may be looking at another area of potential rotation following in the same track as the one that initially issued the warning for. We've got another area of some rotation. This is on the Memphis radar near Huntingdon. This is on the northwest side of town, right on top of Highway 22 between Long Rock and New Zion. Of course, this is broad rotation, but again, in a situation like this, if storms are following the same path, they're probably going to act the same way. So be very, very cautious if you're north of Huntingdon, especially if you're perhaps near Rosser, north of Rosser, Mixie, Ephesus, and Vale in northeast Carroll County.
All right, you're catching that on the Memphis radar?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so, all right, Memphis radar showing that. We've got Fort Campbell. Let me get rid of that one. All right, so there's the Memphis radar still showing a little bit of rotation there near Huntington. Again, that's so far away from the radar, though, that I'd be a lot more concerned if our Camden radar was showing some rotation in that area, but we may end up getting another tornado warning, as Jordan was saying, for that area. So here's a little bit of a rotational concern as well, being drawn in around Whiteville, heading for Bolivar. That's a part of the line that's got a little bit of a notch in it. So we've got two different sections. Also a little bit of an area of concern near Meaden. It looks like there's some possible a notch there. So we've got three different notches. The one near Cedar Grove, okay. We've got the other one near Meaden, and we've got the other one down here south. So we've got several different, those are what we're watching for potential tornado spin-ups. So those are the ones we need to keep a close eye on. So although right now they're not showing any sort of signs of rotation, we've got the one that Jordan was showing a little bit of rotation south of Huntington. We've got the other one here now moving west of Lexington into Henderson County, and another one down near Meaden. So here's our big line of storms. What's going on is there's southwesterly winds being sucked up into the line. So the wind's got to go somewhere. So they run into the storm and they try to find a place where they can pierce through. So that's where they find those places to put those little notches, is where they can pierce a hole in that line, because all the winds in the line behind it are coming in out of the northwest. So you get those southeasterly winds at the surface, the upper level winds more out of the northwest behind it, and then you get that rotation trying to develop there, are the surface winds out of the northwest behind it, where that cooler air is coming on in. So we'll still watch these three little notches as they come through. Looks like we've got at least another hour to deal with these storms south of Huntington, south of Jackson, near Meaden. Savannah, you've been pretty unscathed so far. But I still think you're going to get hit with this line as it comes through. Lexington, I think you're about 10 minutes out. Henderson, you're about 10 minutes out as well. So that's when those winds are going to start to kick up and move on through for you. Anything from the National Weather Service about any of those spots they're concerned about?
The rotation I pointed out just near Huntingdon, I guess is not super concerning to them. They trimmed Carroll County out of the current tornado warning. Doesn't mean they won't draw one downwind of that rotation later on, but for right now, Carroll County is out of the tornado warning.
All right, so it does include then still southeastern Henry County and northern Benton County. You can still see that pretty good on Max 1 where that area of rotation is. It's about to cross the Tennessee River, though, here in the next few minutes. This is the Paducah radar. It's well behind. We're still waiting on an update from that, but there is a look at Fort Campbell radar, and it's got the storm pretty well, tracking up to the northeast here, about to cross the Tennessee River. But there's some strong winds for sure in Huntington as well, Jordan. You can see those strong winds. Look at this in Jackson right now. I want to show you this cam of the everything blowing around. It's pretty intense. So
that's a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. And because your phones are going off, we have a tag for destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a possible, or be aware for a possible tornado.
All right, look at the winds whipping around. You can see the debris being flying around here in Jackson from those strong winds that are coming on by. Look at the streets. You can see the winds just pushing the rain out of the way as it's piling on up. So strong winds still continuing here in Jackson. So we'll get you the latest on our brand new severe thunderstorm warning, which is continuing again at least until midnight. We're going to be dealing with these strong storms that are coming on in. So I'm going to zoom things out here. There's a look at here's our new severe thunderstorm warning. That's this guy. Look at how large this severe thunderstorm warning is. It's like half of our area. That's out till 11:45. Includes Decatur, Hardin, Henderson, and McNairy counties that are under this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, not a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning. But up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's why it went off on your phone like it sounded like there was a tornado warning, because when you get, as Jordan said, a thunderstorm warning that they consider to be extremely dangerous, it has the same alert tag to it. So, man, still, Jordan, what do you have coming up on 2? Before we get to you, I do want to go back to that Jackson cam again, because, man, those winds are whipping around. You can really see the camera kind of shaking back and forth here. I don't know who those people are traveling, but hopefully they get to where they need to go safe. So,
I mean, we're just getting a lot of Boeing segments along this line, and that's, when you get a wind, we've got another new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Henry, Benton, Carroll, and Eastern Gibson County. I'm not sure why Eastern Gibson County is included in this, but we'll get you the specifics on it. It is, I'm assuming, a similar tag. That's the wrong one. We have, yes, there's a tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning. Doesn't have 80-mile-per-hour tag, but it does have a 70-mile-per-hour wind tag and 1-inch hail.
all right, that's the one here that you're seeing south of Huntington, where we got that little bit of a notch.
No, that's the one that includes Huntington and goes north to Paris.
Okay, so you said Gibson County is also?
Milan is included in it.
Okay, so I mean, look at the size of the severe thunderstorm warnings they're issuing, that are like some of the biggest ones I've ever seen. So that's just a lot of people being impacted by these. Yeah, as you were saying, it's all right. So there's the all right. Well, it doesn't matter where you're at. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning if you're along or east of this line for extreme winds. So up north here, we still do have our 1 tornado warning. Not really seeing much of any rotation left with that on the 1 radar, but this one's still showing it as it's about to exit Benton County and then move over into across the Tennessee River. Still some strong winds in and around Huntington. We can kind of pull the radar down and you can just follow that wind line. There's a little bit of rotation here. This is something we may need to watch here near Bolivar. Definitely got some colors showing up there on a couple different velocity products. So
Memphis is looking at that storm right now for a potential tornado warning. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning it's part of does have that tornado possible tag, so we very well could see a tornado warning get issued for that rotation right there between Bolivar and Whiteville along Highway 64.
all right, so that's our most concerning area right now, is that should get 2 different velocity looks at it. So there we go. So again, we'll put it back a couple of scans. We'll see, again, it started to spin up a little bit as it heads to the northeast tune, maybe Meaden. It's real broad right now, but I think if they get another scan where it tightens up even more, probably going to get a tornado warning on that one. So we'll see. Again, this one up to the north, I don't think we need to talk about it much longer. Again, I think the radar is lagging behind. I think it's crossed the Tennessee River now. So, and it's got a new tornado warning on it, as you see. This is the. All right, so there's a look at it. Again, beginning to move across the Tennessee River. We're going to focus in on this stuff down here right now, between Jackson down through Tune and Bolivar. Still very heavy rain coming down in Jackson right now. We've got a little notch northwest of Luray, another one up here to the north, but this little area is definitely trying to spin up around Bolivar. If it does, it'll track to the east-northeast a little bit, It'll stay south of Jackson. Maybe something you need to watch closely if you're in the Henderson area, if it does decide to try to spin up and produce a tornado. But right now, some broad rotation. But National Weather Service in Memphis keeping a very close eye on it. We should get a new radar scan here soon, which will tell us everything we need to know about it. But Jackson, it's still strong winds coming on down. I don't think we're dealing with 60-mile-an-hour gusts anymore, but probably 40, maybe up to 50 still possible as that thunderstorm line digs on in, plus torrential rainfall coming on down as well. Again, everywhere along and east of this line in West Tennessee is under a severe thunderstorm warning for at least 70-mile-an-hour wind gust potential, some gusts as high as 80 associated with this explosive line as it comes on through. Tornado threat so far the last few minutes has only been that one storm up into Benton County, but we may have our next tornado warning showing up here. We'll get that radar image popping up here in just a second. What are they saying about that out of the chat, Jordan? Just that they're watching an area
They
of
are
rotation?
watching it closely. They already mentioned it had the tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning. They are mentioning that strong winds are heading into Tune right now, so just north of Bolivar. We're looking at probably close to, again, 40, 50, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into Tune right now, just to the north of Bolivar, to the north of Highway 64.
All right, so this is what it looks like on the velocity product, and then let's get a look at it on the reflectivity here. We'll pull that up and get over into the Tune area. So, yeah, that's a pretty impressive notch. So, I think if the next scan shows anything worse than the previous one, they're going to issue a tornado warning for that. That's definitely an info notch. You can see what's going on with the winds at the surface. They're coming in this way out of the southeast, okay, and then back behind this storm, they're coming in out of the northwest. So that's right where we would expect a possible tornado. And if we flip it over to velocity, you'll see that kind of lines up. All right, so we just got a new velocity scan there. I could go either way with me. I would, well, maybe that was it. So I guess we're still waiting on a velocity scan, aren't we? So I think so. So it could, if I was looking at that National Weather Service, it could go either way. I could issue a tornado warning. I couldn't.
They're going to do it.
All right, so we're getting a new tornado warning for this one.
I'm assuming that's going to include Hardeman, Chester, southeastern Madison, and southwestern Henderson.
Yeah, so get ready for the sirens to go off. Get ready for your phones to have another loud beep for them coming up in the next minute or two. So, all right, so there's got a couple different looks at that rotation there. Right now, the main threat, I think, is in the Tune area. That's the most likely place. Right, so there's our new tornado warning. Again, if you're in Tune, you need to be in your safe spot. And then, so the general direction of the spin, to me, it's a pretty broad area. So I know you're under the warning in Meaden. It's going to be on top of you probably in 10 minutes or so. So maybe even sooner than that. So if you're in Meaden, you may want to just go to your safe spot until it passes. There's a look at some of the other places. Deanburg, Parkburg again, Montezuma again, going to be hit probably by this storm. Again, right now it's radar indicated, but there's definitely some rotation there that is tracking to the northeast. So the tornado warning does not include Jackson. It does not include Lexington as of now, but it does include areas in southeast of Jackson and Madison County. It includes almost all of Chester County, including Henderson. So tornado warning out until midnight. So Jordan, what do you got on that one?
I've got a track on the circulation. We're going to be looking at Tune by 11:21, Deanburg at 11:34, 11:45 it'll be in Sanford Hill, 11:46 for Henderson, 11:55 at Jacks Creek, midnight for Middle Fork, Stiegel at 12:04, and 12:12 for Shady Hill. I should mention this warning polygon also does not include Lexington.
Yeah, so Lexington's right on the outer edge of it, and Jackson's on the northern side of it. So Again, radar indicated rotation. Nothing yet to suggest that this is a confirmed tornado or a tornado on the ground, but kind of go through a couple different scans, and you see it's pretty much heading into tune right now. So some other locations involved in this, you do see Teague, Deanburg, Silerton. I'm going to draw a little polygon here, or a little tracker, and see about some other small communities that maybe not even showing up on this list that are involved in there. So Tune Elementary School, you're right in the middle of this. Teague, Deanburg again, Silerton, Chickasaw State Park, Buckhead Chapel, Parkburg, and Meaden. You're kind of right on the edge of this. So Pinson and Sanford Hill, Westchester County Elementary School. So those are all locations that if this does produce a tornado, that it'll be heading into. So a lot of rotation. It's pretty broad still. When I say broad, I mean it's a large area, okay? This is probably 5 miles of rotation. When it gets down to 1 mile, and you see those colors right next to each other, that's a sign that more likely that there's a tornado on the ground. What you're seeing here is a large area of rotation. We call this probably, I think this is a mesocyclone. So a large area of a rotating area on a storm, which is how they start when you get a tornado. You got to have a large area of rotation before you get a real small one that shows on up. So tornado warning again out for areas in southeastern Madison County. Does include Henderson, most of Chester County, and then even some sections of Henderson County, but does not include Lexington. All right, so Bolivar, I know you're under the tornado warning, but I think the rotation's past you right now. Now we just got a new scan. It's still looking broad, but now right on top of Tune right now. Jordan, you picking up anything on that one?
It's just broad rotation. I'm not surprised there's a tornado warning on it, but I highly doubt it's spinning tightly enough to produce anything. Even on the debris trackers, not very convincing. But we'll take a look at reflectivity. Even the hail threat's gone down with this storm, but that's because it's part of a line now instead of an individual cell. But again, it doesn't look too impressive. The inflow notch is there, but the rotation again, it's just I just think it's too broad to produce right now. We'll need to wait to see if it tightens up in the next several minutes.
I agree with you. Definitely broad rotation, but that is one heck of an inflow notch on that one. So if there is a storm for the remainder of the next few hours that's going to produce a tornado, I think it's probably that one. So that's our best bet, our most likely bet. We don't want it to produce a tornado, obviously. But that's our most likely chance if one does pop on up. Real quick, I do want to go back up to that tornado warning that we had still up into Benton County. It's still active, but that storm now, if you notice, has moved away. But those are still some strong winds that are going to come into Camden, Benton County, Brewston. Those are still 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, I'm assuming, from what we're seeing on the radar. So go pull those up one more time. On the velocity product, and looks pretty intense on the winds coming through there. So, but closer to home, we've got a large area of rotation here that is trying to spin up. So, if there was a tornado, it would be right into this area, north of Tune. You see where you get those colors together. So, if you're in Meaden, you need excuse me, you need to be in your safe spot. If you're in Meaden, as this is going to be there in the next couple of minutes. So,
Joel, I've got a new scan on Max 2. This is the storm relative velocity. It's gotten a lot. Not only has it tightened up a little bit, it's gotten faster. Our reds are brighter, the greens are a little bit brighter. We're looking at some either some pretty intense winds going both in and out of the storm, or we're looking at potential development here.
All right, so Meaden, you need to be in your safe spot. Teague, you need to be in your safe spot. Uptonville, Deanburg, Malaeus, Roy, I think Pinson, Bemis, Henderson. It's going to be close to Henderson and Bemis, but Meaden for sure, please be in your safe spot. Parkburg, Teague, Deanburg is going to be close. Uptonville, you're kind of right on the edge as well. It will stay south of Jackson, by the way, from everything we're seeing on the radar, but South Jackson could be close to this, so we'll see where it goes if it does continue to to tighten up. But definitely a significant inflow notch there south of Teague. So that's this is definitely our scariest storm here at the moment. Jordan, you're checking the CC product, I suppose, and we're not seeing any debris, right?
I didn't see anything the first time I looked at it. We'll look at it again, and I don't think that lines up with the velocity product for that to be where a tornado would be, just to the southeast of Tune, between Tune and Silerton.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a tornado, but it's definitely worth watching just the velocity product, because any change in the greens and the reds is worthy information.
For sure. All right, back on one, you can see that line as it's coming through. I think our severe thunderstorm threat in Jackson is done, but we still have that one. Look at that. You can see that notch. You can see it even this far zoomed out. If you're watching us in Gibson County, as well as it looks like Haywood County, I think that your severe storm threat is done for you, but everyone's still along and east of this line. Still got some pretty ugly storms, including this one. Look at this inflow notch going all the way in. If a storm is going to produce a tornado tonight, it would be this one. If this one doesn't produce one, I would be surprised if any of them didn't, because this one has what it needs. It's got the super inflow out of the southeast. It's got rear flank downdraft. That's what you see here. The bright pinks coming on down. So if we're going to get one tonight, it's going to be this one. As it's got a major inflow coming on in here into the Meaden area. So pretty explosive storm. Can be in your safe spot if you're in Meaden. Luray may be coming up for you. We'll see what it does in the next couple of scans. I know Jackson, we're close, but I think it stays just south of Jackson. So there's our little inflow here from Teague. It's about to cross Highway 18. Kind of zoom things out here on this one. Give you an idea of where it may be going. I wanted to get one more radar scan before I tried to get into street levels here, but the problem is it's still a very broad area of rotation. So to pinpoint exactly where that tornado would be on street level is pretty tough. But it is a new scan. If it was on the ground, it'd be coming into Meaden. So again, please, Meaden, be in your safe spot. Roy, Parkburg, Bemis, it's going to be awful close to you folks in Bemis. I think it stays just south, but we'll see. Pinson also need to be in your safe spot. So there's a look at the general rotation of this. It started right around Whiteville and then tracking to the northeast. So we'll kind of put a little tracker on this guy again and put him up here towards Luray, kind of give you an idea of the timing. So if you see your community there, Beach Bluff, Henderson, Pinson, Parkburg, Deanburg, Crucifer, Huron, there's a chance that this storm is going to impact you as it spins through. So right there between Teague and Uptonville, so we're on Bowman Road roughly. If we can track this Bowman Road coming into Meaden, obviously, and then riding out just to the northeast of Meaden. So pretty ugly storm, a very impressive rear flank downdraft on that. That is the backside of that rotation area. So that's what we have on the way. Still pretty quiet from the National Weather Service, Jordan, on it? They're just
that on the tornado warning, yes. They are downgrading all of the severe thunderstorm warnings in the area down to a 70 mile per hour threat. So the wind threat going down just a little bit, but still some pretty 70 miles per hour winds can still knock down some trees. Yeah,
even if they're not 80, so still some pretty intense winds on the way tonight. Again, a significant inflow notch here around Teague. So again, all right, we just got another radar scan, so still south of Meaden. So we'll go back to still trying to wrap on up there on somewhere between Uptonville and Teague. So that's where we still have that potential for a tornado. So this is a significant inflow notch. So you can see the winds here being sucked up around this right here into Teague. So again, if this one won't produce a tornado tonight, I don't think we're going to get any, because this is a about as good a setup as you can have for one. So we're getting the winds coming on in, right into the storm, trying to spin up right around here in Teague. And if it doesn't, that's great. We don't want it to. But if it doesn't, I'm going to be pretty confident in us for the rest of this line as it comes on by. Again, Mean, please still be in your safe spot. It's going to be strong winds regardless. Parkburg, you're next in line. Deanburg, I think the rotation may be just north of you, but you're going to have some really strong winds. Then coming into Roy as it moves up to the northeast. And again, probably stays just south of Bemis, but we'll see what it does here over the next couple of radar scans. But again, that tornado warning out, I believe it's till midnight, and definitely should have a tornado warning tag on it. It's got a lot of rotation. It's got the inflow notch, which extends all the way up. We got another little notch northeast of Henderson, another one west of Lexington. Got some strong winds on the way in Lexington. Got some strong winds now approaching the Tennessee River east of Camden and down south here. Hickory Valley, Grand Junction, you're about to get hit with some of these strong winds coming on through as well. So again, tornado warning continues. Waiting on a new scan here. These are some strong winds as well in Cedar Grove, Medina, Milan still up to the north. So, I mean, it may not be severe type thunderstorm winds, but those winds are still blowing as the system moves through Carroll County. So, again, even if you're not getting severe thunderstorm, you're still getting some gusty winds in that area. Jordan?
We've got a new tornado warning coming in. This one is going to cross in from Mississippi in the next half hour or so. It'll include portions of Fayette County and Hardeman County. Are we still on air?
Well, our mics are still up, so
okay.
Stay with
All right, folks. We've got a tornado warning. This includes Marshall County, Mississippi. It also includes Fayette and Hardeman County, Tennessee, on the southern side of the counties. It'll be here later, so we'll let it ride for now, but we're going to keep an eye on that over the next several minutes.
That looks like a very impressive hook echo on that one, Jordan, down into Mississippi. So we'll get another look at that. Like, that is a classic looking hook. You see that in Holly Springs. So we'll see what that one does. As it moves up to the northeast, it's eventually going to be moving into Hardeman County. So heads up on that one.
I can go ahead and put a track on it real quick while we're waiting on new data to come in.
Yeah, we can go ahead and pull up on 2. Jordan will get a tracker on it.
Northeast at 50 miles per hour. So we'll get that drawn out for you. We're going to go out, we'll go out 2 hours. That'll put it firmly in West Tennessee, but we'll get that right now. A line from Marshall County, Mississippi, out 2 hours down the middle of the polygon. We'll put it near Parsons later this overnight, but it'll be pushing its way into southern Hardeman County closer to 12:15. It'll be near Rogers Springs, Hebron at 12:28, Surlis at 12:30, 40 Forks at 12:49, Roby at 1:09, Scotts Hill at 1:18, and Decaturville by 1:28.
All right, let's get back to our tornado warned storm here that's in West Tennessee right now. Still south of Jackson. We just took a pretty significant power hit here, so there's probably some power outages. Here our generators are up and running here at WBBJ. So still some rotation with this storm, which is again near Meaden right now. Still no talk about a confirmed tornado. There's a couple different areas of rotation, but this is a significant inflow notch into this storm trying to spin up there near Meaden. So again, nothing confirmed as far as a tornado. It's slowed down, but there's our area of rotation. You still need to be in your safe spot if you're in Meaden, Oasis, probably Roy, Parkburg, and Pinson. It looks like it'll stay south of Bemis. So as it spins on up here, looks like it's trying really hard to produce a tornado, but we're not seeing anything that shows tornado on the ground. But these have to be really intense winds coming into Deanburg right now, as well as Meaden. We've got our little inflow notch here. And to zoom things out, looks like Lexington, you got some strong winds on the way. I'm sure it's pretty gusty right now in Luray and Henderson. And up north here, we've got our line now moving east of Camden, east of Big Sandy. And down south here, we've got thunderstorms, but we've also got that possible tornado down into Mississippi, which is heading our way. I better add that to my stack of graphics here that I'm going to save. Let's go ahead and go to Max 2, and Jordan's got some stuff. Jordan?
We do have an update on the storm, the tornado warning for Hardeman, Chester, Henderson, and Madison. Toon and points southwest that were in that polygon have been trimmed out. So Silerton, you're still in it. Meaden, you're still in it. But if you are, basically if you're south and west of the Highway 100 and Highway 18 interchange, you're out of this tornado warning. I also have some thoughts from the Weather Service on this Marshall County, Mississippi storm. They're mentioning that storm is in an environment that has not really seen any severe weather. So
yeah, I'm a little worried about that one.
Yeah, that one is
got its own
still,
hook, and it's showing up pretty good on the velocity product right now. So here is a look at that one. Starting to tighten up there near Holly Springs. So we are expecting that storm there to probably produce a tornado as it moves up to the northeast. Now, back to our storm. Very, very broad rotation right now. Again, it's a dangerous storm, but there's nothing that we're seeing there that says tornado on the ground. We can look at the velocity product and look at our debris tracker, and there's nothing showing up on the debris tracker. So real good news there. It's still an ugly storm, so that's not good news, but I don't think there's a tornado on the ground with that one. So but we'll keep a very close eye on it. It's still got a tornado warning. It's still got a very large inflow notch into that line. So here's our line right now. Again, if you're Jackson to the northwest, I think your severe weather threats probably wrapping up. If you're in Gibson County, as well as, again, Haywood County, Dyer County, I think this is our concern for severe weather. It's going to stay from Camden through Bolivar down through Savannah for the next hour and a half. There's our huge area of rotation. Look at this massive area of winds and rotation. It's not really moving because these southeasterly winds are really fighting this system as it moves on through. All right, your tornado threat is done in Meaden, but you are still dealing with some gusty winds. You may want to wait a little bit in Meaden before you get out of your safe spot, but I think your tornado threat is done. It looks like it's slid a little bit to the northeast now of Meaden, the main threat. If there was a tornado, it looks like now it's in the Roy area. Again, Bemis, if you're south Bemis, definitely an issue. If you're north of Bemis, I think you're okay. Parkburg, so that's the main area of concern coming on in. If there was a tornado, that's where it's going to develop. So I'd be in my safe spot if I was in any of those communities that we mentioned there. So that's what we're watching. We've got probably more flash flood alerts from the National Weather Service. I think is probably what that noise is that we're hearing coming on in, Jordan.
I haven't seen anything issued yet, in chat at least, but right. They are issuing a downstream tornado watch very soon.
Okay, so that may be what just came through there, but I'm not sure we would have heard it here because all of our counties are already under that watch. It is still pouring right now in Jackson. We'll go back to our webcam here and show you the latest on what it looks like in Jackson. We can probably try to look to the south, but we're not going to be able to see a whole lot as some people have lost power. But you notice the wind still whipping, the rain still coming down, and it looks like they do have power though downtown. So we did lose power here briefly, and I think our generators are the only reason we're still up here at WBBJ. Look at all the flash flood warnings that are out. Most of them are just to the west of us. There's a look at the latest. The tornado watch has been extended now to include Nashville, and that's what's left on the radar. So as far as, I'm going to see if I can manipulate our camera here, and I mean, because there are areas in Jackson that are very, very dark when you're looking in a certain direction from downtown. Now the lights are on in downtown, but it could just be really dark as well because the heavy rain that's coming on down still. So, but they got power in downtown Jackson. We'll try to get a list of the power outages we can when they show up. So, all right, so we still got our tornado warning. Here's our inflow notch. If there was a tornado, it would be right north of Parkburg, south of Bemis. So here's our where there would be one if it was trying to produce one. Meaden, you're out of the tornado threat right now. So good news there. I think if there was a touchdown in Meaden, we would have heard about it, and we'd probably see debris on our tracker. So I think we're good there. But very strong winds being drawn in here into Roy and Pinson. That's where that inflow notch is. That's where the bright reds and greens are. But again, what is good about this is a huge area. If again, these reds and greens were a lot closer together in smaller area, then we would be more concerned for an actual tornado to be on the ground right now. But it's still a scary storm, still definitely needs a tornado warning on it. That's out to 11:45, and this tornado warning will be extended. I'm almost certain of it here in about 7 minutes. So there's our little area from Pinson into Roy. Here's our inflow notch. Here's where those southeasterly winds are being drawn into the storm and then wrapping around into this area now northeast of Meaden. There's also some pretty heavy rain, maybe some small hail there north of Henderson. If you're watching us in Henderson right now, it's going to be real close with that inflow notch. I think in the rotation is going to stay just north of you. So it looks like we did get a new scan. Henderson, I think you're fine from the tornado. If there was one, you've got some strong winds coming into Henderson right now. So, but I think you're just southeast of the main area of rotation for this storm, which it may even beginning to get cut off, almost rain wrapped inside here. But next in line is Beach Bluff, Luray. You may want to head to your safe spot. Again, there's no confirmation of a tornado, but there could, and this is an ugly storm. Again, trying to find, it's just such a large area of rotation to, I almost want to just take this whole area here just to be safe and draw it out. Again, any of these places, you could be in the path of this, although the most likely place for a tornado would be where it ends, which is right here. So that's the most likely place, and we'll kind of zoom into there a little bit and see that is right there at Roy, spreading to the northeast. So close to East Union. Beach Bluff, you're going to be awful close to this as well. So Luray also close, Crucifer, Blue Goose. So again, a lot of rotation, no confirmed tornado with this storm right now. So, but that's what we have. That's what we're watching as it comes on through. So, kind of re-rack things up here a little bit. Try to get everyone the information they can. But look at that massive notch there. I mean, very, very ugly looking cell there. So there's our huge area of rotation. Again, we want it to stay a large area of rotation, not a small, compact one. But these strong winds are coming into Luray. They're right into the Pinson area right now. And that's where we're watching again, northeast of Meaden. If there is going to be a tornado, it would drop right there where that little area comes together. So north of Pinson, right here. So again, it's going to be awful close to Luray as it comes through. We've got our inflow notch. Again, Meaden, your tornado threat, I think, is over with this current cell. Up north here, there's no more tornado warning up north. And down south, we still have our tornado warning. We've got this guy, definitely got a tail on it near Holly Springs. And as far as the velocity inside of it, it looks pretty promising that this is going to spark up a tornado. So this may be something we're going to have to watch closely for our next confirmed tornado coming up out of Mississippi. Jordan?
Joel, that phantom alert we heard earlier was in fact a new tornado watch for parts of West Tennessee. They're going to allow the PDS watch to expire at midnight. In its place is going to be a regular tornado watch, and in it will be Decatur, McNairy, as well as Hardin County. So just our three southeasternmost counties.
All right, so McNairy, Hardin, and Decatur will stay in that tornado watch past midnight because you still could have storms till maybe 1 a.m. So that's why your counties will be added. Most of us, I think, will be wrapping up, though, here pretty soon on the tornado threat, but still a pretty impressive storm that is heading into Luray right now. You don't see a whole lot of storms like this, Jordan, that have that big of an inflow notch, that big of an area of rotation inside of a line without producing a tornado. So
right.
Kind of very strange. But nonetheless, it's producing probably some pretty strong winds. Surprised we haven't heard much from the National Weather Service as far as damage on it or anything, but it's almost like it's trapped. That little area of rotation's like almost trapped in with winds around it. So remember, green is winds that go towards the radar, so that's going towards Memphis. The red are winds going away. So that area inside Beach Bluff is trying to push back towards Pinson, while the winds in Pinson and Roy are pushing back against it towards Beach Bluff. So that's our big area of rotation. There's a secondary one, looks like it could try to get going down here southwest of Henderson, but that one not just worth keeping an eye on for now. So, but very, very interesting storm, that's for sure with this one right now. So a little bit of red showing up here at the tail end where there would be the most likely area for the tornado would be here, southeast of Jackson. So we'll see what the next radar scan brings us on that one. Again, Henderson, I don't see you being under that tornado threat. I know you're still under the tornado warning. Pinson, I think it's now past you for the potential spin up still, probably into this area near Bemis. And Luray, I think you're going to get some interesting winds, but maybe not a tornado. But Jordan, the tornado's out, warning's out till 11:45, or is it midnight?
I believe it's midnight. Let me double check on Max 2. It is, yes, midnight. If the rotation stays at the rate it's staying, I don't see a reason for them to cancel it. But again, we're also waiting on scans from the next radar scan. Memphis is growing increasingly concerned with this storm in Marshall County, Mississippi, for a possible debris signature. So I'm gonna personally watch this storm with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah, that one looks pretty good on, unfortunately, on the velocity product. And it's got its own environment to work with. So the difference between that one and the storm we have is it's got storms all around it trying to inhibit its ability to produce a tornado. And that's what happened to us earlier when it was our greatest time for tornadoes. We just had so many cells going up that they weren't able to focus themselves to strengthen or produce a tornado, which was really good news that cap was so weak. When there were concerns earlier in the day that the cap would be too strong, that we wouldn't even have any of the cells go up. But once that sun came out, I remember around like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, the sun came out, that just eroded the cap and everything just started to go up after that. So a couple different areas of rotation. This one southwest of Henderson and our other one near Luray. Neither of these look like there's a tornado on the ground to me, but there's definitely some rotation. These are pretty intense storms that are coming through here, and you still do have a tornado warning tag on it. I think if you're 45 on 45, I think you're done with the threat. Looks like it's sitting just east of Bemis right now for where if it did produce a tornado. Again, I think if it was going to, it already would have. So I think we're just going to continue to keep rotation with this. There's nothing east of it that would be more favorable than the environment it's already gone through. So, in my opinion. So, but we'll see. Again, it's southeast of Jackson. It's almost losing some of its glory as it slides through, and it's looking just like a wind threat coming into Luray. So we'll watch down to the south of it. Could be again another area near Tune. We've got a little bit of a notch there. So, but again, if this one didn't produce a tornado with as hard as it was trying, I don't think this individual storm line that's coming through is going to for us tonight. Now that one down in Mississippi, that's a little different. It's got its own environment. It's in a place where they haven't seen any storms yet in a while, so it's pretty unattached. But definitely some rotation here, so we're going to continue to keep an eye on it. There's no way they cancel it. They may extend it after midnight, so definitely keeping an eye on that. I'll get in close on that just for the people that live in that area. Again, if we haven't got your town to pop up. So if there was a Beach Bluff, I think you probably ought to still be in your safe spot in Beach Bluff as it comes through. White Fern, looks like it's going to skirt the northern edge of the watch, or the warning. So White Fern, Crucifer, Blue Goose, maybe Claybrook. You're kind of right on the edge of that. So again, you're seeing a little bit of red finally showing up on the tip of the green, right in the middle of that area of rotation. So we'll keep watching it. It's definitely not tight enough to say that I think it's going to produce a tornado in the next scan or two, but it definitely is worth watching. All right, so looks like we might be trying to get a new scan coming in. Something's happening with the, well, something happened. It looked like it only gave us half the scan and then moved away. So, all right, well, we'll come back to it here in a minute. We do want to look at that southern storm, the one that may have the tornado, confirmed tornado on it. That's this one, northeast now of Holly Springs. You can see it pretty well on the velocity. So this is definitely a more concerning storm than the one that we have right now in West Tennessee. It's got its own little environment, and it is going to track up to the northeast into Hardeman County. Looks like here, probably about 15-20 minutes out till it's in West Tennessee, and there's a chance it's a confirmed tornado by the time it comes in to our area. So we'll kind of get a closer look at that as it's Grand Junction maybe. So some areas that may be in the path of this, if it continues in the same direction, we'll kind of highlight it. Looks like this could be an issue maybe for Middleton. So we'll kind of get closer in on that little box into West Tennessee. Salisbury, Rogers, Springs, Libson, Lacey, you all could, Hornsby, Rose Creek, Bethel Springs maybe if it continues. So definitely need to keep an eye on that one. Look at the difference. See the bright colors on the green and reds, how they're closer together on that storm. Then if you look up to ours, the greens aren't as bright, the reds aren't as bright, and there's no blues mixing on in. So this is a very broad area of rotation for our tornado warning sitting up here to the north. So again, all kinds of flooding concerns going on. Things have finally quieted down in Jackson. I'll show you those winds that were just blowing. I mean, we're still getting a lot of lightning, but those winds that were whipping along the street at like 90 miles an hour, it looked like, although that was a little high, it looks like those have wrapped up. So I think our severe thunderstorm threat is done for in Jackson tonight. We still do have that pretty ugly cell, though, just to the east of Jackson. Let's check back in with meteorologist Jordan Hubbard for a few minutes. Go ahead, Jordan.
We are going to get a downstream tornado warning from this storm near Luray. It's going to go into Henderson. If I had to take my best guess, it's going to include southeastern Carroll, most of Henderson County, northern Decatur County, and southern Benton County, all the way to the river. The storm has shown a couple of scans now in a row that is starting to tighten up again. We've got actually a velocity couplet on it now, but still no discernible drop on the debris tracker. So again, we can't confirm that there's a tornado on the ground, but we also can't really confirm that there's not a tornado on the ground right now.
All right, that's right in the Luray area. That's where the rotation is. You're kind of right in the hole of all that rotation in Luray. Beach Bluff, Blue Goose, I think, is a little bit more concerning on that side of the system. Let me go ahead and flip on the other velocity product that we have. So they're north of Beach Bluff, I think, probably is the most likely area. But again, there's such a large area of rotation. It's kind of difficult to pinpoint exactly where. That's why it's a large tornado warning that they draw. Look at how wide it is. I mean, I don't know why they put it all the way down, include Scotts Hill, but maybe it's because they're not sure. Again, there could be a spin up here. Maybe here, there could be one maybe here. So, you know, it's really trying. That's for sure. This storm it gets an A for effort, but so far it's not produced anything, which is what we want to see. But that new tornado warning is out until 12:30. Does include Carroll, Chester, Decatur, and Henderson counties. Does include you in Lexington, includes you in Parsons, includes you in Scotts Hill. Wildersville maybe too. If you're watching us in Lexington, I know you're now under that tornado warning. Again, nothing we're seeing here says tornado on the ground, but these are some strong winds. It's probably about it's 10 minutes out. It's been, what do they put on for movement? Because it seems like it's been crawling, Jordan. They're calling it 45, but that seems
it seems a little slow, yeah.
So, but I mean, you can look at it as it was coming through Meaden, Pinson. It took a long time to get going through there. That was, Meaden was at 30 minutes, about 25 minutes ago. So Meaden to Luray, we'll look at timing on that. You're 20 miles. So yeah, I guess 45 seems pretty close. So 40 or 45. So again, then if it's at that speed, center of rotation to Lexington. So you're about probably 15 minutes out till it gets into the center, gets into Lexington. So you may want, if you know, there's nothing confirmed on it. There's a lot of rotation. We've been watching the same storm now for about 45 minutes. It looks the same as it did on the radar. A lot of broad rotation. Nothing to show that there's a tornado that's touched down. That being said, if you are in Lexington, you can head to your safe spot if you want to, or you can sit and wait for another couple of scans and see what we see. Because again, there's been no reports of a tornado on the ground on this one yet. That broad rotation, it looks the same as it has over the last 30 minutes. So, and there hasn't been any sort of damage reports. There hasn't been any sort of confirmation of a tornado. I think if one spins up, we're going to be able to know. There's another notch again in Meaden. Look at this one, doing the same thing that the last one did. So, and again, none of these have produced a tornado yet, and it's been trying to for a long time. So, we've got the two notches, the one. Even the notch up north, again, it's almost, look, Jordan, it's like rain wrapped now. We had our notch, and now it's pretty much gone.
Right.
So, and then we've got another notch down there, Silerton. So this area of rotation, this is one of the rarest things I've ever seen. A rain wrapped area of rotation that is not produced a tornado. It's just a large mesocyclone wrapped in rain. And now there's not even an inflow notch, so it's just kind of stuck in there. So just kind of strange situation. But again, we've had a once in a year type storm setup here. So anything I guess is possible tonight. Although so far in West Tennessee we've avoided anything significant, which is great. Unfortunately, some of our neighbors to the west haven't been so lucky. Are you looking at the storm down south into Mississippi?
Yeah, it looks like there's maybe the tiniest drop, because right where I have circled is where the circulation was on the last scan. And if we pull up velocity, the velocity is a little off to the east there, but this is also, this area, the storm's been causing some grief for the National Weather Service in Memphis. But if we look at the debris tracker for this scan, right there in the middle of that circle I drew, there's some lighter colors. Now that's not saying there's a tornado on the ground. There very well could not be, but right where that is, that could be dust being kicked up by a weaker spin up.
All right, so I think that one to the south is going to get a lot more of our attention here once it moves into West Tennessee than this one up north. So, but again, very broad area of rotation, probably some strong winds here, still an inflow notch on it. Again, we'll keep an eye on this other notch down here near Meaden again, as these storms are trying just really hard to rotate. So this one may end up doing the same thing as the one that just came through Meaden 20 minutes ago did. But no reports of any damage, no reports of a tornado along this tornado warning as it's been going through. And it looks less interesting right now than it did 20 minutes ago. You'll see that notch. Look at near Meaden as it came through north of Henderson into Luray, and then all of a sudden recently it's just kind of been wrapped up in some rain. So, but again, will it produce a tornado? It still could for sure. It just at the current moment doesn't doesn't look like it is. So this southern storm, this is now getting very close to West Tennessee. This is south of Grand Junction. The velocity product on it is definitely showing some rotation. It's been going for a good 30-45 minutes now. So, and it's starting to turn to the right almost even. So that's a sign that it may be trying to drop that tornado. So the issue with this one is it is going to move into West Tennessee, and it could be awful close to, let's say, even places like Selmer. It started out at Holly Springs, and it's north of Ashland. So the way we can do that, we go Holly Springs, north of Ashland, and we draw that line, and so that's generally where it's going. So so Selmer, Raymer, heads up on this one. Again, not a confirmed tornado right now, just radar indicated. But the rotation's pretty high. So we're looking at 1237 coming into Raymer and 1243 into Selmer. So we'll get back to that one. I know a lot of people in Lexington, though, are you turn it in, you got your tornado warning gone off on your phone, so want to take another look at that. All right, so our area is coming into Lexington right now. Very broad area of rotation. If there was a spin up trying to get going, it would be right there north of Blue Ray. But I think a lot of this is just some strong gusty winds. Not seeing anything that suggests tornado on the ground here, although I know it's an ugly radar scan, right? You see all the reds, the pinks, and the green mixed on in, all these bright colors. A lot of this is just gusty winds, I think. To find an actual tornado inside this, I think we would need to see some brighter greens showing up. And the greens so far have been relatively mild on the other velocity product. And this one, the reds are mild. So again, a lot of rotation trapped inside. There's rotation trapped inside this rain here, which is coming into Lexington. What is interesting, though, is again, green is winds towards the radar. So in west of Lexington, the winds are blowing to the southeast, all right? But then they're going to come in out of the west as this red area moves on in. So you're going to get a quick transition of the wind direction. You go from one way to the other, which may make you think, oh my God, there's a tornado, right? Because the winds will change direction quickly as this line comes through. So very interesting phenomenon going to come into Lexington here, I think, in about the next 5 minutes. So again, you got the bright greens, you got the reds. So the greens, again, winds towards the radar. Memphis radar's that way. So you got west winds that are moving they're moving from the east to the west. And then these will be west to east as they come on by. But this whole area, again, it's too big of an area. Okay, you always hear us say when the reds and greens come together, right? That's when we can get a tornado. But this would be a tornado that would be like 5 miles wide, and that just doesn't happen, at least on planet Earth. So again, we're watching for closer little areas with the reds and greens, like maybe here in Crucifer, than we are with what's coming into Lexington, maybe down here, Palestine. So those are the areas that we got to watch, not this whole giant area. So again, we'll catch another radar scan here in a minute down in Palestine and Blue Goose. But Lexington right now just looks like you got some strange easterly winds as you got a line of westerly winds approaching from the thunderstorm. So we'll get another scan here in a minute. National Weather Service is still pretty quiet on this. Jordan, they just issued the warning and then kept pretty quiet about it, right?
The northern storm, yes, they've been pretty quiet on. They did issue, they will be issuing a downstream warning for that storm. It includes most of Hardeman County, western and southern McNairy County, and southwestern Chester.
All right, so the Mississippi storm is now warned into West Tennessee. You can see that large area on that. So we'll go ahead and get an update on that one here. I do want to pull up that brand new tornado warning for the storm that we've been watching coming up out of Mississippi. So we'll get to that here. Here is that storm. Pretty classic looking supercell right now. It's got a hail core and a hook echo, and it's got some concern on velocity. So here is our new tornado warning. Elkhorn, Hardeman, Hardeman and McNairy counties here in West Tennessee. It's a small supercell, but it is rotating and packing a punch. So here is the general view of this one. That's the last 30 minutes. We can even go back to the last 45 because it's been trying to rotate here for a while. So closer look at that guy. It's beginning to move right into to West Tennessee. So the velocity on it is pretty impressive. It still does not have a confirmed tag. It's still radar indicated. It almost looks a little better this scan than the previous ones. If we go back in a couple of scans, see those brighter colors that was there once it moved through Holly Springs. So again, maybe this one's not going to produce a tornado either. Look at that second area of rotation though near Hickory Valley. That just popped up too. So we may get a second tornado warning in the same little area. So that's kind of, let's go back to that on the reflectivity and see if that's maybe a second storm trying to catch up behind it, or if that's just side lobe contamination.
I think this is two supercells doing it. We had this issue earlier with two maturing supercells. They started to merge, and essentially they're just trying to compete again. I think one of these is going to eat the other and then merge with the line. So if that's the going trend tonight, that's probably what we can expect here within the next 30 minutes.
Hopefully it eats it up and it stops rotating like the ones that happened to us earlier. So, all right, big area of green showing up in Lexington. This is some rotation trapped inside a rain-wrapped line of thunderstorms. So kind of an interesting little feature here. Doesn't look like a confirmed tornado, but it looks like a scary radar image. If I was a freshman in college and I was taking a meteorology class and they showed me this, I would, and you know, it was a radar test before I've had a lot of experience, I'd have said that's probably a tornado. So again, a very scary looking radar image. But when we've been tracking it now for a while, it's just wrapped in rain. It's just some broad area of rotation. No reports of a tornado with it, but it looks like something you would expect a tornado warning to happen on. But we've been watching it for a while. We're really not seeing it tightening up anywhere. A couple of little spikes here. These are things you got to watch, see what the next scan shows up. When you get some of the more stranger colors showing up, that's when we start to watch things a little closely. A lot of rotation. Can't really pinpoint anywhere in here where there would be a tornado if there was. So again, down here in Meaden, Henderson, there's some strong winds coming through there. But there are two different areas of rotation down in Hickory Valley. Grand Junction look more concerning to me than the one in Lexington, although it's again a scary looking radar scan for sure. It's in the Lexington area, but I don't think there's a tornado on the ground. It looks the same as it has for 30-45 minutes with the storm. But we'll see if that little area there south of Lexington, what we get on the next radar scan with that, where we got that pink kind of spiking up there. So we'll see what that looks like. That's worth at least seeing what the next scan looks like if it goes away or gets any bigger. So we'll see that. We can go back a couple of scans as well. So that may be worth something watching south of Lexington. But I do want to see one more radar scan before we get too excited about it. We should be able to, yeah, we can't really get it on too many radars. So yeah, I don't know. It's getting a little bit concerning compared to any of the other scans we've seen there. So again, this is looks like it's east of Lexington. So you may want to get into your safe spot if you are between Warrens Bluff and Alberton. Looks like if there are East Lexington maybe as it comes on through. Again, I just want to play this safe just in case it does produce a tornado before the next scan comes on out. So that's our most concerning with the last 30 minutes with this cell. So you notice here it did not look like much, okay? But then in the last two scans, we saw some brighter colors show up right along 412. So kind of get in here a ways. Oak Grove Road, heading down through Davis Road, McCall Road, looks like heading over through Bible Grove Road. These are areas that could be impacted by this if it does produce a tornado. Again, definitely more concerning radar scan. I'll put a tracker on this one. We'll move it up to the east here, and that'll kind of give you an idea of some other locations. Anything from the National Weather Service on that last couple of scans, Jordan?
They sent a picture. They just said this, the tornado warned storm in northern Benton County, Mississippi. That's the warning we have for Fayette, Hardeman, Chester, and McNary. Continues to look impressive. And they said they would not be surprised if this storm produces
All right,
soon.
how about anything out of east of Lexington?
They're
still quiet on that?
They're still quiet on that one. They're just they're watching the biggest
so-
storm of the night, I guess.
Okay, I'm still a little concerned about this one, so we'll see what the next scan shows east of Lexington. So, but if you're just north of 412 between Lexington and Darden, I probably wouldn't risk it. I'd probably just get to your safe spot till this passes by. Again, we'll see what the next radar scan shows, but you'll notice the difference, okay, with what you see there from what we saw right there. See, that was very boring. The greens and the reds near Luray, and then even coming into Lexington, but then South Lexington right there now moving east of town, there's some brighter colors showing up on the radar. So we'll go ahead and I don't think we'll see anything on the debris tracker yet. Even if we would, it would have to be another scan or two later, but can't confirm that as far as what we're seeing on the radar. But I definitely want to see another scan on this one. So again, tighten up a little bit east of Lexington. Not saying there's a tornado on the ground, saying there is more rotation though here than we've seen in a while. This is north of Warren's Bluff. Again, if you're along 412 or north of 412 between Warren's Bluff and Darden, I think you need to head into your safe spot right now. Maybe as far north as Alberton. Again, not a confirmed tornado, but more rotation than I'm comfortable with telling people to ride it out. So it could be heading into Hickory Forks, going to be awful close to Parsons as well. So again, this is for the storm that we're watching east of Lexington now. So if there was a tornado with this one, which hasn't produced one in about an hour that it's been rotating, it would be right into that area. So trying to get in here a little closer, north of Warren's Bluff. So we're down here on, again, Davis Road. I live off of a Pleasant Hill Road. There's a Pleasant Hill Road down here too, but that's different. That's east of Lexington. All right, so McCall Road, Bible Grove Road. Again, all right, so it looks like we've got a new scan. All right, so I'm getting more concerned about this one by every scan we get. So again, get into your safe spot if you're east of this. You can see it on a couple different radars now. Again, not saying there's a tornado on the ground. I do not have confirmation of that. But there's definitely enough rotation that I would tell my family if they were in the path of this that they should probably get to their safe spot. That's right here, south of Alberton and Warren's Bluff. This storm is going to move to the northeast a little bit. So again, we'll pull up some other communities. If you see your community here, Reed School, Pin Oak Elementary, Midway School, Pleasant Hill School, Hickory Forks, if you live in those neighborhoods, probably want to get to your safe spot. Again, that's Reed School, Bible Grove Church, Midway School, Sulphur Springs Church. So, and then coming downstream a little bit further, Jeanette, Cosette, Pine View, Blue Sky if it continues. So there's rotation right on top of Reed School right now. So see that? So definitely, I mean, we can see it on two different radar systems. So again, I would be in my safe spot if I was to the if this was me. So again, we're right on at Alberton right now. We're getting range folded here when we're switching to another radar. So let me get rid of that one because we're just getting horrible waste of time when you're they do this range folding with the radar. So okay, and that's out of, I think the radar is Fort Campbell, Kentucky. That's doing that. Maybe Paducah. No, it's it's not Jackson, so I don't, what is that, Nashville, Columbus? All right, so we're also getting the range folding, I guess, on the Memphis radar. So that's, man, not, all right, so we'll hopefully get a clearer radar scan here in a minute from the National Weather Service, but we don't have one right now. So again, if you're still into that area, I'll go back a couple radar scans before we were dealing with that, so at least we can have an idea of what we're looking at. So again, northeast of Lexington right now, or east. Jordan, are you getting any better luck on your system, or are you also getting range folded?
I'm getting range folded, and it's just out of the reach of Camden's radar. I can say if I zoom out a little bit, it's a little clearer to see, but it's right in the middle of that range folding from Fort Campbell and Memphis and Paducah.
Yeah, all three of them are. I guess that's why we have our radar out of Camden, is because there's some dead spots with our radar coverage here in West Tennessee, but it's just out of our view of Camden. We're not really seeing much of an inflow notch on the reflectivity, so all the rotation that we're seeing is on the velocity product here. So we should get some new radar scans here coming up, but all these are under the range fold, but it's northeast of Lexington right now. So I guess that the National Weather Service offices are all quiet is a good thing. That they're not saying that they think that there could be a tornado on the ground. I still don't like that much rotation there as it's moving up to the northeast. So the Memphis radar is cutting us off here because I think they're trying to get a better look at that storm than the one northeast of Lexington. But we're going to keep a very close eye on it. We should get a new radar scan here, hopefully, that we're able to see that. And then our Camden radar is getting awful close to that as well. But a tornado warning, just radar indicated. But definitely showing some signs of rotation still as it moves northeast of Lexington. So, all right, I'm gonna see if I can get our other radar to show up. Yeah, it's just now starting to show up on the Camden radar, coming up there. That's that area northeast of Lexington. So. Out of Alberton, so maybe we'll get a better view of it here in the next scan or two. Anything showing up on the debris? I see that that is a debris.
This is farther upwind.
Okay, yeah, that looks like confirmed.
This will be later on in the evening for us, but that is a soon-to-be radar-confirmed tornado near Crenshaw, Mississippi. But for right now, Fayette County, you've been trimmed out of both tornado warnings. Extreme southwestern Hardeman County is out of the warning. So Grand Junction, you've been cut out of the warning.
All right, I want to keep staying on this Lexington storm here, but the radar that we're getting it's not very good. So I'm going to see if I can catch this maybe on a different radar software that tries to go around the National Weather Service, but it's probably still going to have the same thing because it may seem like we get our radars right all from a bunch of locations, but the majority of radars that are used by TV come from the National Weather Service. So including besides the one that we have out of Camden. So looking at the storm here in Lexington, it's definitely still rotating, but it doesn't look like that. We're on the ground here, so we should be able to. There's the latest view of it that we got. Yeah, I'm also even on this radar program that I pay for on my phone. It's still getting the range folding there. So I hope the National Weather Service fixes that here real soon. There's a look at our rotation with that. It's northeast of Lexington, heading into New Safford. Again, there's definitely some rotation. I think if there was a tornado on the ground, we would have heard something about it by now. But there is our area that is rotating between Waldersville and Darden, and it's moving up to the northeast. So that's where our little area of rotation is. Still kind of right on the edge of that range folded area. All right, there we got another look at it now from a different radar, and it's definitely rotating. So it's if you're watching us in Alberton, I think it's past you now, but I'll go back a couple scans on this. It went through Lexington, so Holiday maybe it's moving pretty much due northeast, because it went right through center through Lexington. So we're coming in this general area. So I think it's going to be close to Holiday. We'll kind of zoom in there, and then we'll get an update on Jordan with that southern storm. But I did want to kind of scroll through here and make sure that Yellow Springs, Chaseville, Holiday, Coxburg, Eagle Creek, all going to be very close to this this potential tornado, which is just radar indicated rotation right now. But all right, there's I think they're going to do something about it. So we'll see what they're saying. Jordan, anything out of chat on this one?
They've trimmed Chester and Madison out of that warning. We've got chaser confirmation of a tornado on the ground northwest or north of Walnut, Mississippi.
Okay.
So that would be, I believe that is going to be the farther away storm from us. But I can't confirm that right now. Oh no, that's ours. That's coming. That's going to be coming towards Middleton here very soon.
All right, that's not the storm in Lexington that we've been talking about. It's one little bit further to the south that is going into Hardeman and McNairy County that we've been watching for a while. So we'll get to that one here in a second. Do want to get this one more time. Again, there's plenty of rotation. National Weather Service doesn't seem to be super concerned about this one, which is in northeastern Henderson County. But I still see plenty of rotation. That's going to move over into Yellow Springs, Sugar Tree. It's near Alberton, New Safford. So if I know it's a long ways away from the radar, but there's plenty of rotation there. So if you're not in your safe spot, if you're northeast of that, I would probably get there. All right, we're going to talk now about our new confirmed tornado, which is this one down south here. This one is near Middleton right now. If you're in Middleton, you need to get in your safe spot immediately. This is weather spotters confirmed this tornado. So it wasn't confirmed by radar. It wasn't confirmed. Supposedly there's some storm spotters in Middleton who says there is a tornado on the ground right now with this storm. So Jordan, why don't you take a quick update on that on Max 2, and I'll get back to Max 1 in a minute.
All right, so we've got a spotted tornado moving. The whole storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Damaging tornado confirmed by spotters, as well as 2-inch hail. We're going to get a track on this for you very quickly. We're going to take the whole rotation and go northeast. We're going to track it out for 45 minutes for now. Just because I'm so zoomed in. But we're going to give you this list of towns. Brownfield by 12:21, Middleton 12:24, Pocahontas 12:29, Falcon at 12:44, Selmer at 12:46. That does include McNairy County General Hospital. Purdy at 12:52, Old Lawton at 12:55, Hickory Flats at 12:58, and Adamsville at 1:01 on its current track.
All right, it looks like Selmer, it could be close to Savannah as well if it continues to rotate as it gets a little closer. So again, that is a confirmed tornado by storm spotters. It's in the Middleton area right now. So some of the communities that are next up in line on Max 1 are Poor. Again, Pocahontas. I'm just do this the easy way. I'm going to draw a line with our line tool, tracking it, and then we'll see who's along that line. So it started, again, down near Holly Springs through Middleton. So here's the general direction it's going. So let's get in on our line here. So we're Middleton, looks like Poor, just between Pocahontas and Lacey. Looks like very close to Selmer, Raymer, Ceres. So along this itself, it looks like I'm not seeing really any. Pocahontas is going to be very close to you, and then Poor. So it looks like it's a pretty rural area between Middleton and Selmer. So again, it's going to be tracking through north of 57, and then eventually towards Selmer. So if you're watching us in Selmer, How fast did you say it was moving, Jordan?
Northeast at 50.
All right, so if it's moving at 50 miles an hour, center of rotation is 18 miles away, so that's about 20 minutes, 20, 25 minutes you have till it gets there in Selmer. So heads up on that. So got some time, keep an eye on it for about another 10, 15 minutes, then you need to make your decision. If it's still on the ground, you need to get to your shelter. If it's lifted, then we'll keep a close eye on it. All right, our northern little tornado warning still got some rotation in it. So kind of want to re-rack things here, Jordan. So let's let Jordan do an update here on 2 on that storm, and I'll be back on 1 here.
All right, Middleton, you need to be in your safe spot as fast as you can. Memphis is anticipating this is going to come very close to the town of Middleton. Poor as well. Maybe the next, we'll go, actually, let's go street level on this if we can. There may not be that many streets down here. I'm looking at the satellite imagery underneath the radar, and it's very hilly, very farmlandy. But we can zoom in closer. Highway 57 near Highway 125 coming into Middleton. But we'll go farther upstream here. I don't think we have any roads coming into there. Poor. Also, you need to be in your safe spot. It does look like we're gonna. I'm actually gonna pop up the debris tracker. It's not there yet, but I'd be vigilant. Get in your safe spot as fast as you can. Helmets, mattresses, pillows, blankets, whatever you can to cover yourself, folks. This is going to be a very, very close call for some of these places. But we're going to do this street by street as this tornado, this confirmed tornado, moves through parts of Tennessee.
All right, so again, it is into Hardeman County right now. It will be approaching McNairy County. It'll be very close to Hardin and Chester County, which are counties we cover here at WBBJ in full. So Parsons to Holiday, I still want to do one more update on that northern storm. It is still rotating. It still looks like it could be an issue. But right now it's not confirmed. So we're going to focus most of our time on the confirmed tornado, but we do not want to forget about you folks either there that we're dealing with in the Holiday area. So definitely some rotation there, but no tornado on the ground. So we'll get back to that here in a minute. But our southern storm is being confirmed with a tornado on the ground. We've been watching it for a while. Looks like it's starting to develop a hail core as well in the Middleton area. So there is a look at that. That is out till 12:45. It's got a very prolonged notch there. It looks like it is now past Middleton. Looks like it's southeast of Lacey, between Lacey and Pocahontas. Here's where the tornado would be on this one. It would be right here. So that's where the tornado would be if there was one, which storm spotters said there was. So we're going to take their word for it, as the National Weather Service said there is as well. So we've also got the rotation is not great, but it's definitely rotating. And if someone spotted it on the ground, that's definitely a concern. So you'll notice it is tracking to the northeast. If it continues, it will be very close to Selmer as it comes through. It's a little storm, by the way. It's a little supercell that is rotating really good. And we believe it did spin up a tornado just southwest of Middleton, according to storm spotters. But it may have even lost a little bit of its rotation, but it's kind of out here on its own. So I think this one is going to try to continue a little bit as it tracks off to the east. It's got some stuff to the north and well to the west of it, but it's kind of got its own little atmosphere here. And you notice this other storm is breaking up to the north, moving away from it. So the more it moves away from it, the more this one's going to allow it to do its own thing. So if you're watching us in Selmer and Savannah, we need to watch this one very closely over the next 15 to 20 minutes or so as it comes on by. I think it's past Middleton now, so the rotation would be right here between Lacey and Pocahontas. It will stay north of Highway 57. So if you're on 57, I think even here, I think it's going to stay just north of you as it is tracking to the northeast. But there's our area of rotation with this tornado, which was spotted by a storm spotter or by somebody that supposedly knows what they're doing, according to the National Weather Service. So we're definitely going to take their word for it. There's a secondary area of spin here up near Hornsby that's tracking to the northeast. This one may end up getting a tornado warning as well. It's getting close to Henderson. I think we need to watch that. It does not look as bright though as this one. You notice the one to the south. The colors are a lot brighter, but there is a little weak supercell tracking up to the north here as well near Hornsby. So there's the line that it's been tracking. Straight line, right? Selmer, you're right in the path. Savannah, maybe West Savannah, you're going to be very close to this as well. So that's what we're going to be watching. As far as the confirmation, it's still pink, which still means that it has been confirmed. Jordan, what are you seeing on that one? Are you looking at the Lexington
I'm actually
storm?
seeing, we just got a new tornado warning for Benton and Decatur County. This is an extension of that rotation we've been watching in Lexington, but for our storm down to the south, I haven't seen anything new. Nashville actually just extended that over into Humphreys County, into Middle Tennessee. But to keep an eye on the rotation, it's on the Hardeman County, McNairy County line, south of Highway 64. On its current track, we'll get track on it. Looks like it's going this direction right about here. So it looks like it would pass between Selmer and Bethel Springs, right along Highway 45. So if you're near, if you're in Selmer, Bethel Springs, we'll zoom in and get some other McNairy County communities. Falcon, Rose Creek, get in your safe spot. We've got I'm not so sure it's still on the ground, but it's still rotating enough to say it very much could still be on the ground. There's not much in the way of a debris signature on the CC, but there's still very clearly very tight inflow notch. In fact, they just dropped an update on that warning. Let's see what that is. So they are, that's not where I thought I saw that, but give me just a second. We'll click on this with the query, and it's still tagged for 2-inch hail and a weather spotter confirmed tornado. Still claims a tornado is on the ground, although we can't confirm that with radar. Spotters on the ground can in fact confirm that for us. But right now the area of circulation just to the north of Pocahontas, it's riding the county line right now between Hardeman and McNairy counties, still on track to go between Rose Creek, Selmer, and Bethel Springs, somewhere between where Highway 64 and Highway 45 meet. Purdy, I would get in your safe space. Leapwood, Falcon, Adamsville, Gilchrist, 40 Forks, you might be a little far north, but probably could get some gnarly hail out of this. Remember, 2 inches, that is about the size of a chicken's egg.
All right, back to one. I do want to update you on both of our tornado warnings. We have that new one which is issued. So Lexington, all of Henderson County, you're no longer under that tornado warning. So maybe that area of rotation that we were watching really closely, maybe it never touched down. Maybe it did. We'll find out. We haven't heard any sort of damage reports, but there's still rotation right in the Parsons area right now. It is pretty broad, but there's rotation in Parsons. You are under a tornado warning. This is the area that's most concerning to me. Looks like heading into the Cozette area right along 641. You may want to get in your safe spot if you're east of Cozette to the Tennessee River, but this is going to be moving out of our viewing area. You notice the Tennessee River here. So this will be out of our area and become the Weather Service, or the Nashville Weather Service, as well as Nashville TV's concern once it gets north of Parsons. But we are watching it. It's north of Parsons. It'll move through northern sections of the county before heading over into the Tennessee River. Definitely rotation, not enough that I think there's a tornado on the ground, but we've been watching this area of rotation for a while. And here's the main area of concern. If there was a tornado, it would try to develop here, so you need to be in your safe spot if you're in those communities that are east for probably another 10 minutes or so. We've got a lot of different radars trying to look at it that are giving us bad images, but let's get down to our southern storm. Supposedly a storm spotter still on this, and they say that there's still a tornado on the ground. We've got a brand new, looks like a tornado warning issued for this, which is going to include Selmer, Adamsville, and it looks like Savannah now. So Jordan's going to get us the information on that, but there is a look at our little supercell thunderstorm. Very impressive inflow notch on it, and it's getting very close to Selmer. If you're in Selmer now, it's probably about the time I would be heading to my safe spot and getting things ready if you're in Selmer. Very likely that there's a tornado here. Again, someone is still supposedly watching it, and it looks pretty impressive on the last couple radar scans we've had east of Middleton. So it is going to track up. You notice the general direction. It's coming right into Selmer. If you're in Selmer, you probably got about 10 minutes till this storm gets here. This is the, look, I drew this line. You can see it. Okay, this is where it's been going the entire time, which will put it right through Selmer, close to Savannah. You're under a tornado warning in Savannah as well as most of Hardin County for this storm. Probably is going to impact some areas in and around Selmer. We'll go back to the debris product. We haven't really seen anything show up yet on the debris tracker that I'm aware of. So I guess that's the only bit of good news is it may be a weak tornado and it's not kicking up debris very high, which is definitely a possibility because it's this little supercell thunderstorm. So the verbiage on this one is that it is a brand new tornado warning for a confirmed tornado until 1:30 p.m. That's an hour. Moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. Again, it does include most of McNairy and Hardin County. Again, this was confirmed by a weather spotter, has confirmed this as a tornado. Jordan, what do you got?
The wording is they're very certain that there is a strong tornado on the ground in Memphis. The National Weather Service is pretty suggestive of that with what their wording is in chat. We're starting to see this donut starting to take a shape with this newest scan. Yeah. We've almost got a full circle wrapping around that area of circulation. So Selmer, you are running out of time. You need to be in your safe space along with Bethel Springs, farther downstream, Adamsville, Morris Chapel, Box Elder, Purdy, Holtzville in Hardin County, Crump, I would take shelter, Saltillo, Cerro Gordo, Bucktown, Havana, all the way to the Tennessee River. If you are in this polygon, this is the most serious storm of the night, folks. Take this one. This one's the one you need to take seriously. Yes,
heading right into McNairy County. There, look at that hook echo. That's about as classic as it gets. There is definitely a tornado on the ground from what we're seeing here on the radar. It is tracking to the northeast. I'm going to get inside here and give you some other town names that definitely you need to take shelter. But Selmer, you need to go now. Do not hesitate any longer. If you're in Selmer, you need to be in your safe spot. So here's where we think the tornado is, and here's where we think it's going. So Adamsville, Morris Chapel, Crump. So there's a look at the communities that are in the path of this. That does include Purdy, Old Lawton, Gilchrist, Adamsville, Morris Chapel. So we'll get in here closer, right at the center of rotation. So it's right there. It's going to come in Selmer Elementary School. It's going to be very close to this. Rose Creek over 64, Bethel Springs, it's going to be very close to you. Falcon, going to be very close to you. So again, right down here in the middle, see if we can get even some street names to show up here. I'm not sure we have street name coverage down into McNairy County, but obviously Rose Creek, Falcon, Bethel Springs, Purdy, Old Lawton, Gilchrist, Adamsville High School, Adamsville, Morris Chapel, and then if it continues down the road. So tornado is on the ground south of 64, heading right into Selmer right now. As far as the debris tracker, we're still not seeing that yet. Anything showing up on the debris, but we're waiting for that any scan now. Sometimes the debris tracker is difficult to see, especially when you get a ways away from the radar, but we're not seeing anything showing up there yet. But very classic signs of a tornado with this storm. Jordan, you agree with me? You're not seeing anything on the debris yet?
Not yet, but it's showing signs that it's picking up smaller things. We're starting to see a lot of green start to move into that part of the hook where we would expect the tornado to be. Of course, we're not really certain until we start seeing blues, blacks, whites on that debris tracker. But again, any kind of change in color right in that circulation is going to be something we're going to keep a very sharp eye on, because this is confirmed. It's on the ground. We know it's there, but again, the radar is just not doing us any favors helping us spot it. but we're watching this very closely.
Yeah, so I mean, you can see it on the velocity pretty well where the rotation is. It's just west of Selmer. That is in this, so this is where the rotation is. Again, and it's heading right into Selmer right now. We can get a couple other looks at different radar product on it. So it's been racing towards Selmer. So there's no doubt that it is coming through the town of Selmer. So, and I think once it does, then we'll see if there's some debris, unfortunately, associated with it as it comes into a populated area like Selmer. If you're watching us in Selmer, you need to head to your safe spot immediately as we're watching this tornado, which is confirmed and on the ground heading right into Selmer.
They're going pink with the next downwind warning. We've got that's the next step up. We'll give you the wording on that, Joel, real quick.
Yeah, this is what they issue before a tornado emergency. So this is the 3rd out of 4 level on a tornado. They are calling this a particular dangerous situation. Weather spotters confirm tornado. So
they've also upped the hail size to baseballs.
All right, so baseball size hail. Selmer, please, safe spot immediately. And if you are in Savannah, it's time, Adamsville, it's time for you to get the kids up and get ready to go to where you need to go. You got probably about 10, 15 minutes till it's in Savannah, maybe 10 minutes tops till it's in Adamsville. So you need to get the family members up. If you are in Selmer, you need to be there already. But if you're watching us in Adamsville, it may pass just north of you in Savannah, but I think a better chance it goes through Adamsville or Morris Chapel. So we can kind of go back on, so it looks like maybe it's a little bit further north than where I have that line. So let's try to draw that out again. Maybe it is moving a tad bit to the north now. So we're right through there, Selmer. So yeah, I think it probably goes just north of Savannah, but it's going to be really close. So right along this this stick here north. So Purdy, Old Lawton, you need to be in your safe spot. Gilcrest, Purdy, Adamsville, probably need to get there soon. Box Elder, south of Morris Chapel, and north of Savannah. So that's the latest on this tornado warning. So this is what we have. We've got a rotating little supercell that is now right into the Savannah area, and it is tracking to the northeast pretty quickly, around 50 miles an hour. We started out with a tornado warning, then we've got the confirmed tornado, which is the pink, and now we've got the particular dangerous situation tornado. If it goes to black, that's a tornado emergency. I think they are waiting to see what happens as far as the debris. It really hasn't picked up any debris yet, so we'll see what they decide to do as it comes into Selmer, Bethel Springs right now, where you need to be into your safe spot in those communities. And then again, it's going to ride right up the highway there. Should stay just north. I believe that is Highway 64. I think the center of rotation stays just north of 64 as it comes on through, tracking over right through the Purdy area. So here's the latest on the rotation. It is coming into Selmer right now. This, you need to be, again, Selmer, it's too late probably for you to not get in your safe spot. It is right on top of you in Selmer. So it looks like maybe areas just west and north of town, maybe drifting just north of Falcon, but there is a pretty ugly situation coming into Selmer right now. So get away, if you're in Selmer, get away from windows, get to your basement, make sure that you get, take your cell phone with you if you're in the path of this storm, by the way. Make sure that you can get our coverage on our Facebook page, probably the fastest for you, that's WBBJ News. You can also get our coverage on our app, but it's fastest on Facebook, YouTube. Look it up on your phone as you're going to want to get to your safe spot, get away from a TV, unless you can hear your TV in your safe spot. But this is coming on in right into Selmer currently. You should know a plan right now. We've been talking about this for a week. So get your plan in order and get to your safe spot as the storm is coming on in. Again, try to relax. If you got to get up the kids, try not to panic, but you need to get to your safe spot as this storm comes on in. Jordan?
We've got another affirmation, same spotter. Tornado is on the ground in McNairy County, 3 to 4 miles west-southwest of Selmer. you are almost out of time. If it's moving at 55 miles per hour, it's going to be on top of you in 3 minutes or less. So let's get it's go time, folks. Falcon, it should pass to your north, but still head to your safe space. Bethel Springs, Purdy, Old Lawton, Hickory Flats, Adamsville. You've still got time. Go take your safe spot now. We can zoom in. This is going to pass very close to the 45-64 interchange on the west side of Selmer.
Jordan, what do you think on the debris product? You think that's anything there?
I think it's yeah, that Memphis is confirming that's a tornado debris signature.
Yeah, I think so, right there. So again, tornado is on the ground, lifting debris, heading into Selmer immediately. So Selmer, you need to be in your safe spot right now. If you're down path of this storm, oh, there it is. Please, Selmer, safe spot right now. This storm is on top of you. There is a tornado on the ground moving into Selmer. So it's right on 45-64, right where those two roads go together. It is going to continue to track to the northeast into Purdy. Purdy, safe spot now. Bethel Springs, it may stay just south of you, but I'd get in my safe spot anyway. Old Lawton, Hickory Flats, Leapwood, Adamsville, this is coming your way. You got about 5 minutes maybe in Adamsville before, so get the kids up, get to your safe spot, get ahead of this thing, get us pulled up, our live feed pulled up on Facebook, get our live feed pulled up on YouTube if you can. Get the blankets, get the helmets, get to the safe spot, get to the shelter if you got one. This storm is coming, it is on the ground, confirmed tornado, running right into Selmer right now. So here is a look at the picture is pretty clear. That's an obvious tornado that's in the Selmer area. It may be just north of Selmer where the actual tornado is. It depends on how big the tornado is, but we're looking at maybe 1.5 miles north of Selmer proper. So North Selmer is definitely, I'd say, more concerning than if you're in South Selmer right now. But again, it all depends on how big that tornado is. So again, we're starting to get that donut. It's probably rain wrapped right now, so we may even lose our spotter who was able to see it because the tornado is right here. So it's probably wrapped up in rain currently. So the spotter was probably right here watching it. Okay, but now he might not be able to see it because it's got that rain wrap going around it. So, but we don't need the spotter anymore to confirm it because we can see it on the debris product, which is going into Selmer right now. So confirmed tornado, looks like passing just northwest of Selmer. So again, if you're southeast of Selmer, you might miss out on this, but if you're northwest, it's going to be rough. So please get to your safe spot. Again, if you're in the Selmer area, there's still a debris signature as this moves into town right now. Go ahead, Jordan. What are they saying?
Oh, we've got debris lofted up to 20,000 feet, folks. If you are north of Highway 64, you need to be in your safe spot. Purdy, Old Lawton, Gilchrist, I'd take shelter even though you're on the south side of the highway. Adamsville. Leapwood, probably going to get some hail here in the next several minutes. We'll zoom in even closer. No more time. Hickory Flats, you as well. Morris Chapel, again, Holtzville, Box Elder, all these towns in McNairy, Hardin County. It's on its way. It's moving 50 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour. It's going to be there within the hour. We don't have any extra info from the National Weather Service in Memphis, but this is about as serious as it gets.
Yes, be surprised if we don't see an upgrade to a tornado emergency if it continues to look like this. There's a look at timing through Purdy, Old Lawton, Hickory Flats. If it continues, it may be Adamsville that gets the tornado emergency, by the way. So this is Selmer. That is debris. That's what we look for our debris tracker. That's the Selmer just took a direct hit from a tornado. Areas just northwest of Selmer. It is going to track up to the northeast into Old Lawton. Here's a few of the other communities, but this is the general direction that it is moving, folks. So again, I think Savannah, it's going to be very close. I think it stays just north of you, but it may turn right, not likely. So you need to watch us very closely in Savannah with this situation, because again, this may end up being very close to you, especially if you live north of town. So again, we'll go back to the latest radar images we have. We've got a donut right now over Selmer. So it is a rain-wrapped tornado just past, I think, to the north of town. Between Bethel Springs and Selmer is where the, I believe the actual tornado is right where that hole is. It's coming right into Purdy. Purdy, it is on top of you. If you're in Purdy, the tornado is there. So it may pass just north of Old Lawton. It's going to be very close to Leapwood. But the tornado is coming right into Purdy right now. So, Jordan, I'm going to look at a different map structure, a thing that I have that I might be able to give some other communities that aren't showing up on our map. So why don't you take over real quick on 2.
Gotcha. I'm going to pull up, I'm going to show you what's called gate-to-gate shear. I'm going to click on 2 pixels going in different directions, and they're going to show you 2 different numbers. Now, 85 miles per hour inbound, 19 miles per hour outbound. That is over 100 miles per hour. That's about 105 miles per hour, 104 miles per hour, and that's elevated. We are looking, this shot is from the Columbus Air Force Base radar in Mississippi. This at least has 104 mile per hour winds on it. So folks, that is a strong tornado, to say the very least. But we're not going to put an EF rating on it, but that is power from roughly 150, no, not 150, but maybe 100 miles away from the radar, and it's that clear, that strong, that high up in the sky. We're going to keep a very close eye on this. Again, Adamsville, you need to be in. It's go time, Adamsville. Crump as well.
Storm is going to be very close to Adamsville here in a few minutes. It probably is going to pass just north of the Robert Sipley Airport. Carroll Trucking Regional Services along Gann Road in Purdy, close to Purdy Wright Cemetery, K&G Landscape, heading for Old Stage Road. And again, as it moves eastward, it is going to be very close to Adamsville. Adamsville could be a direct hit. It may pass just north of Adamsville, but for the most part, we think it's going to cruise just north of 64. It's going to be very close to Robert Sipley Airport here in the next few minutes. So there's a look at the tornado again. It looks like it's rain wrapped now. Anything new from the National Weather Service, Jordan, as far as maybe upgrading this to a tornado emergency?
Not yet. The upwind storm that's about to cross into Fayette County, West Tennessee, is also confirmed on the ground, but nothing concerning our current PDS warning. Nothing yet. Okay,
it's again riding just a few miles north of 64. We can put on our tool here. It is 3 miles north of 64. Okay, so we just got a new scan. Right, it's right in the Purdy area right now, which is again just north of 64. So it may pass just north of Adamsville, but if you live on Old Stage Road, it is going to ride up Old Stage Road east of Purdy and then cross 224. Again, Adamsville, I wouldn't take any chances, but it's going to be real close. It may just miss you to the north, but it's going to be extremely close. So I wouldn't take any chances if I was in Adamsville. I'd be in my safe spot right now, especially if you're north of town at all with this cell. So here is the latest on the rotation. It's been spinning for a while, starting to get a little bit of range folding. Yeah. So again, Adamsville, I wouldn't risk it. For some of the lower rotation looks like it may move right into your area. So Adamsville, even if you're south of town, get into your safe spot right now. You only got a couple of minutes till it shows up. Morris Chapel, it's going to be very close to you, may pass just south of you. Yeah, if Adamsville's north of 64, like I think it is, this is going to hit maybe some of the places that got hit with the tornado a few years ago. It's going to be very close to that. I know a lot of people have PTSD from that one. but this one's going to be very close again into the Adamsville. Box Elder, Crump, and again Savannah, it's going to be very close to Savannah as well. So
we've got another reaffirmation. They're calling it a wedge tornado now. So folks, not only is it on its way, it's big. We can just take the velocity scan alone with our ruler. Again, it's not 5 miles wide, but again, it's a very wide circulation, yes, but we'll zoom in a little closer here, near Purdy.
So it looks like it tried to, here's the line I drew earlier, Jordan. If you look, it's almost like it's trying to turn maybe a little bit left and go north. So that's the only thing that may save you guys in Savannah, or maybe even Adamsville, is if it gets stronger and begins to move to the north. So, but again, no reason to risk this. If you're in Adamsville, it's going to be a close call. Very close. Hickory Flats, Old Lawton, Morris Chapel, Leapwood. There's no reason to even think about risking it. That is still debris. See this right here on the Max 1? This is still debris from the tornado that went through sections of Selmer. So again, I'll go ahead and give you this. We'll do a 15-minute scan here on this. This will show us where the debris is tracking, and it looks like it's going to be very close to coming into Adamsville again. So Adamsville, safe spot immediately, especially, yeah, because Adamsville looks like it's north. I thought it was right on 64. If it's north of 64 at all, this is going to be very close. Please get in your safe spot in Adamsville. If they haven't got the kids up yet, do it immediately. Try to be calm, get to your safe spot, get to your shelter if you have one. This storm is still on the ground. Again, a National Weather Service is calling this a wedge large tornado, which means this is likely at minimum an EF3 tornado with winds up to probably 160 or higher miles an hour. That is coming on in. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get out of it and get to the safe shelter if there is one in your mobile home community. If you do live in a place that has a storm shelter, get to the storm shelter immediately if you're Adamsville or anywhere in the path of this storm as it continues to come on in. Again, Savannah, you notice you're down here. I think it stays just north of you, but it is going to be so close that you need to stay with us here for at least the next 10 minutes or so. We'll continue to track where we think the center of this is going, but you can clearly see where the debris was lifted in Savannah, and it's going to be very close to Adamsville, if not going right through Adamsville. So please, if you're in the Adamsville area, there's no more time to wait. Take this seriously. This is no joke. Jordan?
I'm just waiting on an update from the National Weather Service, but again, folks, it's not looking good. It's about, we can give you, we'll put a ruler to it. It's about 5 miles from Highway 22. That puts it about 5 miles from Adamsville. Looks like it's gonna miss Old Lawton, Gilchrist to the north. But again, folks, this is not one to play around with. I don't like looking at that velocity signature, debris signature. And there's a donut on reflectivity, folks. We've had struggles finding rotation all night, and now we have it right in front of us, and it's even harder to look at. Folks, just take this one seriously.
Yeah, this storm is the type that can take your life if you don't respect it. So you need to do what your tornado plan is, and that we've been telling you to worry about, to get it planned, to get it set with you and your kids all week. We've been telling you, so that plan that you have, you need to put it into its go time in the plan. If you're Evansville or Adamsville, looks like it's going to stay past just north of Hickory Flats, but here is where the tornado is located with this storm. It's right here, okay? And it's going to track very close to Adamsville. It may pass slightly to the north of Adamsville, but if it does, it won't be much, and it all depends on how big it is. If it's a half mile wide, it will still hit you in Adamsville, even if it passes a mile to the north. So again, or may go 1 mile north of Adamsville. But if it's a wedge tornado, there's a chance it's coming right into areas in Adamsville as well. But if you are north at all of Adamsville, this is coming, folks. I'm sorry, but it's on the way, and it's going to be there in the next couple of minutes. So again, please take take your phone with you to the safe spot. You can watch us on WBBJ Facebook page. Just go to WBBJ News. You can pull up and watch our live coverage there as we continue to track this storm. Again, some other communities that I'm trying to get to pop up north of Adamsville. Right, it's going to pass right along Highway 69, Coffee Landing Road, Sibley maybe, Morris Chapel. It's going to be real close to Morris Chapel. It may pass just south of Morris Chapel, but Holtzville, Hooker's Bend, Cerro Gordo, these are all places that it's going to get very close to. So again, those are some other communities that are next up in line as it's coming into Adamsville within the next couple of minutes. So I think the thing that shows it the best is the debris tracker, because that's where you can really see where that debris is being lofted, unfortunately, and it's right there coming into Adamsville. Hickory Flats, it's coming in. It may pass just north of you. There's a chance the debris ball is a little south of the tornado, just due to the counterclockwise rotation of the debris that gets sucked in the tornado. But again, Adamsville to Morris Chapel, it's there. So it's going to stay, we think, just north of 64. North of Crump and probably north of Savannah, but if you live a couple miles north of Savannah, this could be a problem for you as well. So again, tornado on the ground heading into Adamsville. It did go through Selmer. Are you getting any reports of damage from Selmer out of the chat? From their emergency management people?
I'm seeing reports of damage from the storm to the south of Memphis, but nothing from Selmer, nothing from McNairy County, nothing from even when it was in Mississippi, or even when this storm was in Mississippi. It's been rather quiet on the report front, other than the fact that it's been spotter certified.
All right. Well, maybe hopefully people didn't lose power and they're still lose cell coverage and they're still able to get this. But there's a tornado right there. The last couple of scans look good, Jordan, on the debris. They look like there's less debris. So maybe there's an outside chance that it's lifting as it gets to Adamsville. I mean, there's still debris there, but it was, much bigger that you see there on Max 1 through Old Lawton, Hickory Flats, than as it's coming into Adamsville. So, I mean, that's not a guarantee, but that's a good sign that the debris ball looks smaller than it did as it went through Old Lawton and Purdy. So, but it's still quite evident on the velocity that this is probably where the tornado is. I'll circle it for you right here. I think it's just north of Adamsville, and maybe 2 miles north of Adamsville is where the actual tornado is. But again, it depends on how big it is. The radar's not perfect. It gives you a general idea of where it's at. Again, very close to Morris Chapel. I think Holtzville, you are in the path of this. Box Elder, it's going to be real close. I wouldn't take any chances. Bucktown, Cerro Gordo, Swift, Havana could be coming your way. It's going to be very close to Crow, Texas, Clifton, and when we get over here to Savannah, I think it's going to pass just north of Savannah, but I know there's people that live north of Savannah, so a few miles. Coffee Landing Road, it's going to pass right over Coffee Landing Road. Jordan, anything new from the National Weather Service?
They've updated the tornado warning, the PDS, but they've only trimmed out. They trimmed Selmer out, Stantonville's out, but other than that, Hardin County EMA has lost internet, so they're completely in the dark in Savannah, aside from us.
All right, so that's why we're not getting anything into chat. They don't, but hopefully they still have internet and TV and they can pull up WBBJ. So I think we're looking at maybe taking a hit from this. Ripley Enterprises, maybe Spirit, Truth, Christian Assembly, Pentecostal, heading up North Maple Street. Maybe as far north as Mud Creek. I think Mud Creek is a little north of where the tornado went. But heading over from Maple Street, looks like Holly Creek, are right there off 69. Hillbilly's Wing Shack, it's going to be very close to Hillbilly's Wing Shack. It may pass just north of that on 69. It's pretty rural once you get north of 69 there on, so again, once you get up around the Beeson Drive area, it's pretty rural. We're getting over to the old Union Cemetery. Final Touch could be in the path of this between Coffee Landing and Glendale Road. Tornado is going to pass very close to those places in the next few minutes. So there's where it's at, still confirmed tornado north of Adamsville in just south of Morris Chapel. It's a close call to you. It may be impacting areas in South Morris Chapel. Again, I keep showing this line that we drew. We'll do it again with the 1 hour time lapse, so we can try to see if it's moving at all or if it's still going straight. You know, the way it's going, it's pretty much riding right along here. So this is how we get in and we get a good idea of the center of it, which is sitting just north of, so just south of Morris Chapel, Holtzville, Saltillo, Hooker's Bend, Swift, Havana, Five Forks, it's going to be close, Bath Springs. If it continues to rotate, you're all kind of in the path. But you notice as far as Savannah is concerned, the center of rotation is probably going to pass just about 4, maybe 5 miles north of Savannah. So I think you're going to dodge this one in Savannah, but it's going to be a real close call. I wish we had some more information coming in from the National Weather Service, but I understand they can only go with the information they get, and if people have lost power or internet down into McNairy County, it's possible from some of the earlier storms they did. So, but there's a donut right over Morris Chapel. So
debris signatures also up from the past scans, a past couple of scans. Looks like it's starting to re-intensify now that it's past Adamsville.
All right, or it picked up more debris in Adamsville, and that's why, unfortunately, we're seeing it show up now. So here is a look at that on the debris product. Get that pulled back up here. So here, yeah, it's still there. This tornado is still on the ground, folks, unfortunately. So it's still on the ground south of Morris Chapel, heading into Holtzville. The debris is a little less, and you notice the whole thing kind of shifted to the north where the debris is a little bit. That's kind of strange, but it's still on the ground. It still looks like it's coming into Holtzville. If you're in the Holtzville area, Sibley, Hooker's Bend, it's going to be on top of you any minute. Cerro Gordo, New Harmony, Swift, Havana. So those of you that live local to that area, you know where those are. Those are the places that need to be in their safe spot immediately, and they don't need to mess around with that. Again, trying to get as many of those places. I got a different map that I'm looking at. It includes Glendale Road. It's going to cross the river somewhere, I think, east of Hooker's Bend. So it's going to be awful close to Hooker's Bend when it crosses the river. So again, if you're still in the path of this, in those communities, we said, please get the kids up, get to the safe spot. This is not a tornado warning issued by radar indication. This has been confirmed by a storm spotter, and then on top of it, we can see the debris on our debris product. This is and it's been mentioned as a wedge tornado, which means it's probably at least a quarter, if not a half mile wide in some locations, as it is tracking now east of Morris Chapel. heading between Holtzville and Saltillo. Again, the center of rotation right here. And very bright colors means this is a very strong tornado. And again, we've seen the debris with this product as well. So as it's now east of 22. So if you live east of 22 and the tornado threat has passed you, it's past Adamsville as well, but it is marching off to the east real quick. Jordan, you got something?
Hardin County Emergency Management has eyes on it. It's still there, folks. The person that reported it is in Saltillo. They could see the funnel all the way from somewhere in Saltillo, and right now that is, I guess we'll put a ruler on this from Saltillo. So that's about 6 miles to the southwest, 6.5 miles to the southwest of Saltillo. Again, it's about to cross the Tennessee River near Holtzville. So, folks, if you're on the riverfront, folks, it's time. Safe spots now. You may even be out of time. Holtzville, Cerro Gordo, Bucktown. I think it's going to miss you a little to the north, but still, keep an eye on it. Crow, Texas, Swift, Havana, Highway 128, all the way up until the Wayne County line. You need to be keeping a very sharp eye on this. National Weather Service in Nashville actually just extended it all the way out to Lewis County in Middle Tennessee.
All right, so here is the tornado now. It's going to be very close to Saltillo. It continues the same general direction. I'm going to put a ruler here to give you the distance. Okay, so we are 11 miles there. So Saltillo, you're less than that. So, and again, it's moving about 45 miles an hour. So that's 10 minutes. And again, the radar's probably behind. So you probably got 5 minutes. It's going to pass just south of Highway 69, heading into Saltillo. Bath Springs maybe. All right, we just got a new radar image. Five Forks, Saltillo. This is coming your way, unfortunately. There's still a debris signature. I don't think that's it up in Sardis, Scotts Hill. That seems...
No, that's too far north.
So here's our debris.
Between Morris Chapel and Holtzville.
Yeah. So our debris is right there, heading right through Holtzville. I think we should get a new scan on that here soon. I'm not sure what that is that went up Sardis, Scotts Hill, but it's not debris. So our debris area is still this, but we should get a new scan here soon with this. So this is where we think the debris was, which went right through Holtzville. So I think it's already through Holtzville, I think. So we'll probably need to get another scan. I guess it's right on the door there in Holtzville. But ugly radar scan. Clearly a tornado is on the ground going through Morris Chapel, Holtzville, Cerro Gordo, Saltillo, Swift, Havana. So
got a new tornado warning coming in for southeastern Fayette, southwestern Hardeman County. This is a continuation of a storm that had a confirmed tornado several minutes ago, but has since lost its debris signature, has been reduced to radar indicated rotation. But we still have a large and dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground in northern Hardin County.
We'll pick up that other one when it gets into Hardin County or Hardeman County. So we're gonna stay on this one right now as it's moving into northern Hardin County. Saltillo, Morris Chapel, Holtzville, Swift, Havana. This is unfortunately a worst case scenario for y'all. You got a large tornado on the ground. It's been on the ground for a while. Hopefully you heeded the warnings. We've been tracking this one for about an hour now, and it's on the way. It's tough to tell exactly where the tornado is with the latest scan on as far as the velocity, but I think we can probably still see, and it looks like we maybe even have lost that donut. So there's a chance that that maybe this is lifting. It's no guarantee, but you notice that hook that was on it, and then that donut is no longer there. So, or it's minimal. Maybe trying to recycle, but I'd say Five Forks, Saltillo, it's on top of you right now. And then it's going to track south of Thurman through Bath Springs. So it's about time I think we got a new debris image. So
Still, it's faint, but you can still see a drop just to the south of Saltillo. If you're in southern Decatur County, let's go ahead and get in your safe space, especially if you're close to Highway 641, like Bath Springs,
yeah,
right there on the Tennessee River. This is going to be on your doorstep very soon.
all right, and still getting a pretty ominous velocity scan here. So we'll stick on this here for a minute. Again, it's a very large area of rotation now, so try to pinpoint it down, but my guess is it's probably right here, right over Saltillo, or maybe a mile or two south of Saltillo is where the tornado is right now. It's going to track off to the east. Again, Havana, Swift, you're in the path of this potentially. Bath Springs, maybe it may pass just south of you. Clifton, it's going to be very close to you as well. It's going to be crossing the Tennessee River and then heading off to the east, but still a confirmed tornado. We've been seeing it by the debris tracker. We've had multiple emergency management storm spotters say that there was a tornado on the ground. So Jordan, a couple minutes ago, read in the National Weather Service chat that the emergency management in Hardin County still could see a tornado on the ground from Saltillo. So it could be just southwest of Saltillo as it comes on through, but it's Swift is probably not a good place to be. So Swift and Havana, I think both those places you have to be in your safe spot right now. It may be just north of Cerro Gordo. It's going to be close for you, but Swift and Havana are definitely safe spot places immediately. No, can't wait any longer as it gets a little closer. It will cross 641, probably move over sections of 128 as well. If you do live on 128 or 641, just know that this storm is likely on the way. It's still rotating. It's still a scary storm, although it's a little harder to see now on the reflectivity product. But I'm hoping that's hail and not debris that's being picked up. I hope that's a hail core that we're picking up on reflectivity. The new tornado warning is issued by the National Weather Service in Nashville. That's when it crosses the river, but it's still ours in Hardin County. Ours is out till 1:30, so we've probably got about another 15-20 minutes of this storm before it clears the river. So again, if you're still in the path of this storm, get to your safe spot. There's still, let's see where that, thought I was picking up the debris a little bit better, but maybe not. Maybe there's a chance maybe it's lifting. I hope so. But you know, if we go back a few scans, watch the debris that came into Selmer. Okay, this is when we know it was on the ground, came into Selmer, lifted debris, went just north of 64, continued to produce debris, and then came through Adamsville and still showed a little debris up there south of Morris Chapel. So again, it may finally be lifting some, since we're having trouble seeing it on the debris tracker and we're having some trouble seeing it on the reflectivity, but there's still significant rotation on the radar with the velocity. So there's nothing to look at the velocity and say it looks like it's weakening. So we want to confirm that on all three, the velocity, reflectivity, and the debris, to say that this is done. Still, it looks like there's rotation now, maybe north of Saltillo. It could be east of Saltillo right now. Again, it's hard to pinpoint down the exact spot right now. But it looks like it's going to race right along the county line, northern Hardin County, be very close to Clifton here. It would be nice if we had obviously some more information from the National Weather Service and people down in the community giving us damage reports, because I hate to see what it looks like that there are towns where our counties that we take care of here at WBBJ, as far as Hardin County And you know we're there for you in McNairy County. We were the last time you got hit with tornadoes, and we were again tonight, but especially Hardin County. Looks like this is tracking again up to the northeast a little bit, right along the county line north of Saltillo. We'll go back a few scans. It may have tried to jump up a little bit to the north, but so we'll start right there east of Middleton, and then we'll draw it to the line we are now, just to get the general direction again on it, and make sure that's right. We'll take the radar back. Okay, so that'll give us an idea. We'll come over here to our line, tracking just north of Clifton, very close to Bath Springs, I think. Havana, Swift, going to be real close. Bath Springs, Dunbar, Clifton, and then tracking east across the river into Nashville's territory. But again, we've still got this on the ground, I think, for another 15 minutes or so. Bath Springs, please get in your safe spot immediately. Let's see if I can find some smaller communities in here, but I think we got them all. Bath Springs, Gumdale, Horner, and then the river. So still a scary looking storm on the radar, but not quite as bad as it was, I'd say, 15 minutes ago. Jordan, again, National Weather Service, anything at all new from them?
We have a report that it has lifted, but there's another funnel spotted on the same mesocyclone. So we're not out of the woods yet. Also, I'm seeing that our storm in starting to cross into Mississippi. They've got it tagged. It's about 75 minutes from Selmer, folks. So if it turns right, I don't want to. Oh.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that one. It's over an hour away, maybe an hour and a half away. So a lot can change in that meantime. But it looks like a supercell as well, and it looks like it's going to try to produce another tornado. As we said, these storms, they often try to find the path of least resistance that works for them to strengthen, and sometimes they'll hit the same spot again and again, one behind it. If it's about an hour or two behind it, just for whatever reason, sometimes that is the case when you're dealing with supercell thunderstorms. Still have rotation, but again, as far as a confirmed tornado, according to the National Weather Service, the spotter said it did lift, but it has tried to spawn another tornado. So looks like it's between Dunbar, Swift, Havana, Bath Springs. It's the center of rotation is going to be very close to Bath Springs and Clifton. So you could see when those blues, as it came into Saltillo, I think that's when it may have lifted as it's moved east. But I think it was still, I know it was on the ground when it went through Selmer. I think it was still on the ground as it went north of Adamsville, just to the south and east of Morris Chapel. And it may drop another tornado as it comes here east of Saltillo. So I think that's probably about 5 miles till we get to the river on this one. Actually, it's about 8 miles, depending on what section of the river it crosses. It may be longer than that if it takes more of a northerly path. Forgot the river kind of bends a few miles back there. So, but not a lot. So Bath Springs, you need to be in your safe spot again. Dunbar, Havana, Gumdale, and then the river. So let me see, again, I think it's going to be very close to Hooker's Bend as well when it crosses the river. So I was just trying to find some other towns that I can maybe get to pop up on a different map that I was looking at. Actually, so Saltillo is a little north of the Hooker's Bend area, so I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean Hooker's Bend. Bath Springs, and then looks like Paradise Landing could be close to you as it crosses the river. River Bend Storage, maybe. The Hidden Oasis at White Oak Landing, it's going to be close to you. So there's some businesses that are in the area. Red Oak Point, it's going to be close to you as well. So there's a look at our our tornado warning. Jordan, why don't you give everybody a quick update on that secondary storm that we're going to be watching here in a couple of minutes.
We've got a confirmed tornado debris signature to the southwest of Slidell, Mississippi, or Sladen, Mississippi, excuse me.
Let's head over to Max 2, please. There we
Just
go.
to the south of Highway 72. So 45 in Fayette County, Grand Junction on the county line, Salisbury, Hickory Valley, you're not in the polygon, but you're right in the middle of the edge of the polygon. So you're going to want to take this one just as seriously as the storm that went through Selmer. This one is just as mean and just in an untapped environment. Again, it's going to be following close to a similar path. Looks like they've just downgraded never mind, they added a severe thunderstorm warning to northern Hardin, northern McNairy, Chester, Henderson, and Decatur there. But our newest confirmed tornado on the ground, still in Mississippi for about the next 5 to 10 minutes, but it's going to be crossing into Fayette County here very shortly, where looks like it's going to travel along Bolivar Highway, Highway 18.
All right, so we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that is out for Scotts Hill. That's this one right here. So that's out until 2 a.m. That is for 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So that's going to impact Scotts Hill, and it's going to chase the supercell that produced a tornado off to the east. So this one looks like Scotts Hill, you got some gusty winds and some rain on the way. Sardis again, Decaturville, although the tornado warned storm is going to pass south of Decaturville and Parsons.
Joel, I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're going tornado emergency for this storm in southeastern Fayette County. So that's going to be Moscow. You're in this, Grand Junction, Salisbury, tornado emergency. This is the highest level of a tornado warning you can get issued. Take this extremely seriously. You need to be in your safe space now. I'll give you the updated speed. We'll put a track on it and give you a time. It's going to be moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. That's going to be moving very close to Grand Junction here within the next 30 minutes. So that's going to put it Early Grove at 124. That's still in Mississippi. Grand Junction at 139. Van Buren at 149. Folks, it does not get any more serious than this. I'm going to take all those off, and then we're going to switch back to correlation coefficient, our debris tracker. And folks, that's arguably a bigger debris signature than what we saw in Selmer. So folks, take this one seriously. 45 in Fayette County along Highway 57. It looks like it's going to travel just to the west of Highway 18, but Grand Junction, I would not play around with this one. Hickory Valley, Middleburg, Bolivar, you're downwind of this, so pay very close attention to this storm as it crosses into Tennessee.
All right, we're picking that storm up as well now on Max 1. We will continue to watch the situation over into eastern Hardin County and southern Decatur County, but we're starting to see some good news with that. It's still rotating, but it's about to cross the river. So the last thing we're going to say, Bath Springs, Gumdale, you got a couple minutes with this one. Stay in your safe spot for about another 5 minutes if you're in Bath Springs, Gumdale as it crosses the river. We'll check on you back in a minute, but a tornado emergency, very ugly looking radar scan here for the Early Grove area. So very obvious velocity signature, and we can take a look at a couple different velocity products there, each showing pretty significant rotation there. So we also have our debris tracker on that. Clearly see a debris ball there with that. I believe that's right there into Early Grove. So tornado on the ground, large tornado. So we'll try to give you more on the tracking of the communities. I know most people in Fayette County are watching the news out of Memphis, but I know we got people that watch us into Hardeman County, and if it continues this path, could eventually be close to McNairy and Chester County again. So again, a very dangerous storm that'll be moving into our viewing area here shortly. So again, tornado emergency, those are the worst things we want to hear. They only issue those when they think that there's danger to life, significant danger to life if you don't pay attention to the forecast. So I'm trying to re-rack my graphics on one, Jordan, so why don't you take over for a minute so I can get rid of some of these old ones from some of the other storms.
All right, folks, this is going to come very close to the intersections of Tennessee Highways 18 and 57 near the Hardeman-Fayette County line. So Grand Junction 45 is going to come very close to both of you, but I feel it looks like it's going to, if it stays on its track, it's going to pass between the two of you, right along Bolivar Highway, that's Tennessee Highway 18, where it would come close to Hickory Valley, Van Buren, Middleburg, eventually Bolivar, where it would, on its path, would follow Highway 125 to Shandy. Tune, I would pay closer attention to this. Before we get any farther downrange, let's give you an update on the debris signature, because folks, this storm is powerful, to say the very least. So that's a very wide debris signature. We'll pull up the velocity for you. That storm relative will pull up the actual velocity scans. Turn off the polygons for a second and give you just an estimate of how fast the winds are, with at least with the radar beam. So these are a little elevated, but that's going to be, again, 46 plus 68. That's going to be close to 110 miles per hour of rotational velocity. So again, these storms they're starting to pack a punch. And we have an update from Tennessee Emergency Management. Jackson, Tennessee Weather Radio just went down. So
all right, so sounds like we just lost our weather radio, but I think we're out of the severe weather threat in Jackson. I think this storm will stay southeast of Madison County, but it could be close to Chester County as it comes on by. So again, we'll take this back up to the top. There's our tornado emergency. The tornado is on the ground at Early Grove right now. So that is in right here. That's right on the border of Mississippi and Tennessee. That's tracking up to the northeast. The storm is moving about, you said about 45, Jordan?
50.
Okay, so we're looking at a 50 mile an hour storm. The tornado would be right here. Continues in this general direction. Again, Bolivar, you're going to be awful close to this. So there's a look at some of the communities that could be impacted by Hardeman County when it gets a little closer. And then if you're watching us, Henderson southward, you need to keep an eye on this. We'll have a better idea of exactly where it's going to go in about 15 minutes when we get some more data on the path it's going. But you notice we go back in time. It's been on the ground, it looks like, for a while. And so I kind of just a general rule, it looks like it was north of this town. So we're going to put our little stick on here like we did with the last one. Okay, so again, it's going to be very close. Probably go south of Bolivar, may go north of Selmer. Regardless, it's going to be close. But some of the other communities, if it continues the same path, close to Grand Junction, Salisbury, Van Buren, Lipson, Hebron, Hornsby, again, Robertson, Massey, McNairy. So again, very close to where the last storm went, which, by the way, is now crossing the Tennessee River. So again, it's going to be very close to where the last one went. So we're going to have to watch it real closely here as it comes by. Still a debris signature showing up there. So no reason to believe, Jordan, that this is not still on the ground.
Right, a debris signature that profound is not. That's exactly why they issued the tornado emergency. You don't get them that clean that often, and that's usually with the strongest of the strongest storms.
And it is looks like right into the Early Grove area. I think it stays south of Moscow, but Grand Junction, it's going to be a very close call for Grand Junction and Michigan City. If you're in those locations, you need to be in your safe spot immediately, as well as Salisbury. Again, I know you're waking up your kid at 1:30 in the morning. It's not what anyone wants to do, but it's what you have to do. If you're in the path of the storm, and get to your safe spot. You got some time, got a few minutes, stay calm, get what you need to get. Hopefully you've had your plan ready. We've been talking about this for several days. So hopefully you got your plan enacted and you're doing it right now. Jordan?
National Weather Service in Memphis took a power hit, so for the time being, we are under the jurisdiction of the National Weather Service in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Okay. Shreveport, Louisiana is keeping an eye on this. The radar should work still just fine, I think. I believe it has generators on the radar. So we'll find out if we lose radar data. Hopefully not. If it does, we've got a couple other radars that can take a look at it. They're not as good a look as Memphis, but there's some radars in Mississippi that we can use. So, but we're still on the National Weather Service radar right now. Early Grove is being hit right now, unless the radar data is old, and it's coming into Grand Junction. So
yes, I'm going to go ahead and make the executive decision to swap to Columbus Air Force Base. It's already in Tennessee, Joel. It's getting eerily close to 45 along Highway 57 between 45 and Grand Junction.
You're talking about using the Columbus radar?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So the radar's way behind on Memphis. So we're going to get rid of it now. We'll see what happens when it comes back. But see, that's the Columbus radar. That's Memphis. So Memphis's radar is down. So you don't have any more time if you're in Grand Junction. You need to get to your safe spot immediately. I'm going to reset a couple of my other graphics to make sure that I'm getting updated radar data on these as well. So, all right. It doesn't give a good a view as on the reflectivity, but it's what we're going to use because we don't want to give you old data with the storm. Eventually, Memphis's radar will get back up, and I think we'll get some images. But it's surprising that they don't have a set of generators to keep them up and going. We took a power hit here and lost power, and our generators I think they're still running. But anyway, so we've got a tornado warned storm here. Tornado emergency about to head into Grand Junction. I know Hickory Valley, Bolivar. I think it's going to stay just south of you, but it's going to be very close, Bolivar. So you need to definitely keep it here on us. But I think the tornado is going to miss you in Bolivar. Could be closer to Middleton as well. So all right, now we're back to the Columbus radar. Is definitely showing the rotation. It's picking it up as well as it's heading right into Grand Junction. Again, Hickory Valley going to be a very close call for you, and Salisbury going to be a very close call for you. But probably continues between 18 and 57. Van Buren, probably a rough spot. Libsyn, Hebron, also going to be taking very close calls from this tornado. Let's see if we can get some debris tracking stuff maybe out of Columbus as well.
We can. We very much can. It's just to the southeast of 45. It's between 45 and Michigan City.
Yep. So there's the debris as it's heading into Grand Junction right now. So there's the debris. And so Grand Junction, you're going to take a hit from this tornado. So you need to be in your safe spot. Hopefully you got your plan enacted and you're going with your plan. So as it is, I believe it's on the way. So as far as we know, it is still a confirmed tornado. They still do have the tornado emergency. But again, the National Weather Service out of Memphis is no longer watching the storm for us. We're the guys in Shreveport. I've worked with them. Shreveport. That's my last job when I was in Tyler, Texas. I worked with the National Weather Service in Shreveport. They're good guys. They got a great crew down there. they're going to take good care of us. But hopefully they're able to get hold of the Memphis radar here soon and get that back up, because that's important for us to have that. But the guys in Shreveport are using all the other available tools at their dispense. So again, got a tornado still. You can see the debris. There's actually a couple different areas of debris with this. Did you see that, Jordan?
Let me roll this back a couple.
There's something near Moscow and Grand Junction. So I'm not exactly, I mean, is that two different areas of debris maybe? I mean,
one of them may be debris being lofted and then catching a downdraft upwind, maybe. But then again, it's also right there in a little bit of range folding from the Columbus radar.
So our previous confirmed tornado that went through Selmer, trying to get that up right now, that looks like that is now crossed the river. So that one is done terrorizing us. So that one's good. There's still that severe thunderstorm warning out for Scotts Hill, but still very ugly. So I'm not sure this image is live. I think this is an old one. So I'm trying to get rid of all the old images that I have from the Memphis radar, by the way. So if you've been watching it on your own phone, you have your own radar, and you're looking and you're getting that information that it's old data from the radar out of Memphis. So again, this next tornado is likely to be extended, but we're waiting on the guys in Shreveport to decide what they're going to do with this storm, which looks like it's very close to Salisbury, Grand Junction right now. That's clearly still on the ground, I think, for what we're seeing on the radar. I'm going to come back.
We should be getting Memphis radar back momentarily, per the National Weather Service.
Okay, so here's our storm. I'll head over here to the wall. Sorry, needed to sit there a little bit. We've been standing for about 10, 12 hours now. We've got this inflow notch right here. Okay, that's where we think the tornado is, just east of Grand Junction. We'll have a better view at this with the Memphis radar. The storm is tracking to the northeast, heading over into Hickory Valley. Right there through Grand Junction, this is where we believe the tornado is on the ground right now. And it's going to track up to the northeast. There's probably both debris. We're probably seeing two different debris. Just one that's in a different level of the atmosphere. It could be lifting debris so far up into the atmosphere and we're kind of a ways away from the current radar that we're using to pick up that debris. But once we get the Memphis radar pulled up here soon, we should be able to see some better information. But definitely a tornado still on the ground from this storm. Very dangerous storm for sure. Grand Junction, it's going to be a rough morning for you. For the people that are not impacted. The town's going to be a little different, I think, tomorrow, unfortunately. Got a couple more graphics I need to delete here that are still from the previous storm that we were tracking that is now moved on out. By the way, we have meteorologist Mo Shamel and meteorologist Brian Davis. Mo is healthy now, for those of you, thanks for everyone who did reach out. Mo's doing better now. Him and Brian Davis are in here now. They're going to take over the coverage here because Jordan and I are going to have to be back tomorrow. I think we got more severe thunderstorms coming in tomorrow. But obviously, Mo and Brian are great. They got you covered. They're amazing meteorologists. So looks like we still do have that severe thunderstorm warning heading over to Scotts Hill. There's one little notch there that we're keeping an eye on. But our main concern is this storm down to the south. No longer a tornado emergency, but it is still a considerable dangerous tornado according to the latest update that we did get with this storm. So you can see it pretty well on the velocity. This is the obvious radar signature of a tornado. You got the bright reds, the bright greens right next to each other, and it's sitting right over Grand Junction right now. We also got debris moving right into Grand Junction. Bad deal there. Sorry, folks. The storm is going to probably track just north of Salisbury. Again, it has a northeasterly component to it. I think it stays south of Bolivar, but again, not what anybody wanted to see here tonight after we had a pretty quiet afternoon and early evening as far as the tornadoes. But I figured we wouldn't continue to get so lucky. This one's been on the ground for a while. You can see the clear rotation on it. We can even go back to when it started, put it up through Grand Junction. And here's Hornsby. It could be coming your way. So I'll show you some of the places I'm worried about now with this. Again, if you hear your community, get your kid up and get ready to get to your safe spot. That's Van Buren, Libsyn, Hebron, Hornsby, Sarleys, I think that is. It should stay just southeast of Bolivar. How far south of Bolivar? I'm going to show you. We're going to be about 7 miles southeast of Bolivar. So if you live on 125, you're southeast of Bolivar, you know how far you are. 7 miles is the danger zone. Maybe 5, it could be 9, but 7's right in the middle of where we think this thing's going to track, right through Hornsby. May eventually be an issue there for Robertson, McNary, Fanger. You're going to be close. If it continues to rotate, Hickory Corners, Robinson. So you're all under that brand new tornado warning we just got. So brand new tornado warning is out. According to the National Weather Service, it is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, 60 miles southwest of Bolivar, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Particular dangerous situation. Large tornado still on the ground. Again, likely to pass just south of Bolivar. So I'm going to wait for a minute for Mo to get his system set up. Mo, he's got some great special graphics. He's going to get them all ready for you guys to track this tornadic storm before it gets into Chester, McNary, or Hardin County. It could be very close to Chester County. Let's go. I'm going to go ahead and pull that. We'll put this in a loop again. I just want to make sure that when we draw our line here, that we get it right. Okay. So if it continues here, okay. If it continues, again, it may not. It looks like it may pass just north of Selmer if it continues the same. But Hornsby, Bethel Springs will be close. Sardis, it's going to be very close to Chester County. I think it stays south of Henderson, but it may clip some of the southern tips there of Chester County. Places like Robertson, Masseyville, McNary's going to be close. Enville, Hinkle, Sardis. So again, this is if it holds together. It has been confirmed now for about an hour, and if it continues this direction, that's where it's going. It'll stay out of Madison County. It may even go just north of Hardin County. Savannah, I don't think this one's going to hit you unless somehow this thing makes a drastic change to the right. But as of now, it's been keeping the same direction. Confirmed tornado on the ground. These are what we talk about when we say high risk. We say long-lived, large, long-track tornadoes. These are them, ones that are on the ground for 50 miles they can be as they come on through. This is the second one we've had in the last 2 hours. Again, tracking Hornsby, you need to be getting the kids up. You need to get ready to put your plan in order. As far as how far away it is from Hornsby, again, it's moving about 50 miles an hour. It's still about 18 miles away. That's probably about 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. I know that seems like a long time. If you want to watch a couple more radar scans, you can, but I'm not really seeing any signs of this thing weakening currently. So there's a chance it weakens before it gets you. So if you're in Hornsby, you want to wait 5 minutes, that's fine. But if we're still talking confirmed tornado on the ground in 5 minutes, you'll be running out of time. Van Buren, you do not have any more time. Hebron, Libsyn, you do not have any more time. You need to make the decision now to get the kids up and get to your safe spot. We're still working on getting Mo ready. When Mo's ready, he's going to take over. I'm going to hand my mic, and we'll sign meteorologist Brian Davis in, as well. So Mo, you just let me know when you're ready to go, and I'll hand you over the equipment. So all right, we'll give it here a few more minutes. Yeah, all right, so we are south of Hickory Valley on this storm. Let's go ahead and take a look now again at our debris tracker. Let's see if we're still picking up debris. It looks like I saw that one on the monitor, and then so pretty big thunder and lightning here in Jackson, but no severe weather. So there may even be, have you seen that before? 2 pockets of debris? Is that, I mean, are those both debris?
Yeah, that might be an anomaly along the beam, but
Yeah, so it looks like the beam is picking up I mean, they're twins, so clearly it's, I think, radar air, but there's clearly debris right here, northwest of Salisbury, which is, it's going to pass just south of Van Buren. So again, we can track the debris back for a while as well. So it's still on the ground, and again, it's going to be real close to Hornsby. So places that you're probably, again, out of time, Van Buren. At least there's not a ton of communities in there. It will cross 125, we think. So regardless, a pretty scary situation. I'm going to tag Mo Shamel in right now, and then we'll get Brian on 1, Mo's on 2. Mo, you ready?
Yes, absolutely. Max 2. We're going to need max 2 here, of course, as we go. All right, so we'll go ahead and take a look at this confirmed tornado. The tornado is on the ground, making its way to the northeast here again. Very flip it over. Okay, there we go. Is that better? Okay. Are we good now? Okay, and then make sure I've got, okay, there we go. Now I can hear me. Okay, so this storm is just to the east of Grand Junction here. Brian, if you can pull me in a little bit tighter here on this storm in southwestern Hardeman County. I do want to pass along that there's significant damage just to the north in Selmer, and there's some ongoing rescues in McNairy County from the first storm. So we have some confirmed significant damage in portions of Selmer or just north of Selmer in McNairy County. But we do want to focus in on this particular storm, which we do know is on the ground. This one has apparently done some damage back towards Senatobia. I just text my roommate to check on his parents because they live there in Senatoba, and this is the exact same storm that produced that damage as it's now making its way into southwestern Hardeman County here. So again, this is where the rotations are strongest right now. Probably can go in a little tighter here to get us some smaller communities here between Salisbury or just to the north of Salisbury here as the storm continues to sort of track off to the north and east here. And we're also keeping an eye on the lightning count here because that's going to let us know whether this storm is ramping up or down. Lightning never is the reason a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning will be issued, but it does tell a story, and that is something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on here as this storm continues to work its way off to the north and east here. Let's go ahead and take a look at, I believe I pulled up, had a track on this one, and give you some times of arrival in some of these communities. I might need to update this just a little bit. I do believe the National Weather Service Memphis radar is up to date now. Finally, they took a power hit, so we have some delayed. Data here. If you can go ahead and readjust that track here, and we'll give you some times of arrival in some of these communities as it continues to work its way off to the east here in Hardeman County. So we've got 156. Actually, I'm going to need to move this over just a little bit here. You don't need to.
what you need, Bo.
Oh, gotcha. And we're just going to need to move the track here just a little bit. There we go. That's what I want. All right. So here's a look. The new times of arrival here. We've got Hickory Valley at 1:51 a.m. We've got Lisbon there at 2:13. The community of Hebron at 2:19. Hornsby at 2:31. We've got Robertson at about 2:47. Selmer, we hope to God this doesn't hold together. But if this track, it's following the exact track the last tornado went, and we hope to God this doesn't hold together. But if you know some folks in Selmer that are doing rescues, let them know right now that there is another tornado on the ground, and it's headed right for Selmer right now. So give them as much warning as possible here that there is another tornado on the ground and it's moving right towards the Selmer area here. So this is a very dangerous situation. We already know there's injuries. We know there's significant damage in this neck of the woods of McNairy County, and now there is another tornado on the ground, and it's on the way as well into the same exact area. So, that is a very dangerous situation. Let's take a look at the debris tracker,
look at that.
and again, once again, look at that. Look at that. Donut hole. We never want to see that on a supercell. But again, this is a debris that has been lofted, and notice the values are dropping. That's telling us that this thing not only is it on the ground, but it's taking things and it's chucking it high up in the atmosphere, and that's bringing the so we know it's on the ground and it's doing damage, and as it's making its way through portions of southern Hardeman County. If we can zoom in a little tighter here, maybe we can get some communities here, Brian. At the moment. So again, we know this is not a symbol. We never want to see this, but unfortunately this is definitely on the ground, and it is doing damage just to the north of Salisbury right now. And if you're familiar with the Burnett School area, right now you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Of course, that's interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. If you've got a baseball helmet, football helmet, put it on. A lot of the injuries that are usually associated with tornadoes is usually blunt force trauma to the head. So you want to protect your head. Make sure you got if you've got some hard soles to protect yourself from that glass and debris from the ground. Make sure you're wearing shoes, and you want to get into that. If you've got a basement, that's going to be the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, you want the most interior room. Again, as many walls between you and that tornado as humanly possible. Here's a look at some of those safety tips. So we've been telling you for over a week now to have multiple ways to receive these warnings. Hopefully you're not in the vehicle at this point, but make sure you're not driving over those power lines. There's going to be a lot of those down as well. So you want to turn some of the flooding, probably not so much flooding right now down in southwest Tennessee. There hasn't been nearly as much rain as the rest of West Tennessee yet, but you want to turn around, don't drown. So again, have it on hand. You want batteries, a flashlight, water, first aid kit, and the medication for those injuries. So we do know that there are rescue efforts ongoing right now in north central McNairy County and Selmer, and we also know that there is a tornado on the ground and it's headed in the exact same direction. And I hate to draw parallels, but this happened just a couple years ago, where they had multiple tornadoes. They had the damage, were recovering from the damage, and then another tornado came in right behind it. And this is a very similar situation to that right now. So I'm very concerned about this. If we probably need to move us over just a little bit. There you go. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. And again, so we've got the donut hole that's unfortunately not looking any better here. Debris clearly being lofted here. This is just to the south of are going to be real close to Burnett School here as it continues to work its way off to the east here. Believe I have a track here. Let me go back one frame here, and we're going to go ahead and put another track on this particular feature. We'll get back over to your traditional view here as well, so that you can see. Okay, there we go. Oh, this is a little encouraging. It looks a little bit better, but it's still pretty strong rotation here. Clearly, they're just north of Rogers Spring there. And again, this is going to continue to work its way off to the north. You might need to use the pointer tool and grab it and just drop it, and it'll give us a new track here. I've got it moving at about 60 miles an hour, at least per the latest on the National Weather Service. I believe it's moving about 60 miles per hour. You might need to type in that the speed there, and then that'll give us a general idea. Unfortunately, Selmer is still very close to that track. It's just a terrible situation, but that's going to continue to work its way off to the northeast here at about 60 miles per hour here. And again, that will be bringing this very dangerous storm, very dangerously close once again to Selmer. Let's put some times of arrival on this storm. So again, we've got 2:10. It's pretty much, well, I think the time might be a little off on there, Brian. But last checked on for the National Weather Service, that was going at about 60 miles per hour as it races off to the northeast there. But you might need to use that one there.
All right, let's just wipe this off here.
Yeah. Also, you can go to my pallets here.
Oh,
And then go to pallets, and then we'll go a squall line right here. There you go, perfect. And then clear this out. You hit this one here, and
squall.
there you go. All right, and then this is going to be moving at about 60 miles per hour.
Man. Okay,
Oops.
hang on, guys.
It's all good. Here, I'll drive real quick. My things are all over the place, so there you go.
I know we've all been up many hours now.
Yeah,
so
and that
it really affects us.
I'm still fighting a fever right now, so we're doing the best we can, but we are going to get this all taken care of for you.
Yeah, let me, Mo, you do that. I'm going to talk because this is a large, violent, could be a large, violent, deadly tornado.
Absolutely.
I'm going to let you take care of that.
Absolutely.
Mo's kind of got his tools set up a little different than I do because, you know, we're all different. So he's going to be taking care of that here. And Mo will just, when you want to come back on, but we're going to give him a rest there. All right, so here we are, estimated time of arrival. This is going to be moving towards the Bolivar area by 1:58, towards the Hornsby area by 2:07, Pine Top by 2:12, Sillerton by 2:14, and we're talking right in here. This is just south of Bolivar. It has been relentless. I mean, this signature that we're seeing right in here, this is probably a large, violent, deadly tornado. Here's some of the cities and towns that are going to be in and around. You saw the debris that was being lofted in around a large donut signature. That is something, as Mo said, we don't ever want to see that. That we know that we've got a violent, life-threatening tornado that is on the ground. You can see too in the reflectivity how it is wrapping that precipitation almost all the way around here near Burnett School. This is the type of storm or system that can totally wipe things down to the foundation. I've seen these signatures many times, but just look at the force right there as it is literally wrapping all of that heavy rain and so forth in and around, almost completely around here near the Burnett School area. And it is moving off to the northeast here at, Mo, what did we say, about 60 miles per hour?
Going about 60 miles an hour to the northwest.
So Hornsby,
I'm going to put a new track on it here for you
Okay,
with
sure.
reflectivity.
Yeah,
For you.
we've got some additional tornado warnings coming out. We'll check that out too. But right now, the most violent tornado that we see, this might be the tornado of the night as far as, you know, all of these tornadoes that we've been tracking. I've been tracking throughout the night and the evening and watching all of this as we've gone through the day. But that is the most impressive signature that I have seen. If you're awake, if you know Selmer or even Adamsville, you know, make them mad, wake them up, call, ring that phone, make sure that they are watching, because this is a life-threatening tornado. And look at all the lightning. I mean, anytime the air is real stirred up with, you know, you think about the friction there, you tend to get a lot of lightning too. That in itself is dangerous. But this is a classic signature of what could wind up being a very large, life-threatening tornado. I can't emphasize that enough as it moves off to the east-northeast, generally towards the Hornsby. But I tell you what, it looks like Selmer right in here is going to be more in the track of it. And something we have seen tonight as well with some of these supercells is they have been turning more to the right at times. So sometimes these storms get a strong enough inflow and updraft going that they'll tend to turn to the right. So that's why I'm kind of banking on Selmer here. And if it continues to hold together, it's not weakening any at all. It's strengthening, as if anything. Adamsville is going to be in the path of this too, even though you're not technically in the tornado warning right now. That buys you time. So just be sure and have a safe place ready to go. Again, Mo has got us the estimated times of arrival there. But again, you know, if you know somebody downwind of these tornadoes, don't worry about making them mad. You could save their life. I know that some people go ahead and go to bed sometimes. This is one of those tornado situations that they'll be glad you woke them up, okay? So anybody that is downstream from this potential deadly, life-threatening tornado, if you're in this area, get to a safe place, the lowest part of your home, a basement, the central portion of your home. Look at that. Wow, look at that, Mo.
Yeah,
right there
absolutely.
in Hebron, that is bad.
Well, the last, I'm hoping, and we'll keep our fingers crossed here, but this might be trying to occlude a bit, and it's not happening quickly. But if this thing can occlude, that will definitely help. That we get that rear flank downdraft all the way around and cut that inflow off. That will weaken the storm a little bit. It hasn't happened yet, but it doesn't look like that might be a trend that's happening here as we get new data in here. We still, though, clearly have a tornado debris signature here on the velocity here. Still, again, this is going to be dangerously close to Hornsby right now. If you're in Hornsby right now, you have got to be hunkered down right now.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that wind outgoing. There's probably well over 100 miles per hour. You know, you just over the years you get to where you can about eyeball the level of these winds. But right there, just east of Burnett School. And provided that school is still there. And I mean that because, I mean, looking at the signature here, this is very serious. But yeah, it continues off to the east, northeast at around 60 miles per hour. This thing is on the move.
Latest from the National Weather Service, they're saying that the tornado debris signature is still evident on there, and I agree completely there.
Yeah,
hopefully it weakens here soon, especially before it gets into McNairy County. As again, remember, there's already recovery efforts going on in just north of Selmer, where the first storm went through just about a half an hour ago.
Absolutely, yeah.
So if you know anyone in McNairy County, give them a call right now. They may be out searching and rescuing folks right now and don't even know that there's yet another tornado on the ground that's moving in the exact same direction and going to be pretty close to where this last tornado just went through, unfortunately.
Yeah, we got Selmer here that's also in the path, but also just outside the polygon here, Finger, also in the path of this as well. But in the main area right now around Hornsby, this is continuing to track off to the east, northeast at around 60 miles per hour. Here is your estimated times of arrival. So if you are in those areas, and I know some of you are probably taking cover, so I'll do this vocally to Bolivar. It'll arrive there by around 2:03, Hornsby by around 2:09, and we're looking at Mosseville by 2:20, Selmer by 2:24. And again, this is a general timeline. It could be off a minute or two. That's just why we call it the estimated time of arrival. So don't time it down to the minute. Go ahead and be in your safe place. Selmer by 2:24, Finger by 2:29, Stantonville by 2:35, Morse Chapel 2:43, and if it continues on, Savannah by 2:49, and Sardis by 2:51. AM Crows, Texas is going to be about 2:58, 3:07 arriving in the Clifton area. That is a strong signature of a tornado. That's one of the best ones you'll ever see. And again, that correlation coefficient that we were looking at, that was one of the most impressive signatures I've ever seen too, with it just lofting the debris and then swirling it in and around counterclockwise. But yeah, it's got all the makings of a classic tornado situation that can cause death, injuries, and so again, be in your safe place, away from windows. And if you know somebody that lives downwind here, like in 40 Forks, Selmer, or onward to the east here, Leapwood, Enville, let them know. Ring that phone. Let them know that they've got a potential violent, deadly tornado. This has been confirmed as it continues to track across the area tonight, just north of Middleton. And again, Hornsby, Pine Top, Bethel Springs, Finger, all in the track of this tornado that's just...
Went ahead and trimmed Selmer out of the tornado warning. They think it'll stay just north of the Selmer area. So I did adjust our track here just a little bit to sort of reflect that, to remove Selmer from there. Thank heavens for that. But that does put it in the northern half of McNairy County. So here's a look at some of those towns and potential arrivals here. So it's going to be pretty close to to Silerton, there by 215, Macyville by 218, Bethel Springs by 224 there, and again Finger by about 227. Sweet Lips, that puts you back, that puts portions of Chester County in this in the path of this tornado as well. So it's going a little bit north of the last one. So this is going to be a little bit closer to Chester County than the last one was. So this is going to be pretty close here as it continues to track off to the northeast. It does look a little more ragged than it did a few minutes ago. And
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, notice the occlusion has sort of happened. That inflow is getting cut off a bit. That is a wonderful thing. We want to see that. This is the latest look at of regular reflectivity here for us. And we are starting to see it begin to pinch off, and hopefully this is a sign of a weakening trend here that we hope continues. But again, this is going to be a close call in our northern McNairy County and Chester County. This is going to be pretty close here overall.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to cross over 64. This is going to be right between Hornsby and McCallop School as it continues on to the east there. But yeah, very dangerous situation. We can't stress that enough. So again, be in your safe place. Bethel Springs, McNairy, as Mo said, the Selmer area has been trimmed down.
Lofted, yeah, but it's not nearly as pronounced. Remember, we had a donut hole about 15 minutes ago, so that's a much better look here. So it does appear to be weakening a little bit. Well, was. Never mind. That new scan came in. Well, maybe not.
It's been that way all night. You know, these storms, some of them are weaken out, and then they real quickly intensify again.
They fix it. Yeah, they fix the problem quick. So that does appear to be what's happening here once again. This is pretty close, if not in Hornsby right now. You've got to be hunkered down right now. This is in Hornsby right now, probably doing damage and lofting debris.
Absolutely, yeah. If you're just waking up and you're turning on the TV, if you're hearing the roar, if you're hearing the thunder, lightning, if you're in this area, Hornsby, McNairy, Bethel Springs, take shelter immediately. Don't put it off. Go to the shelter. Be careful getting there, but go to the centermost portion of your home. This is about to cross. It is crossing just over 64, or just about to cross over 64. This is right near the Hornsby area. You can see 64 right through here. And on downwind, we've got McNairy and Bethel Springs. Selmer, as most said, they've trimmed you out of the warning, but it is right, you know, just north of you there. I would be cautious. Let's make sure this doesn't turn to the right. But
way closer than I would like.
Yeah.
One other thing I'm seeing here on velocity scan here, notice there is an outflow boundary between Gooch School or Gouch School in Middleton. So that's an outflow dropping south. That might be a good sign. This might be trying to weaken as well. But either way, let's see here, yeah.
Look at that hail core too, showing up
that's
north of Hornsby.
Probably golf ball, possibly up as big as hen egg size hail falling. I mean, we had some the size of ping pongs earlier up in Carroll County earlier. I posted up a few pictures of that. Had a lot of photos. And thank you all so much for sharing all that information.
Yeah,
but again, we're keeping a real close eye on the northern side of Selmer, and where the original tornado, well, the first tornado came through at that time, and apparently there's damage and ongoing rescues in that area right now. Thankfully, this other tornado according to National Weather Service, I think it's going to stay just to the north of Selmer. Thank heavens for that.
And Mo, do we have any other tornado? I mean,
yeah,
this is probably the worst one that we're seeing right now, right?
Yeah, I probably should have racked that up. I apologize. Let me go back, and we're going to go in. We're going to go
again, still showing that strong rotation near Hornsby. It's continuing towards the 40 Forks area. And we're going to pan back and just look at these other storms just to make sure that we're accounting for everyone here. Still seeing, now that's a severe thunderstorm warning, but look at that. You know, I mean, that is a supercell, and this may follow the same track. It's probably going to take a very similar track to our tornado warned storm here near the Hornsby area. The good news, these two are the only warnings that I see in all of West Tennessee, you know, aside from all the flood warnings. And I tell you what, making my way into the station, you look on both sides of the road there, and at some points like Old Medina Road, it looks like a river out there in places that I've never seen it look that way. So that catastrophic flooding that's going to be potentially happening here over the days ahead. Because Mo, I want to point out too, you and me, we've all been, the weather team, we've been looking at these models all week long, even back beyond, and it's one of the longest duration events that
They are downgrading the tornado warning back to a radar indicator.
Okay, that's
There's no
good news.
indication, according to the National Weather Service, this is on the ground. And that's sort of what we were starting to see where it was trying to occlude a bit.
Yeah.
So we don't think the tornado's on the ground, but they are going to keep the tornado warning going as a radar indicated tornado. Notice the polygon turned to a red versus the pink. And that's why we have that program to kind of give us a visual indication that something changed about the
Yeah,
warning.
very handy here. Notice north of I-40, things are a lot quieter. We've still got some lightning
That
and
is
some
just
rain.
plain old rain.
Just plain old?
North of I-40, that is not severe. It is just plain rain. It's got some thunder and lightning with it, but that's it.
It's all
but
down
all
here,
the severe
south of
is down
I-40.
where we still have access to the instability. That's up in North Mississippi. That did not have much activity at all today.
Yeah.
So that's why these storms are still able to basically maintain themselves, because there's a lot of energy still in North Mississippi, and that's why National Weather Service reissued that tornado watch into North Mississippi and included McNairy, Hardin, and Decatur counties. But we've basically got really two storms on the board now. We've got the one that's still a radar indicated tornado warning, and then a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me check the details on that one. That's one is radar indicated, so it doesn't have catastrophic wind or anything like that. So up to 2-inch hail possible though. So
Okay,
again,
there we go.
That's about the size of a hen egg. Oh, new
Looks like they're
tornado
going to go
warning.
ahead and put a radar indicated tornado warning on that,
one too,
storm
yes.
too. So we'll be watching these closely. Right now, this is a radar indicated. It just means that we're seeing indications a tornado is in there. Rotation is at least happening at the lowest point of the radar beam, but we don't really know if this is on the ground yet here. This other storm that we're looking at, yeah, it's taking a track there, Michigan City, right in here.
This is exactly
Very similar.
where the last two storms
And look
have
at the
gone through.
classic part of this, Mo. You've got the hail core showing up, then down around the inflow here, we've got that counterclockwise flow with that rain and possibly even a little bit of hail getting brought in around that circulation. I mean, I feel like I've been in the Great Plains.
I know y'all have been to Grand Junction, Michigan City. We know you have been hunkered down
Yeah.
forever, it feels like. You've got a third storm that's coming through right now. That has a tornado warning on it, but let's take a look at the velocity on this one. Let me see what they were looking at here.
We're going to look at the wind in this, and yeah,
Definitely.
got some.
There's definitely something going on there. Right now it is radar indicated. It's not on the ground like the first two were at this juncture. But let's just take a look at correlation coefficient here. Again, we don't see a donut hole, so that's good.
Yeah, definitely.
And sometimes the dust leaves and things like that can also drop the CC, or bring that value down. So that's probably what we're seeing here. This is not debris in this case.
Yeah, absolutely, because
I
some
do want to go
areas-
back over to the original storm here, just to give it another look, and that looks sloppy now, and
Yeah,
that
you
is
see
a
that outflow.
wonderful thing for the original tornado warning. That's now basically, I will say basically right where the intersection of Hardeman County, Chester County, and McNairy County all sort of meet up there. So let's just take a look back at their traditional view here. Yeah, look at that, completely occluded. Although, don't get me wrong, you've got some heavy rain and some big old hail falling right now in Chester County.
Yeah.
Down south of Hickory Corner, yeah, so probably up to 2.5 inches in diameter hail. Certainly going to be possible with that storm that's coming. That's going to continue to go to the northeast. So if you're in Finger here, that's on the way as well, right along the Chester, Sweet Lips, right along the Chester County and McNairy County border. That's going to be some big old hail that's coming through there. So Enville eventually, as this thing continues to track off to the northeast. Rotation's trying to get it to act together, but right now it is occluded right now, and we hope it stays that way. here for this particular storm as it continues to make its way off to the northeast.
Yeah, we've had some impressive pictures come in of this hail being held in the hand. Some of it look like egg-sized hail, almost getting up to what would be at least small baseball-sized in some cases. I mean, these storms are what you see out on a worst night in the Great Plains.
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
easily. And we've got, you know, this is kind of a little touch of what happens on a severe weather outbreak out there. But right now, these are supercells. Some of these are classic-looking supercells, and they got the big hail core there. They generate some big hail, and that hail size can be, we see that large hail core there can indicate, you know, the power of the updraft, because that lofts that first little batch of precip up into the, yeah, very persistent.
And that's what we saw come through Madison County earlier. That while it wasn't a very tight rotation, it was persistent, and that's why we had up to quarter. I can tell you, my front yard was full of hail at one point. I had quarter-size hail in Madison County earlier as well. But again, up in Carroll County, between Clarksburg and Yuma, they had some very big hail up to almost tennis ball size hail up there. And again, that was a very persistent rotation and inflow that was into that storm. And that's sort of what we're seeing here with these two storms. While it has weakened a bit, they do have a strong and persistent inflow into the storm. So we know that updraft is basically keeping those hailstones, growing those hailstones up in the upper levels of the atmosphere. That's how a hailstone grows. It basically goes through a cycle. It comes down in the lower ends of the storm. It gains water. It creates, the water stays around the hailstone, and then that updraft pushes it back into the upper levels of the atmosphere where it freezes, and that's why you get that layered appearance with those hailstones. And eventually, depending on how strong that updraft is, that's how we get those very large hailstones, and that's why we pay so much close attention to that inflow.
All right, so continuing to watch both of these storms, it looks like that the storm over east of Hornsby now might be getting its act together just a little more.
Yeah.
These storms, they'll get a second breath, so to speak, and they can weaken, and then they can, you know, tick back up again. So, starting to look a little stronger. 40 Forks, be ready. This potential tornado heading your way. It was on the ground. It is now, it's not being seen all the way to the ground, but that could be just because it's gotten out of sight of the storm spotters that were looking at this. Not everybody goes chasing storms in the middle of the night. It's very dangerous. So that thing could still touch down at any time if it's not already. And then this area right here, it's a little bit broad, but yeah, we've got, especially right in here, we probably got some 80, 90 mile per hour winds showing up. Not as strong coming back, but
query that here for you real quick.
Yeah, it could be, you know, 100, 120 mile per hour effective rotation going on, at least a few thousand foot up, and some of that could be reaching the ground. This would be just west of Grand Junction. In this storm, starting off a severe thunderstorm. And, you know, I tell people the severe thunderstorm warning is just one level below a tornado warning. So you got to watch those. And we've had a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings turn into tornado warnings with just in a minute or two at times.
They're going to issue a downstream tornado warning, it looks like here. It said downstream warning coming for the tornado warning storm in McNairy County. Okay, so where are they? So I think they're going to go and probably continue that over to Decatur County.
Yeah, I bet they're going to extend it downstream.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and extend that. Right now, it's getting to the end of their box here. Right now, what's left of that rotation that was a tornado at one point, it's going to be real close. There it is. And so there's your new tornado warning. It's going to be downstream. Let me get the information.
Give them a big heads up there all the way into Decatur County.
They're giving you a humongous heads up. That's why they're issuing it so far out.
So yeah, again, probably we were hoping that thing would maybe try to fall. And I think they're seeing this too at the National Weather Service. It looked like, as we were talking about, it was trying to fall apart. Size hail. Wow. But it is re-strengthened, and so they've gone ahead and put that new warning out that covers all the way down to Decatur County, all the way over to Decatur County, I should say. So Mo's going to do us estimated time of arrival.
They've got this moving about 50 miles per hour.
About 50. See, that's concerning too, because it's like slowed down a little bit. And sometimes these larger tornadoes or the larger updrafts, the storm will kind of slow down a little bit and hang around. So that could be a bad sign that it has appeared to have slowed down at this point. and you can see the places in the path. Again, don't hesitate, call if you've got loved ones here downstream, ring their phone, tell them just, hey, making sure you were awake, you know, you've got a potential tornado coming your way, and this looks very serious than some of the other ones. They'll appreciate that at the end of the night. It's going to be arriving around Selmer at 224, Finger by 226. Some people call it Finger, so either way, you just need to be in your safe place. That's the thing. All right, 233, it'll arrive in the Leapwood area, Adamsville by 238, Morris Chapel by 240, Sardis by around 248, Saltillo there by around 251, Ames Scott Hill by 255, and 3 o'clock it'll be arriving around Bath Springs, Clifton by 308, Horner, of course, getting a little bit further out of the viewing area, but you know, just passing along that nearest city, just over the line there, just for a heads up. All right, but anyway, oh yeah.
I just wanted to re-rack again, just to sort of,
Yeah.
I'm going to go back up here and we'll just take a look at the whole area just so everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, everything north of I-40 right now is plain old rain. There's a little bit of thunder here and there, but for the most part, it's just plain old rain at this point. The severe storms are basically, about 50 miles south of I-40 and almost paralleling, basically between Grand Junction over to Bath Springs, essentially, and they're basically following that exact same path. What I think is happening here is they're basically riding the northwest side of that ridge axis.
Yeah,
is what's happening.
that's
here.
exactly what's happening,
and that's why
I think.
they're going exactly in the exact same places before. And we knew the front was going to stall at some point, and this is exactly what's happening here. And essentially, these storms are tracking exactly along that ridge axis where it's meeting with where the front's ultimately stalling there.
Yeah, we got more instability down here in the southern counties. So this will be ongoing. It's just after 2:22 or so here in the morning. So these will likely continue at least a couple of 2 or 3 warnings as we head towards maybe 3, 4 o'clock until we get this boundary a little further south. And then even after we do so, some of the models are indicating it's going to try to lift back northward, even though it'll be more of just a rain situation. But another thing I'd want to point out too is that we've got about 4 days with at least some severe threat.
Per the National Weather Service, they're going to go with considerable, so they're going to upgrade. They think it's on the ground,
and that's this one here.
They're probably thinking this is back on the ground again.
Right in here. Yeah,
they're going to upgrade this to considerable. So that technically includes Henderson, although the hail core is between you and the tornado in the city of Henderson. Finger, however, y'all need to get hunkered down right now.
That's right.
You need to get interior room right now.
Please.
Interior room, wake the kids up, get everybody up, but they're going to be mad, but hey, that's okay. You're saving their life. You need to get them up right now. So they think this thing is cycling, and it is about to put a tornado down again.
And I know this with my kids, they'll be grumpy in the morning, but you know what? You'll still have them. That's the main thing. So go ahead and get them up, get to a safe place. Here's some tornado safety tips. Mo, I'll give you a little break here and we'll talk about this. In these areas especially, be weather aware, have multiple ways to receive your warnings. I have seen tonight, as I've been monitoring the weather, some of the links be cut or rather interfered with. You've got a lot of lightning. That's why it's important to have more than one layered warning. Weather radio, us right here on TV, or like the WBBJ weather apps, very handy. And then like television, FM radio, just more than one way. Very important. In case one gets cut off, you've still got access to what's going on. Vehicles, watch out for trees or down power lines. That's a big one because I drove through some debris coming down Old Medina Road tonight. And you'll just run up on it. You know, they haven't had a chance to clear it out, and there's still tornadoes. Nobody wants to get out in tornadoes. That'll come more in the morning if we're lucky as far as getting that cleaned up. Take shelter. Now this is the most important in the path of these 2 storms right now. Don't hang around. Take cover in the lowest portion of your home, away from windows in that most interior room with as least amount of roof above your head. And that could be a hallway. If it's a hallway and a bathroom, a lot of times that bathroom's the better way to go as long as it's right there on the inside. You can get in the tub, cover your head with pillows. I've known several people survive even large tornadoes by being in the tub. One of our staff members at one of the stations that I was at in Joplin, he was blown right off of his second-story apartment, landed out in the parking lot in the tub. He broke his legs, and we got him okay. Drove him up to the hospital there in Kansas City, but he survived. And I thoroughly believe, being in that tub saved his life. Again, here's Pleasant Grove School. This is just east of Grand Junction. This is where we're seeing that ominous rotation that's going on, and it's continuing off to the east and northeast. Unfortunately, Mo, look at this. It's going to be very close to the same path that this last storm
literally
took.
following exactly the same path again. These are 3 tornadoes in a row, and that are passing exactly the same path here.
Yeah, and until we get beyond that axis there and we get this instability kind of worked over good, we're still going to have these storms rolling along down here in the southern counties. Now, like to the north, where it's just plain old rain, that will eventually occur. It's probably going to be on into the early morning before we see that happen. But as really, you can think of it like the main boundary slowly dropping south, but the storms are riding along a lot faster along that boundary is what's happening, and they're unfortunately tornadic. Considerable here near the Fanger area. This is just north of Selmer. Again,
unfortunately, National Weather Service thinks this one's going to hit Selmer.
Yeah, Selmer.
This
You've
one's
been
headed right for
fortunate so
Selmer.
far, but
so let me give you all as much time as possible here. Let me go ahead and take this out 15. If I can get it right here.
yeah, that's looking really bright too on that.
Look how bright those
storm
colors are.
relative velocity.
Yeah, so they think this is about to tornado again, and it's headed right for Selmer again. So let me go ahead and get you updated track here, Brian.
Okay, sure thing. Yeah, Mo's going to get us an estimated time of arrival. Again, don't count this down to the exact minute. And a lot of times we'll give it just a little extra to try to
Hang on,
account for
that's
that.
not good. Hang
No,
on,
that's fine.
I'll fix it.
Do what you got to do, my friend. It's been a long day, long night. He's going to get that together. But
We're
Middleton,
gonna get you a better one.
you're
Hang on.
in the track of that. So Middleton, be taking cover, be in your safe place. This could save your life. This is
There we go.
a
So I
potentially
am going to
deadly
include Selmer in
situation.
this one. Okay,
And,
so there you go.
Yeah,
There's
there
your
you
times of
go. We
arrival.
got Lisbon.
Oh.
No, that's
Oh,
okay.
mercy.
It's been a long day. I tell you, it's taxing to go nearly 24 hours straight for us. And we're just going to do the best we can here. Again, just west of Middleton, that's what we're talking about. Here we go. Are you satisfied with that one, Mo?
Yes.
Looks
Yeah, let's
good to
go with
me.
this one.
Okay. Van Buren by 2:37. It'll be arriving in the Roger Springs area by 2:41. I'm going to just do this vocally. Don't hang around to watch this part. Get in your safe place if you're in the path, and cut your TV up if that's what you've got right now. Middleton by 2:53. Pocahontas by 3:04, and then Rose Creek there by 3:27, Selmer by 3:37, Bethel Springs by 3:41, and Stantonville by 3:59, Adamsville by 4:08, and Savannah. If this continues, it could be on your doorstep there at 4:26 this morning. Two very ominous storms. This is the one that's had a history of a tornado being confirmed on the ground, and it has weakened a little bit, but just recently, about the last 15 minutes, it's ramped back up.
And this is very characteristic of these
Yeah.
supercell type thunderstorms. They'll weaken, but they'll get their act together, and they'll try to put in a. This is why we always tell you that it only takes one storm, and it will put down multiple tornadoes, and that looks like what's happening here with that storm in northern McNairy County now.
And look at how this one here, it's going to, as Mo said, it looks like it's on the track to head into Selmer, but it's a little further south than this one. I think we're going to see that pattern as we continue on through the morning, that each storm that does develop will typically go a little further south and along this boundary until we get that boundary further south. And then it's going to be the problem of northeast Mississippi, northwest Alabama, those areas. It's just a slow go. And then the models have been indicating this boundary will actually try to lift back northward at last check when I look. And then it's just going to kind of stall out here just a little further north, and then we're going to get smacked again, looks like Friday into Saturday. And as you can imagine, the rain is going to keep adding up. And that's why the verbiage there from the National Weather Service could be some catastrophic flooding in areas that's already seen catastrophic flooding earlier last year, like Reeves. We've got to be on guard there too, as the rain just keeps adding up. as we've been getting rain for many, many hours now. Roger Springs, you're in the path of this potential tornado. It's radar. If they're red, they're
weakened a
radar
little
indicated.
bit. Notice the colors aren't nearly
Yeah,
as bright.
it's not.
It is still tight, just east of Salisbury now, but it's going to be pretty close to Roger Spring there, Lisbon, Middleton. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be a
Community
close
of
call.
Lacey, also close. It's close. It's tight, but not nearly as strong as it was. I'm going to move that track a little bit here. And this is the one that they're thinking might end up in Selmer because it is a little bit further south than the other two storms. But it might have weakened just a little bit. But again, that's only temporary. It's probably going to ramp right back up. Just while I've got it, let's go ahead and take a look at the CC, or the correlation or debris tracker here for us. And doesn't look co-located with that velocity signature we were looking at.
It's definitely not even in the same ballpark as what we saw earlier tonight.
Yeah, compared to that donut hole we had earlier. Oh, no.
That was terrible.
So that was, whew. That's the thing. That was a thing of nightmares when I walked in.
Yeah, I mean, you
Walked
don't see that very often at all. I mean, that's like what you might see with with the biggest tornadoes, that debris being lofted. Real quickly, correlation coefficient, it looks kind of ugly on the TV, but it's very handy because what it sees is the difference between like raindrop sizes and maybe like roof shingles and other debris. And the bigger the color difference from the surroundings, the more larger the debris could be and the more of it there could be. And so that's one thing that we were looking at. And not only earlier was that showing a lot of CC correlation coefficient, but it was swirling around like a donut there, so we knew we've had a tornado down there tonight. This is the storm we're talking about. It had a history of doing that, and it has taken a little break, but now it has ramped back up here about the last 20 minutes. And it means business. Leapwood, be in your safe place now. This could save your life. Milledgeville, take cover immediately. Bath Springs, you got just a little bit more time. But again, this thing could do anything at any moment. This could really tighten back up. And it's been strengthening back again. And you don't want to have to deal with that. Be in the lowest level of your home, away from windows, as many outside walls between you and the tornado as possible. And it could make a huge difference, and as low to the ground as you can get, and cover your head because most fatalities happen from head injuries as well. We're not here to scare you. We're just reporting what we see on the radar as experienced meteorologists, Mo and myself here, watching this as it tracks off to the east, northeast at around 50. Roger Springs.
Weakening a little bit.
That looks better. Yeah.
Looking better.
We don't want
Hopefully this is
we
a
don't
trend
want to
that
say
continues.
everything's good, but that does look encouraging. But, if you see these tornadoes on video, some of you in person, you've seen them, they can grow larger, then they can kind of get smaller, rope out and weaken, only to return again. So that is what we're seeing, at least in the levels a few thousand feet up. And at any time, it could strengthen back a little bit and touch back down. But yeah, Mo, I don't want to make light of this. I know you don't either, but it does look a little bit better in that last scan.
Yeah, that last scan looks wonderful compared to what it did.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and take a look. We're going to kind of go through each storm as we're kind of taking a look at the bigger view now. And again, north of I-40, it's just plain old rain, but it's mostly, right down here in our southern counties. You can see just south of Bolivar, we've got a radar indicated tornado that is going on there. And then we've got the potential tornado. What was the wording on that, Mo? That it was,
they went considerable.
Considerable.
It's not on the ground. They're just,
just
although
considerable,
the emergency manager in, I believe, Hardin County said they're going to treat it as a tornado on the ground.
That's right there
it's
at
just been
Chester.
too close. And I think that's the right thing to do. Just treat it like it's a tornado on the ground and take those precautions.
So considerable, that I tell you, it gets hard to remember those terms at this point. But right there, northern McNairy County and Chester County, that is the most serious storm that we see. And then, Mo, go back one and we'll look at that other one too, that was just a little further east. And we're going to come right back to this one. But we just want to give you the bigger view of what's going on out there right now. I will say real
Well,
quickly.
the original storm is now over in middle. It's going.
Oh,
over
it's
to
out of the
Middle
viewing
Tennessee.
area, okay.
So that one's out of here.
Good deal.
Now we've got the one that is cycling and has become considerable according to the National Weather Service. That's the one in northeast McNairy County. It's going right along the border between southeast Chester County, northeast McNairy County, and then we have the other one that's been weakening a little bit. That's back in portions of Hardeman County. So we've really got so we're working really 2 tornado warnings at the moment. The one in northern McNairy County a little bit more significant according to the National Weather Service than the one that, although the one that's in southern Hardeman County, that is on track to move through Selmer, and of course that concerns us because we know there's ongoing rescues and recovery right now in Selmer right now. So we are a little concerned about that storm that's going to be moving right into that area.
Yeah, I would say just looking at this, I mean, you can see Counts, you can see Selmer, probably at least a couple of more hours of dealing with these tornadic storms because we got to get that boundary further south before we're going to see an end to these things. Most of the area, though, has now gotten out of the severe weather. So up here just along I-40 and points north, it's just plain old rain. It's these 2 tornado storms that we're looking at, the one right there in southern McNairy, and then of course the one right here by Hickory Valley and Lisbon that we're talking about, and then the other one here in northern McNairy County and Chester County, there southern Chester County. Here's an estimated time of arrival on this storm, which is a radar indicated tornado. It'll be arriving at Lisbon by 2:47, Middleton by 2:48, Ceres by 3:04, Selmer by 3:33, Purdy by 3:45, Stantonville by 3:54, Adamsville by 4:04, Savannah by 4:21, and Bucktown by 4:29. And again, this is radar indicated. It does have the makings of a tornado showing up on radar, the red against green.
And just to re-rack, because I know we hear the thunder.
Yeah.
Again, the severe weather is south of I-40. Everything else is just plain old rain. Yes, there's some thunder, and there might be some ponding on the roadways with some of that rain to the north. But again, we are focused on the severe storms that are potentially producing tornadoes in southwest Tennessee. And we got a new warning, I believe, here.
I'll let Mo check out what that warning is here just a moment. But again, considerable tornado signature showing up here in eastern Chester County, northern McNairy. It is moving towards the Decatur County area, and it looks like it will come through just northern portions of Hardin County as well. And it looks like a little southern, it'll probably clip the southern part of Henderson County as it continues making its way. You can see in motion how these storms, they've been rolling through one after another, but you'll tend to see each one as we go through the morning developing further and further south till we finally get this slowly down to the south. Look at the lightning, abundant lightning in these supercell storms. Really, when I'm looking at reflectivity, classic reflectivity here, this one has more of the feature back here, this radar indicated. But, you know, that's looking at traditional radar. Looking at the winds, this one here, which has the considerable tornado tag, which means they're more confident that this one could be on the ground. We got some stronger looking rotation going on here. Morse Chapel showing up right there on the outgoing winds. And here's an estimated time of arrival for this dangerous storm. Again, it's going to be moving towards Bath Springs, Gumdale, and Perry County. Center Point, Lula. So AM, 2:40 a.m. it'll be arriving in the Morris Chapel area. 2:44 Center Point, Lula. Sardis by 2:48. We're looking at Scotts Hill by 2:54. Bath Springs by 3 o'clock. Largo by 3:04. Gumdale by 3:09. Horner by 3:15. Take cover immediately. This could be on the ground here. Perry County by 3:19. Linden by 3:22. Chestnut Grove there by 3:25. Just a little over the border there for a little heads up there. All right. Yeah, looking at correlation coefficient here near Morris Chapel.
Yeah, notice we don't have the donut hole that we had earlier. Not seeing the donut hole, and doesn't look too impressive on the reflectivity either.
Yeah, just a little pendant there. But
National Weather Service, they felt, let's see if they're probably going to be chopping McNairy County out of this. Hopefully a good chunk of Chester County as well shortly. Okay, looks like they issued a new tornado warning. That's probably for a downstream warning from the original we were tracking. The one that we have been tracking back here, that one. So yeah, it's basically, the storm's it's about to outrun their polygon they had, so they reissued it out, and this time it does include Selmer. It is still radar indicated. I do want to point out it is radar indicated. It's not necessarily on the ground at this point, but we are keeping a close eye on it, and this storm has been cycling back and forth, but it does look pretty ragged right now. Hopefully it stays that way, but if you know some folks in Selmer that are in ongoing with the recovery efforts from the first tornado about an hour and a half ago now or so, then you definitely want to give them a call and let them know what's coming.
Yeah, Selmer, Raymer, Stantonville, those areas potentially under the gun with this storm as it continues to make its way to the east-northeast at, what do we say, around 40, looks like about 50 miles an hour. We'll double check. But yeah, two main storms, and as Mo said, they were about to outrun the polygon here, so they went ahead and extended one down.
They slowed it down just a little bit. It's only going 45, so I'm going to give you a new track on that.
Okay, thank you. The National Weather Service, they've been under the gun. We've all been under the gun tonight.
Yeah, they have been.
They cover a bigger area, and Arkansas, they just had, that's some of the most tornadoes I've ever seen in Arkansas. It was just everywhere as those supercells were rolling out near the Mississippi earlier today. And you're going to see in the days to come some catastrophic damage, as we always do, but I think you're going to see a way above what you would normally see amount of that. This has been it'll take a little time to study it, see how historical this outbreak is, but I bet it's going to be in one of those historical levels from what I've been seeing throughout the evening and the night and afternoon. So yeah, Mo's got us a new track on here. It has slowed down just a little bit. It's like 45 miles per hour. It's going to be in the Hebron area till at 2:49. Ezra Springs at 2:55. Cypress by 3:09. Selmer by 3:29. Bethel Springs 3:35, Stantonville 3:53, Adamsville at 4:03, Crump at 4:11, and let's see, Savannah by 4:23. Areas I travel quite often. We love all of our folks down there, and we want you to be safe, so please take shelter. Let this get past you and well and away, and then you can come out. I know it's been a long, exhausting night for many, where these storms, they'll get going, they'll drop a tornado warning on them, and then some of them slow down and almost sit still, just with the horns, like in Gibson County tonight, going off well over like an hour, hour and a half, just because the storm would not get out of the area. So that can happen too. Hebron, Ezra Springs, here's Selmer. As Mo had mentioned earlier, it is looking like this storm is going to come right over Selmer. And again, that would be at around 3:29 this morning. We'll continue to see these storms breaking out. They'll be developing, and likely what you're going to see is each storm that comes from the south and west will be a little further south than the first one, and eventually we'll get these farther south into Mississippi. Yeah, bad for them, but it's better for West Tennessee. But again, no good way about it, really, on a night like tonight.
They've got a confirmed tornado now.
Confirmed tornado.
Yeah, they confirmed a tornado. It's got a hazard-damaging tornado, so they think it's on the ground in eastern Chester County. Let's go tight on that one again.
Yeah, Mo's going to bring us in right there to eastern Chester County.
So this is probably right in Milledgeville right now.
Yeah, that's
very, very close to the Milledgeville area in far southeastern Chester County, and it's basically right where Chester, Decatur, Hardin County all come together. That's where this potential probably tornado is at this point. That polygon is a lot bigger than
the actual rotation.
Than what the rotation is. So we're gonna see here.
And again, that is right there, just right on top of the Milledgeville area, a small town. I travel through there quite often. But yeah, you guys be in your safe place. I know we've got a lot of trees and forest areas right through there, but I also know they've got some big gas tanks there on each side of the highway when I go through. So, that could be a danger too. But yeah, just right there at Milledgeville, right through the beautiful little town there. You've got the the Dollar General and some of the other stores there at the intersection. So, you know, I think most of those would be closed at this time, but there again, right there in Milledgeville, we've got a potential tornado there on the ground as we speak.
So, let's see here what the speed of that one. It's going northeast at 50. So I'm going to give you a new track here, Brian.
Yeah, Mo's going to work that, give us a new track. We'll give you an estimated time of arrival. Again, we don't want to scare folks, but this could very well be on the ground right now, causing massive damage. There you can see the small towns.
It wouldn't be the first one tonight.
No, absolutely not. No, this is going to be one of many right there around Hinkle, Lick, Skillet. Some of these small towns, you know, it's the people we love in the small towns, but then, you know, they're in the path of something so dangerous tonight. Savannah, this looks like it'll just miss you guys just to the north, but you get north of the overpass there and you could run into this, you know, just if you're going to be heading off to work or something early this morning, keep that in mind. Let this get by before you continue further north. Here's the latest estimated time of arrival of this tornadic storm. Sardis by 2:56, Scotts Hill by 3:07, Dunbar by 3:17, Decaturville by 3:29, Gumdale by 3:41, Horner by 3:54, Linden by 4:06, Chestnut Grove there by 4:11, and of course it's going to make its own way towards the Hohenwald area there in portions of Middle Tennessee. But right here near Sardis and Milledgeville, that's where we're seeing this tornadic circulation that could very well be on the ground. Yeah, tightening up a little bit there.
Not what I want to hear or see.
Not at all, no.
But it does appear to be tightening up.
Yeah,
so
just
let's
west of
We're
Selmer.
going to go. First of all, before I do that, let's go re-rack and take a look at the whole scenario. Because yes, I know
good idea.
There's thunder, heavy rain, and again, the severe threat right now is generally south of I-40, basically along and south of I-40, I should say. There, especially between Selmer, Savannah, Decatur, we'll say Parsons. And that's what we're real focused on, really two particular storms that are potentially producing tornadoes right now. Everyone else, it's plain old rain with some thunder. I think you're fine. Go to bed. You're fine. But if you're south of I-40, stick with us. We're going to track each one of
And
these
Mo,
storms.
real quickly, pan down to Mississippi just a little bit. I want to see what we might be having coming there. So let's take, no, not too terribly. Well,
new tornado warning. Good thing we looked.
Maybe I shouldn't have looked.
Oh, you just jinxed us, didn't you?
So they're near Holly Springs. A place I've been to many times. Lovely city there. Coming through Holly Springs. So that likely will be our next storm that's going to be even further south of this. Yeah,
but notice that southward trend.
Yeah.
So Savannah has been pretty fortunate so far, but eventually you're going to be in this path as this boundary continues to drop south and eastward very slowly here at this rate.
Yeah, absolutely. Savannah, one of the more populated areas there. Of course, I know it's early in the morning, but I know some of the guys, they get up early and they head to the local restaurant there and have that cup of coffee. So, you know, if you're just waking up, turning on the television here, we're tracking a couple of dangerous storms. One of them has got a hazard tag on it. Pretty confident this one is on the ground. Then we got the red area showing that radar indicated tornado, which has been strengthening here as it makes a way towards the Selmer area. So we'll take a look at the estimated times of arrival on this as well. You can see it'll be arriving around the Ezra Springs area by 2:51, Rose Creek by around 3:11, Selmer by 3:23, Bethel Springs by around 3:26, Stantonville by 3:47, Adamsville 3:56, Crump there just a little bit after there at 4:03, Savannah. Okay, if this holds together, it'll be making its way through there at 4:15. Centerville and Havana there just a little bit later. They are 4:27 and 4:45. New warning coming out. We'll check on that. But again, tracking these two storms that are moving through the McNairy County, Chester County area. One of them is Mo. It has the hazard tag on it. Yeah, it's moving towards the Decatur County area. It's going to clip.
Yes, let's go back to that storm. Well, it looks pretty ragged at this point, which is a good thing. But this is the one they thought was potentially trying to produce a tornado near Milledgeville. But notice how Notice how separated those
Yeah, it's
brighter
really
colors are
broadened
now.
out
So it's
some.
gotten a lot more broad than it was.
And not surprised. And I mean, these, I tell you what, they'll broaden out and then they'll tighten back up and try to drop a tornado again.
Doesn't mean it's going to
Correlation.
keep doing that. It's just doing that right now.
Yeah, yeah. A little bit of CC there near the Gooch School area, but nothing like we saw earlier tonight with that that storm. Rotation showing up here, but again, yeah, I mean, we've got some high winds showing up right in through here, but we're not getting that, you know, that bright red against the bright green. So it's almost like, you know, we've got some outflow going on right through here.
Absolutely. So
near
definitely
the
some
Sulphur
damaging
Springs
winds.
area.
Yeah. Definitely some probably 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds blowing.
Yeah, easily.
And
Watch
of course,
out there, Sulphur Springs School. I mean, that high wind is just about to make its way into your area too. And that, you know, whether it's straight line or a downburst or, you know, if it's coming at you at 100 miles an hour, and that does look like it could be around 100 mile per hour right there just west of Sulphur Springs, it's dangerous. So, yeah, whether it's rotating or not there. So, all right, we're continuing to track these dangerous storms. The one in purple, some say pink, right here, that is the most dangerous storm that we see right now. They're pretty confident that this storm is at least been producing a tornado on the ground. It's had reasonable signatures with it, so use caution there. And then we've got this storm here that really is starting to show these higher winds, not so much, you know, tight rotation, but some very adequate winds coming towards the Sulphur Springs School area. Here's your estimated time of arrival of the dangerous high winds that we are seeing on radar. Rose Creek at 3:07, Selmer at 3:20, Gravel Hill at 3:31, Stantonville by 3:44, Adamsville by 3:53, Savannah by 4:14, Bucktown by 4:22, and Crow, Texas by 4:34, Havana by 4:43. And again, this is moving off to the east. Northeast, it's almost due east, but it has a little bit of a northward component to it, and it continues, looks like it's moving towards Selmer, so
yep, yeah,
no ways around it at this point, looks like.
Remember, there's recovery going on there right now,
Right.
so it's very just concerning. Again, it's still radar indicated at this point, so we don't think there's a tornado involved with it
Yeah.
right now, but there's definitely some what's
Yeah,
that? What is that
look
color?
at that. Those winds there look really bad. I'm just estimating, just eyeballing that. That's, you know, well, definitely looks like 100 miles an hour or more. And this could be reaching to the surface. So again, even with summertime thunderstorms, you can get these 100 mile per hour or more, what we call a microburst or a downburst can come down, especially if the storm is trying to collapse a little bit. That can be a dangerous time. The winds rush down and they almost create like a little mini cold front out here in front. But regardless of whether we might be looking at a tornado or that situation, outflow winds, these are very high right now. And then we've got this area here
I'm not
near
sure why they
Saltillo.
aren't chopping. I mean, with this original
Yeah.
tornado, I don't know why they aren't chopping counties out. But right now, with the original storm, obviously Chester counties and even southern Henderson County is clear. Southern Decatur County, though, we're still under the gun here, right along the Hardin-Decatur County line there.
right in here.
As it continues to work its way off to almost the Tennessee River there. But they're
Yeah, Saltillo, we've got some rotation going on right there, just on top of the Saltillo area. I mean, it's not as impressive as some, but there again, I mean, we could have, EF1 style winds going on right there at Saltillo. That's all it takes. 90, 100 mile per hour winds could be rotating, making it to the ground there at Saltillo. Again, it's not one of the most impressive signatures by far that we've seen tonight, but when you see that bright green against some type of brighter red there, ingoing and outgoing winds close together, that
I guess they
indicates
heard
that
me.
rotation.
Okay, so we finally chopped Chester County out of that
Yeah.
warning. And probably could have done the same for Henderson County. I think you guys are fine up there on that particular storm at least.
Yeah, and of course that is getting ready. It's going to be, that rotation is going to be crossing over Highway 641 I mean, just in about 30 minutes or so. But again, and that looks a little more impressive there, doesn't it, Mo? Look at that bright.
We're getting into that range folding range
Yeah,
here.
that's
but,
true.
And
we just have to treat it.
Just to do our due diligence, I could take a look at our Camden radar just to kind of see
Yeah.
if it's seen. Yeah, it's a little too far just a touch too far south.
Maybe a tad on the edge of the range there, but still it's indicating, and that shows it a little further north because it's not as powerful, but it's letting us know that this thing has some goodies here near the 64 area. So yeah, it's nice to have that kind of a little reconfirmation there with the Camden radar as well, which is really
so
nice.
the Memphis site is probably looking at the mesocyclone,
Yeah.
a little bit higher up.
Right. Yeah, as Mo was talking about, this is the beam from Memphis. It gradually goes up into the atmosphere, so we're probably just give or take probably about 6,000 feet above the ground, if not more, right here. That's the lowest they can see to the ground, so it can look much more impressive at 6,000 feet above us. We don't know if all that's reaching the ground, though, but we have to treat it that way.
Treat it that way, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to treat it as if it is on the ground here.
Havana, Bath Springs, make sure you're in a
Going a
safe
little tight.
place in case that this
I know this is the third time now, guys. Bath Springs, between Saltillo, Bath Springs, Havana. We know, but unfortunately, these storms are on a very similar path and are literally, basically following along the railroad tracks and going through exactly the same area. So that's why some of these areas have been under the gun multiple times since we started our coverage here.
It looks like it's just a little bit past the Saltillo area right now. I'd still stay in your safe place a little bit longer. And professionally, I would say till the tornado warning is trimmed off in your area. But at least the worst part of that looks to be just a little bit more to the east now of Saltillo as it closes in on Bath Springs right now. So you've had this southerly component. You've got this storm here that's going to be, looks like the worst part of it will go right through southern Henderson County, right through southern Decatur County, and it will miss the Savannah area. But then this storm back here near Selmer, where they're doing the recovery efforts now, it looks like it could be the one that winds up hitting Savannah. But it is a radar indicated tornado. We don't have confirmation of it being on the ground. And then just south of Bolivar, you can see this little pendant right here showing up, and the lightning in both of those still, fairly impressive. These are supercells. They would still count as supercells, although not the most impressive that you might see. But again, all it takes is a EF1, EF2. These can be dangerous, So you just want to treat it like that you just got to know this thing could be all the way down to the ground here. Ashland, Canaan, looks like you're kind of in the path of what we're able to see there of the rotation. Walnut right now.
This was off that deep tornado warning we were looking at.
Yeah, and is this Mississippi? I thought I recognized some of those.
Yeah, that's
areas
North
there.
Mississippi.
Okay, yeah. All right, and so Walnut there. So if my buddy's over there watching, if he's awake, watch out there at Walnut there. And then Middleton, you've got this area right here that you can see a little bit of a counterclockwise component where the rain is being wrapped in around the attempt at circulation going on. This is right basically on top of the Middleton area. So we've got that potential area right now. And then right here just to the west of Bethel Springs, crossing over. It's right there crossing over Highway 64.
Fingers crossed we might be seeing some weakening on that cell that was
Doesn't
coming
look
into
quite
Selmer. That doesn't look nearly as crazy as it looked a few minutes ago. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
Look how much weaker it is on the last couple scans. So that looks like it might be weakening, although it does look like some gusty winds are still pushing their way into Selma right now. So probably about 50, 60 mile per hour winds along with that, but at least it's not spinning and it's not a tornado from the looks of it. So we're still at radar indicated according to National Weather Service here.
Yeah, it looks like just in the scene that you're looking at now, 107 lightning strikes, 108. They're climbing.
Yeah, a lot of these storms had over 300 about a couple hours ago. So that's good. The numbers are coming down a little bit. Maybe running a little bit out of the tank here.
Look at that when it rolled through McCallop School area. It was much more intense. So as Mo was rolling that back there for just a moment, and now it looks like it may come just slightly north of Selmer, but let's just stay in our safe place because this thing could still turn a little bit to the right. Certainly
Oops.
could. All right, yeah, I know mine's been going off to everybody calling me, what's it doing, where's it going? Well, what we can tell you right here in Selmer is be in your safe place, 40 Forks, Stantonville, just in case there you're in the radar indicated tornado warning. And these storms, many of them tonight have had no trouble producing a confirmed tornado. So, you know, this could go to a pink or a purple polygon at any moment if there's a tornado spotted. Yeah, little.
Just go check on Bath Springs here again, just to do our due diligence here. And again, again, we're hitting that range folding, so it's really hard to see what's really kind of going on there. But they're keeping a considerable tag.
I
even
think
though
that's
we
still
haven't
going to
had
be.
any
Yeah, I think that's going to
confirmation.
still be closer to the Memphis area. We could check out Columbus, but I don't think it's going to give us any better view there.
Let me take a look
It's
here.
debatable. I mean,
Yeah. Not really.
yeah, it's looking up into a high part of the atmosphere too. So, but we kind of judge between the two there, and again, we could have a tornado on the ground there still. So, there again, right there near Bath Springs.
Just about to go
Bethel
over
Springs.
and we'll see what National Weather Service in Nashville decides to do on that warning. But right now, Memphis hasn't really said much in addition to about that storm, and I've got no confirmation at this point that there's anything happening there. And of course, that's a pretty rural area there.
Right,
so
right.
it is
Yeah,
gonna be,
Clifton
it is,
through
it
those
is going to take a
areas.
while to get any kind of information anyways, for that reason alone. Check back on Selmer here real quick. It looks like that if there is any rotation lingering now, it's going to be just to the north, or basically closer to Bethel Springs, rather.
Yeah, really,
there
it looks
versus,
right there where
Selmer.
the 64 sign is. That looks on the Highway 64. That's where it looks to be the toughest, moving towards Bethel Springs. And let's go ahead and we'll pan back, take a bigger look here once again. There is some good news, at least further north, where it's mainly just rain that's going on I-40 and points north. So areas that were hit pretty hard earlier tonight have been able to get a break from this. Mainly what we're watching right now is these storms down in our southern counties. Middleton, we've got some rotation here, more rotation over here near just north of the Selmer area at this moment. And then we got the rotation there near Bethel Springs there that's getting ready to make its way towards the southern Decatur County area. So watching 3 storms. One is coming out of Mississippi that we were showing you, and each one's going to be further south than the next one. But that can be bad news though too, because we were talking about, you know, Savannah has dodged the bullet at least this evening, but that, you know, we're going up in risk. For the Savannah area
And
here
as
over
for
the next
we're just
hour.
re-racking here just to show you what's going on over the rest of West Tennessee. And again, it's just plain old rain. Yes, it's thundering and heavy rain again.
Yeah.
Pockets of heavy rain in Jackson, but it is, again, not severe. The activity we're watching down here is severe and potentially are producing tornadoes. That's why we're so focused on those 3, well, 2.5 areas. We're about to lose one to Middle Tennessee. Looks like they went severe thunderstorm warning on national. Notice that. Notice from the National Weather Service over in Nashville, they went with a severe thunderstorm warning versus a tornado. So that's encouraging news that there's probably not a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, good news there.
And,
but yeah, north of I-40, just what we'd call some good old-fashioned thunderstorms up there.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I know it's waking you up, and you know a lot of folks are starting to stir a little bit, and you're probably being awakened by all the thunder. And again, it is not severe north of I-40. It's just plain old rain right now. Although we do have the threat for severe weather later, which I'm going to have to start working on my show for Good Morning West Tennessee as well. Okay, it looks like they went. Okay, so they did drop it down to just a
Radar
indicated tornado warning, which I agree completely with that. And then the one in
It's going to be between the
Selmer, they're going to drop. Well, actually, it was only a radar indicated, although they chopped out looks like Chester County out of that one as well, which I agree completely with that. So there's a little bit of a notch between Bethel Springs and Selmer, and again, we were kind of watching that on the velocity as well. In fact, let me go back over to velocity here, and
Yeah, no, Mo is showing us the reflectivity, and here's the winds. And yeah, that looks a little more. But again, we're looking up several thousand feet where this radar beam can see. But that, if it's increasing, then that also enhances the chances this could be making it down lower and lower. So we have
In
to.
summer, though, you probably got a pretty strong south wind right now.
Yeah.
That's the inflow blowing into this rotation that's going on just south of
so
Bethel
he's
Springs
talking
right
about
now.
right there, that
It
south
is
component.
broad, though. It looks pretty broad, and that's a good thing at this point. But this is going to continue to track to the east. In fact, probably want to put another track on this because this is probably going to get pretty close to Savannah. So we'll go ahead and
Yeah, and you can see Hickory Flats on further to the east of that. Savannah, right here near the Tennessee River where it makes that bend there. Let's be ready to be in our safe place. Now, Savannah is not officially in the tornado warning yet, but this storm here, it has the makings. It's starting to uptick in intensity. It's still some broad rotation, but it is looking stronger. And so Stantonville, Adamsville, Old Lawton, and we'll go ahead and read out these estimated times of arrival too, just to give you a heads up. Yeah, with this intensifying, I would tell people, you know, if you've got a storm shelter, storm cellar, get in it. It's worth it because look at that. I mean, it's starting to kind of uptick there. So it'll be in the Selmer area. Right there around 313, Old Lawton by 325, Adamsville by 339, Morris Chapel by 350, Savannah by right around 4 a.m. Savannah. So yeah, let's keep being on guard here. In Savannah, at least make sure you've got the access to get there very quickly because this will probably be extended downwind any moment here, especially if this keeps intensifying here. All right, so Bucktown by 408, Crows, Texas there by 421.
definitely try to tighten up here. It looks like it's just north of Selmer, not quite in Selmer, thankfully, but it is tightening up a little bit there. Let me see what the National Weather Service is.
Yeah, go ahead, Mo, check that out, and just let me know. Yeah, we got Old Lawton just to the west, and Mo's going to check on that information for us. Morris Chapel, you're just out of this tornado polygon, as well as Savannah. But again, in both of these areas, just have you make sure you've got access to get to that safe place as this continues to get closer, because it does look like this one is starting to ramp up a little bit here just north of Selmer. Old Lawton looks like you're in the direct path of this potential tornado. I know we've seen so many radar indicated tornadoes tonight, and you know, on a normal severe weather, if there is such a thing, you know, where you just get one or two storms that produce a radar indicated tornado, still you can, you know, you get those that produce damage and wind up being really bad. So we don't want to get numb to that, even though this is not confirmed. At any moment we could have a confirmation on that, and again, that's just north of the Selmer area, pushing over towards Adamsville.
Do one last check on this tornado up near Bath Springs.
Bath Springs, yeah. I think I'd said Bethel Springs, but it's Bath Springs. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, so that's from Nashville. From Nashville,
right
I
there.
believe.
Okay.
So again, it's just about to hit the Tennessee River and go right on over into Perry County.
Yeah, right there near Gumdale, looks like. Yeah, 40 Forks, just south of 40 Forks and north of, or just east of, like maybe 2-3 miles east of the Bethel Springs area. That's where we're seeing this intensification showing up on radar, where we could have a tornado on the ground. So we got to treat it that way. And again, Adamsville looks like it's going to come very close to you too. We'll continue to get some new scans in here. We are looking at storm radial velocity. It's giving us that look. It kind of minuses the movement of the storm and gives us a look at the winds as if that storm was sitting
check
still.
CC,
Yes,
debris.
A little bit murky, but it is there.
It's a mess.
Looks like.
But again, compared to what we had a couple hours ago, that's not bad at all. But something appears to be tightening up just east of Bethel Springs at this point. So if you're in Adamsville, Stantonville, probably not so much. It looks like it'll stay north.
Probably just north.
But Adamsville, maybe Savannah, north side of Savannah, Morris Chapel, y'all need to be thinking about getting into your safe spot at this point. We'll have to see if National Weather Service wants to go downstream with this tornado warning, but which I imagine they probably will.
I know
'cause
they are.
It looks pretty tight.
Gritting the teeth over, but they very well might here. Notice the polygon, it does kind of spread out the further in time you go, and that's because this can wobble in direction a little bit. So you can see it kind of fans out a little bit towards the Adamsville area, but that's to give the further out in time, the more inaccurate the track can be. And sometimes these can turn into their inflow and turn more to the right. That would take it a little further south towards Adamsville.
There it is, new tornado warning.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I figured they were going to, and like with it tightened up like that, they went radar indicated. But now that it does include Savannah.
Yeah, so Savannah included. This is now your storm, and it is intensifying as we look at the last few radar scans. Adamsville, you're in the potential path of this, as well as Savannah at this point. It does look like, unless it did a hard right, that's not likely at this point, but Stantonville, it looks like it'll be just north. But again, professionally, I have to tell you to, at least recommend to stay in your safe place there, because you're in the tornado warning polygon. I don't want to make light of anything, but it does look like it is going to head more along 64 up here towards the Adamsville area, maybe right here between Adamsville and Savannah, crossing the river. So
I'm going to roll. I went on to Max 1 and pulled up. I'm going to pull up the Savannah camera, so we can get some
awesome
visual over there at times. I'll just kind of keep an eye on what's going on over there.
Yeah, they were down at last check, but I think they.
I just fixed it.
I think they got them fixed.
I thought I did at least.
Yeah, we'll try that here. We might be able to get a good view of this from the Savannah cam. I know they were working. They were all down there for a while, and they're working diligently to get some better cameras up there in the Savannah area. But they're hard to keep because the lightning will hit them. They're out there in the open weather, so it makes it really hard. Again, this tightening rotation just south of 40 Forks. I think it's going to be just south of you guys at 40 Forks, but it seems to be taking more of that path generally towards the Adamsville area as continues moving off to the east here. Radar indicated right now, but it's been holding together and strengthening enough that the National Weather Service went ahead and put that tornado warning on downstream, including Savannah and Centerview. Morris Chapel, keep a close watch here. It could, you can see the direction of the polygon, and that's for a reason, because it could decide to go a little further to the northeast here, so you got to be on guard here too. But the most likely track is going to take it right here near the Adamsville area, and eventually towards, could be right through Savannah or north parts of Savannah. So we'll continue to watch this here too. Again, right here just south of 40 Forks, the town of 40 Forks, that's where we got this area. And either way, it's showing some high winds. There's been intensifying rotation being indicated there as well. Here's the bigger picture. So again, from Jackson, Bolivar points north, it's just general thunderstorms right now and rain. Atwood, some areas that's been hit harder earlier tonight over in Camden and back further north into Union City. It's just good old-fashioned thunderstorms, a little rumble of thunder here and there, and some rain. It's mainly, that really stands out right there.
Oh yeah, the one just north of
against the rest of them. So you've got this rotation in Mississippi just west of Walnut. It's going to probably lift in across the line, but right there, that definitely
get their latest
could be upticking for us there shortly. It's early in the morning. I mean, there's not usually until about 5 a.m. do we see more and more traffic get on the road. We're about 3:13 right now, and Mo's going to put a track on this here right through the Savannah area. Looks very good, and we'll let him get that together. But again, Savannah in the path of this, Adamsville, Crow, Texas, some areas. We'll read this out for you. This is going to be Gravel Hill by 3:15, and again, general timing here, it does look like just north of Gravel Hill. Some of these towns will show up though, because we wanted to do a wide track here. Let's see, Adamsville 332. I definitely think you guys are going to be in the path here. And then we've got Morris Chapel by 340, Savannah by 353. So right there at Savannah by shortly before 4 a.m. Saltillo there by 404, Bath Springs, as we've been mentioning, at around 425. And then it'll go across the line into, I believe it's Wayne County there, Clifton, into northern Wayne County, over into Middle Tennessee, and continue on through there, Lawrence County and those areas. But yeah, it's still hanging on a little bit longer.
Yay, they canceled it. All right, we're finally clear of the
right.
tornado warning and the original tornado warning in Decatur County. Now you've got another one with this other storm that was behind it. This is a separate storm. This is the one that's coming through McNairy County right now.
I know they're like, thanks, but no thanks. We've
Right, I'm trying, yeah. I'm trying to. We take our wins where we have them, right?
Absolutely. But again, a serious situation. This is going on just west of Adamsville. Again, it looks like it's been stubborn. It is cranking back up again here. The main part of that circulation just brushing north of Stantonville right now. And I think about the surveys, the National Weather Service, they're going to be so busy because there has been so many tornadoes, whether radar indicated airborne, not reaching the ground, or reaching the ground. It'll take days for them to get surveys on all of this stuff.
Not to mention you still have all the flooding they got to do with.
Yeah, it is just this is the worst potentially that I've seen, I think, in the 8 years that I've been here, as far as the tornado outbreaks that we've had, especially looking over into Arkansas too. But yeah, here we are tracking towards Adamsville. Does look like it's trying to take a little bit more. We'll wait and get a few more scans here, but maybe like it's trying to go a little bit more to the northeast.
Northeast, getting caught in more of the flow versus
more of the flow, and that would be good news for Savannah if it continued a little further northeast. But then again, there's probably going to be another one try to develop back here. So,
well, the good news is I don't think. Well, in fact, let's go re-rack here before I even get into that. We're going to go ahead and take a look at what's going on everywhere here.
Right here on the Mississippi line.
There we go. Okay, so yes, it's raining everywhere. Spoiler alert, right? We've got thunder and lightning everywhere in West Tennessee, but the severe threat is focused south of I-40, specifically in Hardin and McNairy County, and by extension, southern Hardeman County as well. But again, you can see where those clearly are where the stronger storms are located right now. Of course, they're closer to that better instability, which untapped instability, if you would, in North Mississippi. And that's why they're so strong down in that way, down in that neck of the woods. The rest of the area, we've been sort of worked over. So the atmosphere hasn't, obviously, since it's been nighttime, and since all it's happened, all that other stuff is just plain old rain with some thunder.
And it can be relentless too, because I think of all these million, if you wanted to say cubic tons of moisture that is available down here in North Mississippi, North Alabama, just to feed into these storms. It's like unlimited. So
yes, the National Weather Service is not too, they say reflectivity at this is the tip of county storm.
Yeah, right there,
North Mississippi. Reflectivity at the surface looks supportive of a tornado, but not super impressed with the velocity as of right now.
Okay.
So they're just going to leave it radar indicated. Of course, this is sneaking. Going to be sneaking into far southeast. Surprise, surprise, southeast Hardeman County again. This is not the first time.
Poor old
this is the
Highway 72.
fourth time since we've been here.
I tell you
so
what,
there's a little bit of a notch there north of Walnut right now, or between Walnut and Middleton at the moment. But we'll go and take a look at or do our due diligence here to kind of look at what they're looking at here in terms of the reflectivity looks like it could support some kind of tightening of the rotation right now, but they're not too impressed.
looking at some wind data there.
There's a little bit of an inflow there with that brighter green that's blowing towards the Memphis site, so that's coming out of the east and southeast. So something's trying to spin here, but right now it doesn't look particularly tight. We'd like to see a lot brighter red on the other side of that. We're not really seeing that right now, and hopefully we don't. And this is just looking at it from just a velocity standpoint, which also doesn't look too overly concerning at this point, but it's something to watch. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah,
Let's
right
go back
now
to the one that was impressive, and that's
Yeah, look at
getting
that.
real close to the Hardin and McNairy County border, and that's Adamsville. It's right now pretty much in Adamsville. It's probably got a pretty strong southerly wind right now blowing into Adamsville, and that's of course the inflow going into that circulation that's going just north of Adamsville, or directly between Morris Chapel and Adamsville. So if we've got something trying to spin up, that's where it's at. It's basically going to be passing directly between Morris Chapel and Adamsville. So if you're familiar with that, this is probably go ahead and, I mean, it's radar indicated at this point. We don't have any confirmation it's on the ground, but not a bad plan to go ahead and get in that tornado safe spot. Go ahead and head to the, if you've got a basement there or interior room, put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. But again, right now it appears to be radar indicated, and not quite. In fact, let me show you what it looked like just a couple scans ago. We'll kind of give you the trend here. Look at that. Look how tight it was there. Yeah. But now, not so much. So it has weakened a little bit, but that's what this cell has been doing. It'll weaken, and then it'll tighten right back up. In fact, right as I said that, look at that last scan.
I know it. I'm telling you.
Just as I said it. So that's what the cell is. It's been pulsing up and down. So I would, if you feel more comfortable in that place, go for it. It's not wrong to protect yourself, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Morris Chapel, north parts of Adamsville here. Make sure you've got a safe place to get in. This has been ramping up a little bit, so definitely agreed there. And then it'll continue on and across the river. It looks like some high winds could be coming in around that outflow through Adamsville towards the Savannah area, but hopes are that
downstream warning may be likely for that Tippus count. Okay, so they're about to issue another warning.
Okay.
For that. It's getting to the end of the
of
polygon.
Mississippi,
So yeah,
Walnut,
McNairy,
okay.
get ready. You got another warning coming. This one's going to be for, I know, guys. But if
we share that.
We
sure
share
do.
your sentiments. We get it. But this is probably going to include some areas that have not been in the tornado warning yet, and that's the southern half of McNairy County. So that maybe include Guys, Eastview, Mickey, you haven't been under a warning yet today. And it looks like this was probably going to be coming pretty close. I would imagine this is going to be south of Selmer whenever they issue that here in just a moment. So just so you know, we're just giving you a big heads up. It's coming.
Could be downstream if it holds together, so people there in camps.
Yeah, it doesn't look nearly as impressive as the one, and it hasn't. This particular rotation hasn't been impressive at all, actually.
No, not at all. But just a heads up, in case it does strengthen there, downwind, we could wind up with something a little later on there, Counts, Pickwick, those areas there on down the road. But they'll be popping that up here any moment. And then we'll continue watching this one.
Yeah, they said it's coming. They're about to issue it now.
Okay.
It's coming.
Adams School is going to be looking like, in the path of at least this radar indicated rotation, which right now doesn't look too terribly impressive, but
You've been standing there for a while, Brian. If you want to switch out, I'll come up and I know I'm not feeling like $1 million here, but I'll do my best here.
Yeah, that's fine, brother. And if you need me, just let me know. And tell you what, Mo has been hanging in there like a pro this evening. We're glad.
I forgot my glasses. I can't see a thing.
Here you go, brother. Right here you go.
Gonna need those for that. Okay, here we go.
There you go, my friend. And good to have Mo back with us this evening. I know he's dedicated to be here.
So we're still watching this rotation. This has been up and down. It weakens for about 10, 15 minutes, and then it sort of spikes back up. And that's very much, there's your new tornado warning. Again, it's the southern half of McNairy County, and it's including some communities. Might need to, I'm not sure if that was me or you might need to change out your batteries there, Brian. We've got, again, here's the new tornado warning. It does include Selmer technically, although I think it's going to be in the southern half of McNairy County. In fact, we'll go take a look at the storm that triggered that warning. Again, it looked pretty good, had a good inflow notch just between Middleton and Walnut, so it's this one here. Again, compared to what we've been seeing tonight, that's not bad at all. But this is going to be in the southern half of McNairy County, so it's going to include Raymer. It includes Mickey, Eastview, Guys, all these Chihuahua, and I know I'm butchering it. I'm trying. Chihuahua is Little Zion School just on the other side of 45 just north of Corinth, Mississippi. In fact, Corinth, Mississippi is included in this warning as well. So again, that does go all the way out. Technically includes Savannah as well. And then if you could put a track on that, I don't think we've tracked this one yet. Probably 45 miles per hour to the northeast here has been the general value we've used. Excuse me. And that's going to be this little area right here is what we're watching as it makes its way to the northeast here.
Yeah, we'll do it at about 45 here, and let's get we'll get counts and Savannah in there too.
Yeah, make sure.
So right there, okay,
Perfect.
and then
there you go. So
well, I butchered it here myself.
It's
We'll see.
okay. I don't know why it's been doing that. I probably need to restart everything. Anyway,
there we go.
There we go. So that's going to be in Essary Springs at 327. Kossuth at Mississippi. Kossuth, Mississippi. I'll move out the way here. And that's going to be moving in at about 331. If they're watching us just over the border, 334 in the community of Gift. We've got 340 and Corinth, Mississippi. And then we've got Eastview at 345. And again, 351 there in Mickey, Tennessee. Stantonville at 355. And again, it's for this weaker rotation that we've been watching right along the Mississippi and Tennessee border there between Tippah County and now southern McNairy. And that will be moving into southern McNairy County, it looks like here. And these are areas that haven't been hit by anything yet. And so again, you guys haven't had anything move through Mickey. And it's all been just north of Stantonville up until this point. But again, everything is still trending southward slowly. It's been a very slow go. And it's basically bumping up against this ridge that's centered in the northeastern Gulf. And again, that ridge is basically what's not allowing this cold front to push in, these boundaries to go any further south. And that's why we have this sort of train of pain, if you would, of heavy rain that we're going to be dealing with over the next several days. And that's why the pattern sort of stuck. And it's going to be that way over the next couple of days here. We'll take another look at the storm that does look a little bit better here. Again, we'll go in tight here on this this one here. And again, again, you can see it is starting to tighten up just a little bit, but it does look like it's going to stay just north of Savannah. So this is going to be closer to, excuse me, it's going to be closer to Bucktown, it looks like. And it looks like it's probably in Morris Chapel. They've got some pretty good velocity showing up there in Morris Chapel, south of Morris Chapel there at the moment. So again, this is moving off to the east-northeast here. Looks like it'll stay just north of Savannah in this case. But I haven't seen any changing of colors here on the polygon, so nothing confirmed here at this point. But it does look like it's trying to tighten up just a little bit here in northern Hardin County, right in Morris Chapel right now. And then that'll continue to work its way northeastward here towards and just north of Bucktown, Havana, and Saltillo, or it'll be pretty close to Saltillo there in northern Hardin County as well. And then any new information from the National Weather Service on any of these?
Okay, just looking at, yeah, they're noting a little bit of tightening going on there around the Morris Chapel area. Also monitoring, this is the National Weather Service monitoring that area in Tate County. That coming in here just a moment here. Let's see, yeah, just literally a minute ago. So they're
okay.
Looking
so
at this
okay,
as
so
well.
they're seeing the same thing that we're seeing essentially, and it is tightening up just a little bit there, and just right around Morris Chapel at the moment. So if we've got a tornado trying to form right now, it's basically right on top of you. Not a bad idea to get in your tornado safe spot now, or we've been telling you that for a bit now. But go ahead and get in that tornado safe spot, and of course that's the interior room. Interior room that means put as many walls between you and that tornado as possible. Of course, wear shoes, and then if you've got a baseball or football helmet, wear it. The blunt force trauma to the head is the most common injury in tornadoes. So hopefully hopefully that's not what's happening here, but it is starting to tighten up, and this one's had a history of doing that. So it is going to be, but for the most part, we'll stay just north of Savannah. This was going to be closer to Morris Chapel. There you go. So look at that. So right now, if we had something, it's in Morris Chapel right now.
Yeah, just on top there, looking like.
And then, so that'll continue to work its way off to the northeast here. In fact, I'll just go drive here real quick, and while Brian gets his mic fixed there. Again, we've got, so we're going to go back and take a look at that rotation that was just south of Asari Springs. Again, this is going to be the first time some or a lot of these communities in southern McNairy County have had a storm come through versus the northern half of the area that's been pounded multiple times now at this point. So let's go ahead and give you a new times of arrival here. Again, those we've got Lone Pine, that's in Mississippi. Here we go, Raymer at 342, so it's pretty much going to be knocking on the door fairly quickly here. Eastview, if it holds together, will be at 347. Selmer, it's on the northern side of, hold up, those are my alarms, I'm sorry. Let me turn those off.
Lone Pine there.
Lone Pine.
Check that microphone. I'm going to mention Selmer. It looks like it'll be just south of you, but Lone Pine, guys, just let me know in my IFB. I think we've got this back on now. So
Okay, I'm just going to chop Selmer out of that. I don't think that's going to affect Selmer. It'll stay just to the south. So this is going to be,
yeah, right there.
the community of Lone Pine, this is where it's at now. And then Raymer, it's going to be coming in town pretty fast here. If I can get it to show up here on the, let me just run.
Okay, yeah, right there
And,
near Lone Pine and Selmer, anywhere in that red box. Of course, you know, technically you should be in a safe place, but it looks like just north and east of Walnut.
Then we're going to
near
go
Lone
45.
Pine, and looks like that Mo's going to draw us a
There we
estimated
go.
time of arrival, including Lone Pine, which is going to be around 3:31 arrival time. And then we've got 3:38, it gets to near the gift area. And then 3:44 around the Guys area. And guys, we've got Weather Wireless, just Weather Wireless here is what I'm using, and thank you. And then Childers Hill, Stantonville, all kind of in the path there. And as we look at the estimated time of arrival.
And hopefully that doesn't tighten up anymore. But we'll check with the National Weather Service to see if they've got anything confirmed on any of this, especially that storm that's tightening up near Morris Chapel. That's the only one that's really looking.
So here's your estimated times of arrival that Mo has pulled up. And yeah, again, right there near Lone Pine, that's looking a little more threatening there for sure. And then guys, you're going to be next. So here's the estimated time of arrival. Get in your safe place. Treat this as though it could be very well on the ground. Whether it's a large tornado or a small tornado, or a less powerful or a more powerful one, any of them can be dangerous. It'll be at the Lone Pine area 331, Gift by around 338, Guys by around 344, Eastview by 345, Mickey by 353, Stantonville by
We've done it
355.
for a minute, so let me just go back and we'll take a look at it. Yeah, we're not ignoring everybody else. There's just the only severe storm or tornadic storms right now are down in southwest Tennessee. So we'll just go back and take a look at the broad picture here real quick. And we'll go back to our West Tennessee view. There you go. So there are showers and storms elsewhere across West Tennessee, back towards Memphis, and all of this is just strata. Hang on, let me do this. Let me do it this way. We'll do this. So all of this stuff is just plain old stratiform rain with thunderstorms. The severe threat is southeast of that line. So all the severe storms are still having access to that instability in Mississippi, which is still in place. Remember, there hasn't been as many storms down that way, so that's why there's still enough energy to continue to support this as much as tornadic storms down in southwest Tennessee.
And we're closing in at 3:33 here in the morning. It's been much of the day through the all night, evening, all night.
It's been at least 12 hours now,
continuing to watch these storms moving through the Lone Pine area headed towards Guys. It has been exhausting for many of you. I know some of these storms set over some counties in the warning areas, some up to around 2 hours under tornado warnings. And, you know, this makes a point. You know, we talk about the long tracked tornadoes and how they can, you know, be on the ground for a long time, and we've seen evidence of that a few times tonight. Those long-lived, long-track tornadoes that we've been watching with some of these supercells, and you know, we're in a high risk. That high risk definitely holding true as we go through tonight. It'll be probably a few days down the road with all the stalling out of this system staying over us for the next few days. Mo, we've got like some kind of severe threat every day.
It seems like every single day this
Every
week
day.
until Sunday.
This is the
It's really
peak.
going to be till Sunday before we get out of this. And
Yeah.
then, hopefully, when we do get out of it, unfortunately, we may be looking at blackberry winter as we go into
Yeah.
early next week. But hey,
Get ready,
if it
get
breaks
the
us out-
jackets ready. I'm telling you.
if it breaks
because,
us out of this pattern, I am game for it. I know some of y'all went ahead and planned it, but you just be ready to cover them up as we go into early next week.
No doubt.
But right now we've got, really two areas we're really focused in on. In fact, let me go back over to velocity and we'll take a look at those two areas. We'll just sort of show you which ones we're looking at here. So we've got the one that's now moving into Hardin County. It's out of McNairy County at this point that they chopped them out. It's pretty close to Saltillo. It was near Moore's Chapel, and this is the one that was sort of tightening up. And it's moving off to the east, just south of Saltillo. Let me clear this out here.
Yeah, seeing those brighter numbers. Of course, looking a little higher into the atmosphere as that's a little further away from the radar, but still, that one has been iffy, that's for sure.
This is the one that's been sort of up and down quite a bit, so no surprise here. Once again, up. And yes, Bath Springs, you're technically in this tornado warning again. Yes, we know. We feel you. But again, this is going to be pretty close between passing basically along 641 between Bath Springs and Clifton. They're on the other side of the border.
All right, so yeah, heads up there. You can see Lancaster School near the Bath Springs area. Some of the smaller towns there, Bucktown, Hooker's Bend, Saltilla. They're getting on the brunt of those winds as we see it right now. So yeah, that seems to be the worst of the situation right now. Is what we're seeing there near Saltilla. And then, these storms, each one that forms is going to be a little bit further south than the next one. And we'll finally, on into the morning here, as we move through the morning, we'll see these drop far enough south to be out of the viewing area. But it's going to still take some time here. So we're going to be here with you as these continue to form along this much more unstable air mass on the south end of this. Models even have this lifting back north at times, but not. I want to point out this seems to be the peak. We kind of got the grand finale on the front end. Kind of like the person shot all their big fireworks right at the front of the show with the 5 out of 5, very rare, high risk. The following days, subsequent days, look to be on the lower end, but there's going to be at least some risk for the next 4 or 5 days until we get through about Saturday. And then the catastrophic flooding that we're going to be dealing with too, because the rain just keeps adding up. But again, looking at Morse Chapel, got a little bit of activity going on there.
A little bit of wind blowing back in on Adamsville there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of weak rotation developing on the backside of the original rotation there between Morse Chapel and Adamsville. Not tight at this point, but might be getting a little gusty there. Winds out of the west and northwest off that RFD. Our rear flank downdraft coming into Adamsville. But again, by far, the stronger rotation is what's going on just south of Saltillo. National Weather Service says they think this supercell is trying to cycle again.
Yeah.
So, and I agree.
Yeah, unfortunately here it looks like it's getting a little momentum as it heads generally towards the Bath Springs area. And looks like it would be coming downwind. People there in Crump, just kind of be aware as this continues to make its way closer. Towards you too.
Notice that bowing out there
Yeah.
and the reflectivity there in Adamsville. So probably got some pretty good winds coming in, probably up to almost 50 miles per hour pushing into Adamsville.
And we've seen that on quite a few of these storms tonight. They get the tight rotation, and then we get really what Mo was talking about, that RFD, rear flank downdraft that comes in around that backside of the storm, and that can form almost like a mini cold front and a bow echo where you get the high winds coming in as the rotation starts to occlude. So we've seen that. Still got a good little inflow notch there just north of 64 and just to the east of Adamsville, and then you see that kind of bowing out segment there of those winds coming in towards the Adamsville area. We've got, of course, too, cautioning southern
Nashville.
portions of
My
Decatur
goodness.
County right here, as this storm is going to be crossing over here in the next few minutes into southern Decatur County. And northern Hardin County here. But yeah, the lightning count overall has been dropping a little bit. It's mainly that storm that the National Weather Service is talking about that tends to be recycling. We'll see. We'll cross our fingers that it doesn't get any stronger. Mo's going to put us into
My bad.
3D.
Sorry.
No, that's good. That was a high cloud top we were looking at. Kind of turned it up into the 3D and did a slice there.
There you go.
See. Look at
Talk
that
about a
hell
hell
core.
core. There you go.
Yeah,
Look at that.
man.
Look at that hell core. Just sitting up,
Up about
a little,
about
what, 10 to
15,000?
15,000 feet. Yep.
And then you can see right here, it's a little bit lighter, but the very top of the storm, it goes on up well above, looks like about close to 40,000 feet there. Well, that's if I was wanting to be on the, yeah, right there, about 35,000 feet there. You can see that going up into there. He's slicing that. We're doing a slice and turning it up into 3D. But that's kind of a neat little feature there that we've got our exclusive radar can see that. Kind of lets us know where that hell core is on up there about 15,000 feet. It's a lot colder up there, and these updrafts can get powerful enough that they start a little small area of super cooled precipitation. It gets blown up high into those colder levels, starts to refreeze. And Mo was talking about this earlier, but it's almost like, you know, like when you roll up a snowball, you know, get those layers one after another. You work that thing to get layer after layer. That's why those hailstorms are stones you can cut open and they kind of have layers in them.
I just had a viewer actually just message me that there's definitely a ragged wall cloud on that. I'll get that information over to the National Weather Service as well. But we'll get back over to that. So it's the one that was tightening up. So I did get some confirmation that there is a ragged wall cloud with this guy here. No, it's just east of Saltillo, but it did have a wall cloud with it. So I'll get that information. Thank you, Kendall. I appreciate it if you're listening.
Yeah, very good information. We appreciate our storm spotters and our viewers that kind of, you know, that lets us get the message out to the viewers downstream. So, and it's scary looking. I know I've seen some of these views tonight where you get the lightning, and then all of a sudden, in amongst the lightning lighting up the sky, you see this wall cloud or a funnel cloud, and that's boy, that looks ominous at night, doesn't it? And then you've got the tornado horns going off in the background, sometimes hours on end, and it's just boy, it gives you a bad feeling there. But again, this is near Thurman School, and as they mentioned, they're seeing what appears to be a ragged wall cloud. Certainly, you know, could be some scud, but the fact that we've got this pretty good indicator of some rotation going on here near Thurman School between there and Saltillo, that could very well be a real wall cloud that they're seeing there right now. So it's moving generally
it's
towards
confirming
Bath
kind of
Springs.
what we're seeing here on radar for sure.
Brightening up too. There's definitely some wind going on in around this towards the Thurman School area, just off to the west right now of Bath Springs. Eventually, it looks like it's going to cross over 641, just north of Havana there. So, yeah, this seems to be the storm of the hour right now compared to the other radar indicated.
In fact, let's go take a look at that. Thinking about it, I don't want to forget about our friends in southern McNairy County here. Ooh, speaking of which.
Little bit of strengthening there just to the west, southwest of Eastview.
Now it's moving kind of fast, isn't it?
Yeah, picking up. It does appear to have gained some speed. He's rolling it back. Now we're going back for. Yeah, it's brightened up a little bit. There may be a little bit of. No, I think that's probably real right there, just south of the Raymer area. Some bright colored green there. We've got a little couplet trying to develop. This will be just west of Mickey, and it's going to roll over. Trying to think of this highway here, but yeah, we'll just do a estimated time of arrival on that because it is strengthening up. It's looking a little more like this activity up here west of Bath Springs. These are the two storms that we're really watching, and they're kind of hanging on right now to McNairy and Hardin County, as many times they do. It's just been a much longer lived event even for this area tonight. Of course, downwind, watch out places like Big Ivy, Childers Hill, those areas. Austin, right along, is just north of you right now, but then this activity near Eastview is going to be coming your direction. I'll read these out here. Be in your safe place.
They sped it up. They sped it up to 50 miles per hour, so let me redo that again.
Okay. No, we'll just let him, because they've been changing speed at times. I mean, we've seen some of these storms earlier tonight going close to, had one that was going like 59 miles per hour that I was tracking there at one point earlier. And then some storms, meanwhile, were only going about 40 miles an hour. So it's just depending on where they're
this,
located.
Again, is going to be affecting some communities that have not been under warning yet today.
Right. So let's talk about this 349 Cafe. Watch out. You're going to have a potential tornado coming your way. Mickey, our friends there, about 357. So if you've got access to that safest place, go to it now. That could save your life. And then Childers Hill, 413. Nixon by 423. Savannah by 436. Big Ivy by 453. Martin Mills by 507. 514 arriving near Houston, Collinwood in Wayne County. That's a little bit further over there, but 538. So there we go. You can see this has been tightening up a little bit too. So now we've got two fairly strong storms showing up with some tornado signatures. Still radar indicated, but borderline here north of Savannah with this bright green colors that we've been seeing here. Of course, one viewer there reporting kind of what they described as a ragged wall cloud, and that would have been right where we're seeing this rotation on radar. So again, this could just be airborne, we call it. I think the older term, airborne, old school term there, where the tornado hadn't made it all the way to the ground. But either way, if it decides to, it could do so anytime. So gotta be careful there. Right there west of Bath Springs. Isn't it,
Bath
Mo?
Springs, here we go again. So this one's now, excuse me, technically out of northern Hardin County and now in southern Decatur County. Only a very small part of far southern Decatur County is currently under a warning. But right now, if we've got a tornado, that's where it's located. So it's just west of Bath Springs coming into town right now. So that's one of those judgment calls. This is on the very far edge of all of our radar sites, so we don't have a very good view of it. But this might be go ahead and wake the kiddos up and go ahead and get into that safe spot just in case this thing does try to spin up, and it has been cycling upwards over the last 15-20 minutes anyways. But if this thing is trying to drop a tornado, that's where it's at right now, just west of Bath Springs.
Yeah, it's going to be crossing over 641, looks like here in about 10 minutes or so. Bath Springs now under the gun. You could possibly have a tornado down on the ground there. It has had a what's described as a ragged wall cloud, but that was described right here where we've been seeing this rotation. So we know something is trying to take place here. It could, and a little bit tighter there, a little bit stronger at Bath Springs. So please be in your safe place here as this tight rotation continues to make its way through the Bath Springs area. I know it seems redundant. It definitely feels that way as a weather person announcing this throughout the evening, overnight, but we just, and it can, you hear it over and over, but there again, it could save your life. You don't want to be caught off guard and be hit with one of these potential tornadoes.
Get in real tight here to show you where this is at. Basically right west of 641 and coming in right pretty close to Bath Springs here, or basically between Dunbar and Bath Springs there, if you're familiar with that. Yeah,
that is some bright colors there, probably indicating
at the very least some very strong inflow winds going into this circulation right now. So certainly trying to tighten up quite a bit there, but again, those bright greens and even blues showing up there indicating some very strong inflow winds on that storm. I want to go back and just take a quick look at what's going on down in southern McNairy County again. And it looks like we need to update our track again. It's moved. There it is. So there's your times of arrival of this rotation, which doesn't look as good as it did a few minutes ago, or about 5 minutes ago here. You see it, there you go. So that's when it looked interesting. And then, not so much. on that last scan. It's broadened up a little bit, but still definitely spinning there near Mickey at 352, Childers Hill at 408, Nixon at 418, Savannah at 431. Even though it's going to be close for Savannah. Lowryville at 441. Big Ivy, the community of Big Ivy, 448. And then Houston and Waynesboro, that's over in Wayne County.
All right, so there you go. Looking at reflectivity now, we've got that little pendant showing up north of Corinth here. This is going to be in McNairy County, so a little bit, even looking at the classic reflectivity there. Lightning count has appeared to increase in this storm over McNairy County, and then yeah, looking maybe a little more vivid here just north of Savannah.
Yeah, this is a little zoomed out, but that particular storm is producing about 300, basically 300 or almost 175 strikes in just that storm in McNairy County. So that's a loud thunderstorm going on right now there in southern McNairy County. Thankfully, south of Savannah, where ongoing efforts and some damage occurred with the first tornado warning a little after midnight or around midnight occurred. Apparently a tornado went through there, and there's some damage and there's some recovery still ongoing there. Just to the south, though, between Raymer and Stantonville, that's where we've got some very heavy rain and frequent thunder and lightning, likely some hail in some of these storms as well. And then as we go to the northeast there, again, we're still watching this little bit of rotation near Bath Springs. Not so impressive in this view, but let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity here. And again, we've got, there we go. Yeah, so it's still looking fairly tight there. Right over Bath Springs right now, or right along US 641 at the moment there in far southeastern Decatur County.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be mainly just south of the Gumdale area. It may hit Gumdale too. And if you look at this outline here, you see this is the southern tip right here of Decatur County. So right through here, southern part of Decatur County, there's your boundary. Not much longer. We get this over the line here just in the next few minutes, and it'll be out of the viewing area altogether.
Yeah, National Weather Service in Nashville is going to have to make a decision soon. It's about to be out of that polygon and be going over into Middle Tennessee here shortly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because they're dealing with the same thing. Their nearest radar is going to be like...
Nashville's busy. I'll show you how busy. Let's take a look at that real quick. They had multiple tornado warnings over there. Yeah, Nashville's very busy right now. So they'll need to come back and look at that tornado warning to see if they need to extend that over into Perry County there, or Humphreys County. I can't remember which one it is over there.
Yeah, they're kind of in our ballpark there because they were kind of
Here's some good news. Here's some good news. There's no warnings back west. There are no warnings on this activity back to the west. So not that it's going to stay this way, but there are no new warnings back to the west right now. A lot of that looks like we might have an outflow boundary. Notice that outflow boundary sinking south of Holly Springs.
I see that.
Yeah, it's pushing down to the south. So I think we finally are getting this train or these railroad tracks far enough south that we hopefully will be done with warnings here very shortly. Hopefully. Of course, we're not out of the woods yet. We still have a tornado watch. When does that go until? Goes till. I don't know.
I think they reissued one. It was originally midnight, but
it was midnight, and then they issued a new one, and then that's going to go until something, but I don't remember the time. Expiration 11, UTC.
Yeah, 11 a.m.
Okay,
we'll try to round that up here, but
there.
Yeah, hopefully that thing will be trimmed down a little earlier there. But yeah, still now we're kind of getting back to more of that old-fashioned type thing that we see in my 8 years here. That we get the storms, they kind of drag through the Hardin, McNairy County area, sometimes southern Decatur County, but it appears not a whole lot longer here.
7 a.m.
Oh, 7 a.m. Okay.
7. I apologize. I'd get it eventually.
Yeah, it's tough. I know, but yeah, I mean, we're swinging about 7 minutes before 4 a.m. here on a Thursday morning, and it'll be interesting to see if they keep that into 7 a.m. because the real bad stuff is really about to get over here into Middle Tennessee right now. And, you know, of course, National Weather Service in Memphis, they cover portions of Arkansas, North Mississippi, and West Tennessee. And so such a large area. I know they have been really going tough tonight too, but just all of us in the team trying to save lives.
Stantonville.
Yeah,
I know it's loud.
It's picked up and it's loud. It is loud. I know in Medina earlier tonight, the rumble.
Look at that hail.
Oh wow! And you can see too. Look at how it's being kind of
big old
blown
hail.
off.
Look at that, extending all the way up to 30,000 feet. Yeah, so that's probably golf ball to almost hen egg size hail in that storm. So yeah, that's some big old hail. That's in Stantonville right now.
And you can see how that's kind of being blown off to the east as those
so the shear is
higher
still
winds.
very much there. Yeah, absolutely.
And the, you know, down at the bottom of the storm doesn't know the difference. It thinks that it's just tall as ever. So regardless of whether it's a longer storm going sideways, but that's one way that these storms can be strengthened in what we call speed shear that kind of tilts them over a little bit, if you will.
Yeah, that's an important component, is having it tilted over. Looks like National Weather Service Nashville went with a severe thunderstorm warning over in the Humphreys counties.
Yeah, good call. I think.
Good call. It wasn't. We hadn't
my
had
buddies
any kind
over
of
there at
confirmation.
Nashville watching. Y'all rock, man. I know it's tough.
Look at that notch, inflow notch, just southeast of Stantonville. That's over near Shiloh National Military Park.
Been there,
I'm sure you're
been
very
there.
familiar with that. That's where it's at right now. There's a very strong inflow showing up on.
Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at this. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna spend some time with this and let Mo kind of get the AM show built there, because we're swinging around 4 o'clock here momentarily, and then we're gonna be rolling towards the 5 o'clock hour, which will be time, you know, to begin the official morning show. But right here near Stantonville, we've got that lightning count that has been increasing right here along just south of 64, and inflow notch there near Hurley. You know, powerful storm, rear flank downdraft kind of swinging in towards the Chambers area. Probably need more Chambers, going to get some gusty winds right there too. Again, that's near the Chambers area. So there, that storm lightning count been picking up a little more on this, and looking a little more ominous, as but again, not going to be too much longer with these storms, as they're not going to be in the area too much longer. You can see the west part of Lauderdale County, Alabama, right there, the river counts. Just be watching there in counts. You know, you may get smacked by some of the winds off of this storm near the south side of that rear flank downdraft there. Okay, so right there, northern Mickey, we got some potentially high winds rolling in there too. And then back over towards Eastview, you can see that area kind of intensifying there on reflectivity too. And so we'll continue to track this here on Radar Savannah. You're under the gun. I know you're getting the you know, the multiple rumbles of thunder, and at times that can be scary. I know, like in Medina earlier tonight, you couldn't really tell if it was the roar of a tornado at times in the distance or the thunder. But there again, I mean, radar indicated tornado. It could be just to have a safe place there as this continues tracking along just to the south of Highway 64. Best chance of hail is going to be just north of Stantonville, where we've got, you know, we were showing that big hail core in 3D a while ago. And
that's coming right into Savannah. Yep, get ready, Savannah.
Yeah,
some big old hails on the way.
And then we've got this other storm. It is just, I mean, just a couple of miles. The worst part of that, it's about to move into Clifton over into Wayne County, so not much longer there. But again, watching right through Hardin County, that's the focus here as this storm leaves out of McNairy County and heads into central portions of Hardin County right now. Again, counts, you're officially not really in the tornado warning, but it's going to be very close to you guys too. So I know we've got quite a few viewers there that, you know, a lot of times you'll chime in and say, hey, what about us over here in counts? No, we're watching.
We are watching. We're watching you.
And, but yeah, so Mickey, very close by. We've got that heavy, tremendous rain, hail just to the north of you there, and some gusty winds. But all in all, this is looking a whole lot better than what we've seen through earlier tonight. And now,
My goodness,
it's
finally.
really just...
And this is only for now, by the way. We're not done.
No,
we are,
no,
by
no.
no stretch of the imagination are we done. Tonight we're going to be doing the same dance. Maybe not as bad as it has been tonight, but we're going to be doing the same dance again this afternoon and evening after this boundary lifts right back to the north again, and then puts us right back in the warm sector, pulls out instability right back into West Tennessee, and we're going to be looking at more storms again as we get into the afternoon, well, even once we get these sort of the temper down here just a bit.
Yeah, and it's in the ongoing rain, you know, I think I'd put on my social media page, well, in YouTube mode, we've shown those models where it just shows this rain hanging around, at least in some part of the viewing area, over the next, you know, right on through like Sunday morning. So catastrophic flooding. It's looked more and more like it's going to be more north of I-40, where models have indicated at times upwards of 10 inches between now and, say, Saturday. But we'll have individually some higher totals where some of these localized downpours are located. And
Oops, my bad.
I'm going to just hit the stop. Is that, yeah. That's
I just set like 50 of those things again.
That's the just in
That's to wake me
case.
up in the morning. Y'all. That's
No,
how I get
brother.
here on Good Morning West Tennessee. I have like 50 alarms, so that's
Man,
why I
it
keep going
takes
aside.
it, yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Nixon, you've got that storm moving close to you, a little inflow notch. You're probably getting a little bit of a south flow of winds right now. Very kind of humid. Right there it counts too, coming off the river as this continues to move
And northern
over.
tornado warning's gone now. We just
Oh,
have
that's a good
one
thing.
tornado warning left. So we just got to get through this last one here in western Hardin County. Moving into western Hardin County. We just got to get this one out here, and hopefully with no new ones. The stuff back to the west doesn't look nearly as impressive. We saw an outflow being blown down into North Mississippi, so that means these things are sort of gassing out. And that is a good sign, at least for West Tennessee. North Mississippi, that boundary might trigger off more storms for North Mississippi. Hopefully they'll all stay south of the Tennessee border. And but of course, if they do move in, of course I'm going to be tracking it with you on the Good Morning West Tennessee here when we put the full forecast together. Which unfortunately I wish I had better news on that, but unfortunately, like I said, once the storms got here, we're going to be stuck with them for quite some time. Unfortunately,
I like to say it's like that company sometimes that comes and stays a little too long.
it's the company you keep.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
All right,
so-
Savannah, I know just watching this very closely, intense lightning. I don't want to make light of this. It's still an intense storm as it's continuing through the Savannah
Take a look at that new
area.
Hellcore. Let's see what that's looking like. It's going to be this product here.
Oh, right there. We'll just
Yeah,
slice it out.
slice that right through that bad boy, and then we'll get a good idea of that Hellcore right now.
All right, we'll go right over
my
Savannah.
Goodness, look at that. All that brownish or dark red. Yeah, that tail all being lofted in this storm, and the hailstones are being suspended in the storm, so they're just growing and growing and growing, and then that's what's falling down. So those are going to be the size, at the very least, the size of quarters, likely a bigger, maybe even $50 size hail in some of those. Again,
And right in here, it's kind of hard to see, but it's almost up to a 50,000. I'm kind of drawing
some
it
of
up.
them are really getting pushed up there. Yeah,
50,000 foot top on that. So that shows us this is still a very intense storm. The taller it is, the more dangerous that it can be. So let's continue to stay in your safe place there, and just stay weather aware for sure. All right, Mo, I'm going to try to remember how we get back out of this. There
Yeah,
is
you
your,
could just hit my.
or the race button. No, well, that gets us back to the general 3D there, and I'll kind of pan back. A pretty good view of it right there, coming just north of the Counts area, and then moving into the Savannah area right now with some intense heavy rainfall and cloud to ground lightning. It's looking pretty intense as far as the lightning, which is a danger in this too. The main rotation is going to be just right there southwest of the Savannah area. I'm going to grab the camera view here shortly, and we're going to turn this back, get it a little bit more Let's see, let me do this right here. This will take care of it and get us back more to a normalized view. And that way we can get a better look at all of this too. It's probably going to pan out here. Computer is gearing up. There we go. And there you can see the lightning continues, and that is still our strongest storm going on right now. All right, we're going to continue to watch things closely. We'll break in as needed. You've been watching severe weather coverage here on WBBJ 7 Eyewitness News.
Tennessee, Jumbo, Tennessee, up in Carroll County.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check.
Never mind, I got you, Mo.
And showers and thunderstorms continue over West Tennessee. The severe threat tempered for now. We'll have the details and a look at your full forecast. It's all coming up.
To the scene of a devastating storm damage in one city, Ryan Hodges will have the latest. And from Arkansas all the way to Mississippi, a look at the damage and power outages.
Now, from West Tennessee's news channel, this is 7 Eyewitness News. Good morning, West Tennessee.
Morning, West Tennessee. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Emily Goodwin. And of course, we have meteorologist Mo Shamel with us, as well as meteorologist Brian Davis with us this morning helping out. Well, today is April 3rd, 5 a.m., and our meteorologists have been tracking this severe weather for us all yesterday evening and overnight into today.
Poor Joel and Jordan, they did a fantastic job. My goodness, it was demanding for sure. But things have quieted down for now. We still technically have a tornado watch for Hardin, McNairy, and Decatur County, which we'll take a look at in just a second. But we'll take a look at some of the damage photos that you all, or not damage photos that you send in, but the hailstones, because that was a big one that happened during the afternoon hours, especially there. This is some very large hail in Martin, Tennessee. Police department sent that one in. My buddy James Boyd sent this one in. Oh my gosh, that was the biggest stone I saw here in Tennessee. That was in Jumbo, Tennessee. That's in Carroll County, by the way. But here's a quick look at some of the damage that you're going to bear witness to here shortly. This is some of the photos that we've got received already, and the damage looks catastrophic, unfortunately. And that's down this summer. Of course, Ryan will be reporting live from there in just a moment. Here's a quick look at your forecast here. Let's go. There we go. A quick look at the weather alert summary. We still have a flood watch that we're all in effect until 7 a.m. on Sunday. Tornado watch technically goes for Decatur, Hardin, and McNairy counties until 7 a.m., although I think the threat is pretty much over with for now. And I emphasize the for now part. Here's a quick look at your wind speeds. Again, they're picking up between 5 and 10 miles an hour out of the south. Storm Tracker 7 Max radar is something there. That's not my radar. I'm not sure what's going on there. We'll take a look at the bus stop forecast. For kiddos that are heading off to school this morning, temperatures in the 60s. Take the rainwear with you. You're going to need it pretty much all day this morning. And then we do have the threat for strong storms again as we get into the afternoon. For us. Here's a quick look at their Storm Tracker 7 Max radar. And again, you can see the tornado warnings over in Middle Tennessee, but they are moving away from us. Here's a look at your headlines today. They're brought to you by not that. That's wrong too. We'll take a look at those headlines coming up in just a few minutes. For now, Emily, back to you.
Thank you, Mo. And staying with weather, dozens of tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings were issued in Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Missouri, and Mississippi. Jared Hill has the latest.
A possible tornado spotted in Lake City, Arkansas Wednesday.
Power flashes,
The National Weather Service warned people in the northeastern part of the state of what it called a life-threatening situation. Now a massive cleanup across much of the Mid-South.
We had about 20 seconds to start getting up, getting ready before we started hearing the wind picking up.
A likely twister ripped through Owasso, Oklahoma, destroying some homes, sparing others almost entirely. Near Bourbon, Indiana, severe storms shut down U.S. Route 30, where multiple tractor trailers flipped on their sides. Winds sliced the siding off of buildings as rain continued overnight. In northern Tennessee, people spent Wednesday preparing for river flooding.
We were hoping that it wouldn't get in the basement.
Dave Scott was stacking sandbags as high as he could to keep the water out of his neighbor's home. Their basement just flooded in February when nearly 7 inches of rain fell in Clarksville over just 48 hours. Up north, it was a spring ice storm that devastated parts of northern Michigan, knocking power out to nearly 100,000 homes and businesses.
It's kind of an all-hands-on-deck moment.
And some of the hardest hit parts of the country aren't out of the woods just yet. Jared Hill, CBS News.
And due to the severe weather, we have a couple of school closures for you. Jackson-Madison County schools will be closed today, April 3rd. Also, Haywood County schools will be closed today, along with Carroll County schools, McNairy County schools. McNairy County will be closed today and Friday. Make sure to stay with us for the latest updates if additional closures are announced. And local first responders are working together to ensure residents remain safe. While at the Madison County EMA Center, our news team saw hail, lightning, heavy winds, and rain. EMA Director Jason Moore says it's dangerous to walk and drive in high water. He says high water can sweep cars and walkers into nearby ditches. With reported storms coming throughout the week, the Carl Perkins Civic Center and the regional airport will both have storm shelters. One resident says the storm reminds her of one that happened years ago.
Well, I'm really not anxious, but I do remember what happened in my hometown 19 years ago on this date in Dyer County. So that's what made me come on down. When they said it was a level 5, it was time for me to move.
Make sure to pack your emergency kits with water, a charged communication device, non-perishable food, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. All right, Mo, well, we are, like I said, tracking these storms again today. It's still coming down outside, but Ryan Hodges is going to be live with us later on and give us a look in Selmer at the damage there. But until then, Mo, we're going to send it over to you to give us another look at the weather.
Absolutely. Precision Auto Body is the sponsor for those weather headlines. Again, warm and windy severe storms likely again this afternoon, and we still have the significant flooding we're expecting from all this heavy rain. A lot of flash flood warnings in effect over a good chunk of West Tennessee already, and this is only the beginning of that part of the story. Wolf Construction Company is the sponsor of the webcam view here. Here's how it plays out for the day. We'll climb back towards about 73, 74. I'm going to have to adjust that up a little bit towards the afternoon when our boundary lifts back north across the region. Well, more details on all of it coming up in your full forecast in just a few minutes.
And also coming up, an emergency evacuation turns into a lawsuit. We'll have those details in this morning's GMA First Look. Plus, a culinary discovery that's out of this world. Stay tuned. Welcome back. The time is 5:09 and a passenger forced to evacuate a burning American Airlines plane is taking legal action. Rhiannon Alley has the details in today's GMA First Look.
Morning's GMA First Look, emergency evacuation lawsuit. Just weeks ago, the terrifying moment when the engine of an American Airlines plane burst into flames after an emergency landing in Denver. Passengers forced to evacuate American Flight 1006 seen standing on one of the plane's wings, smoke billowing around them. Video showing others rushing down an emergency slide to get to safety. Now one of those evacuated passengers is suing American Airlines, alleging negligence. And this morning, his attorney is speaking out to GMA.
What we're hoping to do is make sure that American realizes that this could have been a catastrophic ending.
ABC News reached out to American Airlines for a statement. It says it's reviewing the complaint. And we'll have much more coming up at 7 a.m. With your GMA First Look, I'm Rhiannon Alley, ABC News, New York.
And moving now to our Caught on Camera segment, a new culinary discovery in space. Scientists recently sent a soybean mixture into space, and after 30 days, the mixture turned into a paste called miso. This is thought to be the first time food was successfully fermented in space. Researchers say the space miso has a more roasted, nutty flavor. And also caught on camera, it's greener pastures for one horse. Take a look. In Pennsylvania, an escaped horse named April has found her forever home. April escaped from a rescue farm Tuesday and made her way around the highways. Sergeant Ted Lewis used a dog leash to corral April, and now April is the newest addition at the Lewis family. And coming up later on in the show, are upcoming auto tariffs stressing you out? Well, we have tips to save money on that new car.
And I've got to look at your full forecast. It's coming up next.
And now, Storm Team Weather with meteorologist Mo Shamel.
And we start our morning off with some lingering showers and storms. Thankfully, the severe storms, at least for now, giving us a break here area-wide across West Tennessee. We were gonna start in Dyersburg, but apparently that camera's down. But I can tell you it's 63 degrees there at the moment. Dew point around 63, 100% the relative humidity, 100% relative humidity. Here's a quick look at our weather alert summary. We still technically have a tornado watch until 7 o'clock for Decatur, Hardin, and McNairy counties, and a flood watch for the rest of West Tennessee, although there's several flood warnings right now across the whole region this morning. Here's a quick look at temperatures across the country. Again, you can see the the cold front, which is still actually back to our west right now. We've got our prefrontal trough that's heading off the severe weather threat right now. Just to the south, you can see even at this hour there are still tornado warnings in portions of the country. Some of that over in Middle Tennessee right now, where the tornado watch remains in effect from Middle Tennessee into North Mississippi, but that boundary will keep it at bay for now. That boundary will be lifting back northward a little bit later today, and then that cold front's going to make a push to the south, and that combination is going to lead to more storms later this afternoon, some of which that could be on the strong side again. Day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Notice all of West Tennessee basically back in an enhanced risk for severe weather yet again today with that interaction with that boundary, and on Friday as well. This is the day two outlook. Again, enhanced risk back in portions of Arkansas, but the good news is it does look like we're going to get a little bit of a break from the severe weather, at least one day there on Friday, but Saturday things do get dicey again. Here's a look at the outlook from the Weather Prediction Center, the day one outlook for excessive rainfall. We expected the vast majority of it to be here in this neck of the woods, where we already have several flash flood warnings and preemptive river flood warnings that were also placed out as well. Day two excessive outlook, notice, goes back to the west, and this is going to give us a little bit of a break as some of the heaviest of the rain goes back to the northwest, as you'll see here on Futurecast. But again, prefrontal trough is still extending from essentially Middle Tennessee down through portions of Hardin County there, with the surface cold front still back to the west. And again, this boundary will be lifting back to the north again today, and that'll maintain more showers and storms as the morning goes along. But again, right now, noting the storms are severe, although we got a pretty good one making its way through Haywood County right now, extending down through Fayette County. Some pretty heavy thunder and lightning right now with that, probably some small hail as well. Here's how Futurecast plays it out for the rest of today. So again, the boundary will lift back to the, you'll see a gradual lift back to the north. Cold front will make another push to the south later this afternoon, after warming our temperatures back into about the mid 70s. This is a little too warm, but I think about 74, 75 degrees in the southern half of West Tennessee. That cold front will make a push into that, and that's what's ultimately going to lead to another round, or a main line, if you would, of thunderstorms that will be pushing through West Tennessee later on this afternoon into the early evening hours, and we'll be doing the dance again with storms all afternoon and evening again across West Tennessee. And then here comes the main front as we go into the evening hours, looking almost similar exactly to what we just dealt with this morning, or through the overnight into this morning for us. So again, we're going to be dealing with that again, and of course the damage is already done. The ground is has already been softened up from all the rain we've had so far. And then when that comes through here, that is going to absolutely lead to some significant flooding problems as we go through there. So again, heavy rain expected, a little bit of a break on Friday, but otherwise, again, it is going to be an active day for us overall. Scattered showers and thunderstorms, a little bit of a break by mid-morning here, and then more storms expected to redevelop and push back into West Tennessee later this afternoon, and then continuing into the evening, overnight hours into the start of the day on Friday. So here's what that looks like on the rest of the 7-day forecast. We'll call it strong storms today, strong storms tomorrow, scattered storms on Saturday, and there could be a strong one in there too, but I think it won't be the majority by the time we get to Saturday. Sunday, still some lingering scattered showers, but we'll finally get over to some drier and more notably cooler weather. So look at those low temperatures Tuesday morning and Wednesday morning all the way down into the 30s. Blackberry winter is what that is. This 7-day forecast is brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Thank you, Mo. And still ahead, slightly good news for one breakfast staple. Plus,
the best flan I've ever eaten. If you come back in a few minutes after I finish this, I'll show you how to make it. I promise.